Chapter 141. Because Gu Xingyin did not cooperate, there was not much to talk about between them. Gu Xingyin turned to leave, but because of dizziness, her steps were unsteady and she accidentally stepped on the hem of her skirt. Be careful. Zhou Chuanqing certainly would not let go of this opportunity and hugged her tightly. Gu Xingyin struggled out of his arms at the same time as she stood up. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Yan Biao nodded and turned to leave. Zhou Chuanqing was left alone in the same place, and there seemed to be a lingering fragrance between his breaths. Gu Xingyin did not take this matter to heart. However, when she saw the report the next day, she knew that she had been defamed. A set of photos of herself and Zhou Chuanqing was posted online. The first one was the scene where she almost fell and was hugged by him yesterday. The angle of the photo was cleverly chosen. People who did not know the truth would think that the two of them were hugging each other affectionately. There were more than 10 photos following one after another, all of which were pictures of Heroine and Zhou Chuanqing together. Gu Xingyin looked at the photos and wanted to praise the photographer's skills. Obviously, there was nothing ambiguous in the photos, but with the combination of the photos and a very suggestive article, it was as if Gu Xingyin and Zhou Chuanqing had been intimate for a long time. The man behind movie queen Heroine, the truth. Heroine and young master Zhou have been in a secret relationship for many years. Dig up Heroine's love history, Gu Xingyin was a little confused. What was this person's purpose? Just to spread a rumor about her? Chen Rong obviously did not guess the other party's purpose. Of course, she knew that Gu Xingyin and Zhou Chuanqing had nothing to do with each other. If there was anything, it was just the man's unrequited love. She even called Gu Xingyin to comfort her. Don't worry, this kind of groundless report won't cause any trouble. However, just as the public relations of Star Entertainment released a statement saying that this was a false story, new revelations appeared on the internet. Heroine you don't know about. Big news. Just the title of the post was enough to attract people's attention. The original poster used the news about Heroine and Zhou Chuanqing as a starting point and linked it to the Weibo post that Gu Xingyin had posted not long ago. From that report, we can see that movie queen Heroine and the young master of the Zhou Corporation have maintained an intimate relationship for at least a year. There must be many netizens who have guessed that movie queen Heroine posted a photo on Weibo not long ago. Could it be the same person? Please analyze it for everyone. Then, the OP who claimed to be the informant started to dig up information in a very professional tone. He even made a list of Zhou Chuanqing's itinerary. In the end, he came to the conclusion that the man in Heroine's photo with their fingers interlocked was definitely not Zhou Chuanqing. In that case, Heroine was two-timing. This didn't match her usual image in the rumors. The original poster just saw that Star Entertainment's public relations has already released a statement saying that movie queen Heroine and young master Zhou have no intimate relationship. However, until now, I haven't seen any statement from the Zhou Corporation. Then, can the original poster understand that young master Zhou has silently admitted to this matter? The original poster didn't stop there. He wrote a lot more after that, saying that Heroine's private life was very messy before she became famous. She had a few boyfriends in the fashion industry and so on. He couldn't wait to expose Heroine's 18 generations of ancestors. Once the post was posted, it caused a huge commotion. Chapter 142. Although the post was quickly deleted by Star Entertainment, it caused a huge reaction. Many fans ran to Heroine's Weibo to curse, saying that they had been cheated of their feelings. Gu Xingyin browsed through the comments. There were definitely paid posters, but there were definitely a lot of fans. These people, yesterday they said that they would love you forever, but today they turned their backs and called you a bitch. Gu Xingyin thought that if the real Heroine saw these words, how sad would she be? Chen Rong came over early to accompany her. Seeing her sitting there thinking about something, she thought that her mood was affected and comforted her. Don't think too much. The company's public relations team has already done their best. This matter will be resolved. Her voice turned cold as she said, someone must be defaming you behind the scenes. If I can't find out who it is, just wait for Star Entertainment's anger. Star Entertainment acted quickly. They released a statement saying that in Yan Ming's previous post, the rumors about Wang Qi in the fashion industry and her private life were all false. Those so-called photos were all photoshopped products. They also stated that the original poster of the post had damaged the reputation of Star Entertainment's employees. They would submit a lawyer's letter to the court. However, the public's main concern was not answered. After Wang Qi posted the photo of her holding hands with her lover, there were also photos of her and Zhou Chuanqing being intimate. Star Entertainment denied it, but Zhou Chuanqing did not say anything. Star Entertainment's public relations team had contacted Zhou Chuanqing, but he refused to clarify the matter. If I hadn't experienced this, I wouldn't have known that Zhou Chuanqing was such a person. Chen Rong gritted her teeth in anger. He seemed like a good person before, but he's not even willing to help. Gu Xingyin was obviously calmer than her. After all, she already knew what kind of person Zhou Chuanqing was. At this time, Gu Xingyin received a call from Ludwig. "Kate, such a big thing happened, why didn't you tell me?" Gu Xingyin said with a smile, "You are abroad. What can you do if I tell you?" Ludwig heard her calm voice, as if she wasn't affected by public opinion. Only then did he feel relieved. "No matter what, you've suffered so much, and I'm not by your side. This is not a qualified boyfriend." Gu Xingyin chuckled and exchanged a few words with him. The other party seemed to be a little busy, so she hung up the phone. "Is it Ludwig?" Chen Rong asked. Gu Xingyin nodded. Chen Rong was originally a little worried, but when she saw Gu Xingyin smile, she knew that Ludwig hadn't distanced himself from her because of this matter. She couldn't help but worship her idol even more. This was a real man. Little did she know that her idol had yet to become even more manly. Just as the entire entertainment industry was in an uproar, and there were even anti-fans who were clamoring for the Rowan bitch to get out of the entertainment industry, a statement shocked the entire Z country's entertainment industry. "He is from Ludwig, I'm Ludwig Gardner, Kai's boyfriend. No, very soon, my identity will become her husband." In response to the public opinion on the internet, my response is that my legal team has already drafted a lawyer's letter to all media outlets that have maliciously slandered my lover. I hope that you will delete the relevant false rumors within 24 hours. Otherwise, we will meet in court. Kai and I have a very good relationship, and we are already preparing to get married. Furthermore, I have absolute confidence that my lover only loves me. I hope that everyone will stop discussing this matter. Thank you. Chapter 143. Ludwig's statement undoubtedly injected a new wave of energy into the fans who were still bitterly defending their idols. It's Ludwig. My idol is so handsome. A wave of PDA in the middle of the night. Although I was abused, I still want to say, well done. Hee, let's see if those mad dogs will still come out and bite people. I was originally on Fang Kei's side, but after seeing Ludwig's statement, I think I've fallen for him. A man who stands up for his woman at a critical moment is a real man. Above, Ludwig is a real man. Hee, who would be stupid enough to want a woman like Wang Kei? Above, you never brush your teeth. Why is your mouth so smelly? Curse your entire family. Less than 2 hours after the statement was posted, Ludwig arrived at Gu Xingyin's apartment. Why are you here? Gu Xingyin looked at him. The man's eyes were obviously bruised. It was obvious that he hadn't rested well on the way here. How could I leave you here alone? Ludwig reached out and hugged her. Sorry, I'm late. Chen Rong tactfully retreated, not wanting to disturb the two. Gu Xingyin stayed in Ludwig's arms, feeling the corners of her eyes sting. To be honest, this situation didn't defeat her. What really moved her was this man's attitude. The person who truly cares about you is not the number of expensive gifts he can give you, but the fact that when you are being criticized, he is the first to stand up and protect you. To everyone's surprise, not long after Ludwig's statement was posted, Zhou Chuanqing also released a statement, stating that there was no ambiguous relationship between him and Wang Kei. he also revealed the truth of the photo. At the same time, a few celebrities who claimed to be insiders also released statements, saying that they were there and could testify that Ruan-Kei accidentally stepped on her skirt and almost fell. Zhou Chuanqing was kind enough to help her up. Someone even anonymously posted a set of photos, showing the scene of Ruan-Kei falling. The only difference was that the angle of the photo was different, but the truth was clear. The rumors about Ruan-Kei having a foot in two boats were easily resolved. Although there were still a few anti-fans jumping around, no one cared about them anymore. Did you do this? Gu Xingyin looked at the man who was peeling fruit for her. Ludwig handed her the peeled apple. I just sent an email to the Zhou Corporation in the name of the Gardner family. This man. Gu Xingyin took a bite of the apple. It was so sweet. Ruan-Kei's Weibo account had a new update. This time, he didn't hide it. In the small photo frame, Ludwig and Ruan-Kei were intimately snuggled together. Their intertwined hands also appeared in the camera, and the emeralds on their ring fingers shone brightly. The benefits of a dog with a face, I'm taking this painting away. Fuck, the ring lit up. Have the two of them really reached this stage? Fuck, the ring lit up. Such a big emerald, how much did it cost? Fuck, the ring lit up. Upstairs, you can go online and search for the Gardner family. Am I the only one who noticed that Ludwig was clearly in D country the day before, and now he's already beside Her Majesty? I noticed it too. So considerate, so sweet. I'll drink this bowl of dog food. Fuck, I just searched for the Gardner family. Is he really from the Gardner family? No, I have to go downstairs and run 2 laps to calm down. I wish you happiness. Chapter 144. Just as Ludwig had said, their wedding took place quickly. Ruan-Kei's parents were quite satisfied with their son-in-law, even though they were a little resentful that their daughter had kept it from them. The old man was a good judge of character. He could tell that this man cherished Yan Zhi's every move. Young people, as long as you're happy, that's good. Their wedding was held in a very high profile. Originally, the two of them wanted to hold their wedding in a low-key manner. However, Ruan-Kei had encountered such an incident, and Ludwig did not want anyone to make an issue out of their wedding. As a result, the netizens who watched the entire live broadcast learned something new. Oh my god, that's the supermodel Lilith Bitter. Ball Queen Beyoncé. The two people upstairs are nothing. Can't you see that the first person sitting on the left of the VIP seats is the Foreign Affairs Minister of Country D? I don't understand. Where is this place? In the Cathedral of the Holy Sun, the person who witnessed their marriage was an archbishop who was personally appointed by the Pope. There's a type of wedding called someone else's wedding, there's a type of wedding called someone else's wedding +1. A few days ago, didn't an A-list celebrity broadcast a video of a so-called luxurious wedding? Compared to him, he's nothing. Her Majesty the Queen looks so beautiful in her wedding dress. So beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful, Mommy asked me why my face is so close to the screen. Miss Ruan-Kei, are you willing to? The kind-looking bishop read the marriage vows solemnly. I'm willing, Ruan-Kei said clearly. She looked deeply at the man in front of her. It was not the first time she had held a wedding with this man, but every time, it could bring her a new feeling of gratitude. I love you. The murmured words disappeared between their lips. All the guests applauded at the same time, giving their blessings to the newlyweds. Damn it, it was such a happy scene, but I actually cried when I saw it. Me too, upstairs. I think Her Majesty the Queen really doesn't have it easy. I'm crying too. I wish them happiness for the rest of their lives. May they be happy all their lives. Just when everyone was speculating whether Ruan-Kei, who had married into a super-rich family, would quit the entertainment industry, Gu Xingyin posted her honeymoon photos. Every time the two of them appeared in different places, the only thing that remained the same was the happy smile on their faces. Gu Xingyin released a statement saying that she loved acting and would not quit the entertainment industry, but would focus more on her family in the future. Just like that, she continued to release one movie after another. Many people were maliciously guessing when the two of them would get divorced and waiting for their scandals. After all, it was not uncommon for such a celebrity to have a miserable life after marrying into a rich family. However, Gu Xingyin and Ludwig disappointed them. No matter if it was the first year, the second year, or the 10th year, people would always see the two of them hugging each other happily. In the end, no one doubted their feelings. Everyone silently wished that this couple could be together forever and never leave each other. Gu Xingyin smiled happily when she left. She had been in love with her husband all her life. When she was old, she had children and grandchildren. As a woman, she was undoubtedly the object of envy. She did not feel sad at all. She even said to the white-haired Ludwig, "Don't feel reluctant to part with me. God will let us meet again." Yes, they would meet again. Their fate would never stop. Chapter 145. Let's get to work, let's get to work. In the shabby studio, a man with messy hair and a cigarette in his mouth was yelling. "Hurry up, Ming Shujia. What are you dawdling for?" Ming Shujia was just a little slow and was scolded by the man. She stood up numbly. She had heavy makeup on her face and wore a vulgar red dress. If someone were to look at her, no one would be able to recognize that she was the pure and lovely Ming Shujia of the past. She was now a famous porn star in the otaku circle. In layman's terms, she was a low-class artist who relied on selling her body to gain attention. "Where's your expression? Aren't you being tortured? Ming Shujia, don't you want to film anymore?" The man with the cigarette stood up and yelled. "Do you still think you're the woman of the Prince of Star Entertainment? Act well for me. If it weren't for your pretty face, I would have changed you a long time ago." Ming Shujia finished a day of filming like a zombie and returned to the small apartment she rented in exhaustion. She turned on the TV and saw the trailer of Ruan Kei's new movie. Ever since she got married, her popularity didn't drop. Instead, it became even more popular. The internet often reported on her and her husband's loving daily life. Every time Ruan Kei was filming, as long as Ludovic was free, he would definitely go to the set to pick up his wife. Even one of their children had the same surname as their mother. Did Ming Shujia hate Ruan Kei? Without a doubt, she hated her. It was all thanks to Ruan Kei that she became what she was today. She was the one who found someone to expose the scandal that caused such a sensation. She just couldn't stand Ruan Kei's glamorous appearance and wanted to ruin her reputation. She didn't expect the Gardner family to be so powerful and directly put pressure on Star Entertainment. Yu Xiang also abandoned her immediately and banned her. Her past interactions with those investors were all exposed. The time, place, and who she was with were all clear and there was no room for debate. No entertainment company in the country was willing to sign her. She had no choice but to choose a small production studio. Because her reputation was completely ruined, the roles she could get were all vicious and promiscuous. Her pay was barely enough to make a living. Standing in the bathroom, Ming Shujia allowed the ice-cold water to pour down from the top of her head. In a trance, she recalled the time when she first came into this body. At that time, he was confident, proud, and ambitious. He felt that he would definitely be able to make a name for himself in the Z country's entertainment industry with his ability to foresee the future. However, why did everything turn out like this? She couldn't understand. She hastily took a shower and fell onto the bed before she could even dry her trembling wet hair. She didn't have time to think about those things now. She had to go to bed quickly. She had to get up early tomorrow to rush to the set. Ming Shujia closed her eyes tiredly. After Gu Xingyin returned to the space, she didn't stay for long before hurrying to the next world. However, when she opened her eyes, she was completely dumbfounded. Anyone who opened their eyes and found themselves lying in a coffin, even if the coffin was unusually spacious and luxurious, it couldn't hide the fact that it was a coffin, would be stupefied. Chapter 146. System. Gu Xingyin called out to the system as she sat up and surveyed her surroundings. Without a doubt, She was in a very large room. The room was very dark. Gu Xingyin surveyed her surroundings. Based on the furnishings around her, this should be a bedroom. Who would place a coffin in a bedroom? The system finally appeared. Host, your body this time is Catherine Brooke, princess of the blood race's Brooke family. Blood race? Before Gu Xingyin could react, a huge amount of information flooded her mind. When Princess Brooke's memories, which spanned over tens of thousands of years, flooded her mind, even Gu Xingyin's incomparably strong soul was greatly impacted. She sat in the luxurious coffin in a daze for quite a while. The blood race was known as the undead race. They did not age or die and had an almost eternal lifespan. At the same time, they possessed powers that ordinary humans could not hope to attain. The hierarchy of the blood race was very strict. Since the extinction of the blood race's ancestor, Cain, and the second generation of the blood race, the third generation blood race, who were known as the princes, were the strongest of the blood race. The body that Gu Xingyin was currently occupying was one of the two princes of the blood race, the leader of the Brooke family, which was known as the strongest fighting race of the blood race. The other prince was from another race of the blood race, the Maccavi family. Unlike the Brooke family, who loved to fight, the Maccavi family was known as the lunatics of the blood race. When they were quiet, they were more gentlemanly and elegant than the human royalty. However, once the madness in their bones was triggered, they were more terrifying than the cruelest of demons. The prince of the Maccavi family, Owen Maccavi, was also the fiancé of Princess Brooke. Gu Xingyin combed through her memories. Fortunately, the marriage between Catherine and Owen was just an agreement between the two races. The two of them did not interfere with each other's affairs. Speaking of which, in the thousands of years of marriage between the two, Owen, who was naturally a playboy, had changed lovers countless times. Fortunately, Catherine the Great loved to fight and didn't like strangers getting close to her. Princess Brooke, who had lived for tens of thousands of years and was still a virgin, was the target of all the blood breeds. Owen McAvoy had even joked that he would personally transform anyone who could spend a night with Her Highness Catherine and bestow him with great power. Only the Blood clan, who were known for their lack of moral integrity, could say such words. Unfortunately, to this day, no one has been able to fulfill this condition. Gu Xingyin got up from the coffin and stepped barefoot on the scarlet goose down carpet. Her skin was exceedingly white, and against the crimson carpet, she was stunningly beautiful. Gu Xingyin carefully observed her surroundings as she walked. She had to admit that the bloodlings were a race that knew how to enjoy life. Everywhere she looked, there was nothing that wasn't luxurious and extravagant, yet she couldn't detect a trace of tackiness. She only felt that it was incomparably luxurious and made people not dare to look at it directly. The long lifespan of the bloodlings gave them unlimited advantages. They were rich, romantic, interesting, and were born beautiful. They even had enough time to nurture their sense of beauty. Gu Xingyin arrived in front of the huge carved ivory mirror. It was said that this mirror was the work of a human master 100 years ago. It had been kept in the emperor's treasury for decades as a treasure. No one knew that the mirror in the emperor's treasury was just a defective product. The real perfect work had long been in the hands of the princess of the blood breeds. The figure in the mirror appeared in Gu Xingyin's eyes. Chapter 147. Without a doubt, the female lead of each world was usually born with the fortune of the world, and their looks were usually not bad. The female leads that Gu Xingyin had experienced in the previous worlds were also all worthy of the title of Shenhua. However, there was no one like Queen Ekaterina Brooke, who gave people such a big impact at first sight. She was undoubtedly extremely beautiful. Her eyes were a mysterious dark gold color. They were deep and unruly, like two bottomless pools that could easily make people sink into them. Her skin was very white, like the finest and most exquisite ivory. Her red lips were like flames, and when she opened them slightly, she could casually spit out a sentence that could make people go crazy. She had an extremely beautiful head of long red curly hair, which naturally fell to her ankles. With a slight movement, it was as if it was going to burn. She was a peerless beauty. However, this beauty also had the power to look down on the world. If she wanted to, she could destroy a kingdom with a wave of her hand. Such a woman would undoubtedly make people fearful, and would also make men have an unprecedented desire to conquer her. At this moment, this beauty was frowning slightly. Such an action from her face did not affect her beauty at all, but it would make people want to erase the things that affected her mood. Unfortunately, the system was not human, and it did not care much about the host's beauty. System, my power, seems to be a bit wrong. Gu Xingyin furrowed her brows. She had just discovered that there was another type of power in her body apart from the blood tribe's bloodline power. This was not a small matter. If there was a conflict between the two powers, even for her, it would not be a small matter. The system replied, I was just about to explain to the host that the host has successfully completed 5 world missions. From this world onwards, the host can choose to take away the power of any of the world's protagonists. The first time the system randomly selected, the host will have the Ice Soul Sword Heart of Gu Weixin in the Xianxia world, and have the ability to transform the blood of the blood breeds into sword energy. Gu Xingyin, a blood breeds prince who uses a sword. Isn't this style a bit wrong? The system said, of course, the host can choose not to use this skill. Friendly reminder, although the bloodline makes you powerful, it also restricts some things. For example, vampires can't see sunlight. Even someone as strong as a prince is only slightly better at resisting sunlight than ordinary vampires. Gu Xingyin nodded, I understand what you mean. As long as it doesn't affect me in any way, I don't mind learning another skill. It's never a burden to have more skills. You might even be able to save your life at a critical moment. At this moment, someone knocked on Gu Xingyin's door. Your Highness, your dinner is ready, the waiter outside the door said respectfully. The heavy door opened silently. Gu Xingyin walked out unhurriedly. The servant didn't even dare to raise her head. She felt like she couldn't breathe in front of the prince. This was the bloodline suppression that a high-level blood breed had over a low-level blood breed. However, at this moment, Gu Xingyin, who was sitting at a long square table that could accommodate dozens of people, was speechless as she looked at the luxurious dinner in front of her. A cup of fresh blood. Gu Xingyin was speechless. Even if her acting skills were good, she really couldn't drink this blood. Chapter 148. Fortunately, someone came in time to save her. Catherine, my fiancée, long time no see. A low voice sounded. At the same time, the man floated into the castle like a gust of wind. Gu Xingyin's expression did not change, but her body swayed slightly and disappeared. Sigh, you really don't look like a woman. A melancholic voice sounded from where Gu Xingyin was sitting. There was no need to guess. There was only one person who dared to call Princess Brooke by her name, O Linwen McAvoy. Gu Xingyin raised her head and looked at the fiancé of the original body. The skin of the blood clan was top-notch, not to mention O Linwen, who was a pure-blood prince. At this moment, he was wearing a noble suit from the Middle Ages. His golden hair was neatly combed behind his ears, revealing his handsome facial features. His mesmerizing blue eyes were filled with melancholy, making people unable to help but feel pity for him. Seeing Gu Xingyin looking over, O Linwen revealed a regretful smile. Catherine, no matter what, we have been engaged for thousands of years, but I have not even succeeded in hugging you. Gu Xingyin said coldly, I don't feel at ease letting such a dangerous person like you get close to my body. Look, you don't know how to have fun. O Linwen seemed to be helpless against her. In this world, fighting is not the only thing that can make people happy. He looked at Gu Xingyin teasingly. If you are willing to believe me this once, I will bring you the most extreme happiness in the world, Gu Xingyin raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Her red lips lifted, revealing a smile that could make people fall head over heels for her. O Linwen was stunned. Why did he feel that this woman seemed to be different? If it was in the past, she would not have revealed such a smile. It was really, damn seductive. Happy things? Gu Xingyin pondered these words carefully. When Li Wen looked at her, she raised her eyebrows and said viciously, "Even if I want to, I won't find a man who I don't know how many hands he has, right?" Li Wen choked for a moment before he sneered, "Catherine, if it weren't for your bloodline, I wouldn't believe that a woman like you could be a pure vampire." Gu Xingyin smirked. "You should know that if it weren't for your bloodline, you would have been reduced to ashes a long time ago." Lin Wen did not care about her sarcasm. He suddenly stood up, and in a flash, he came to Gu Xingyin's side, stopping at a distance that would not make her feel disgusted. "In this world, I'm the only one who dares to speak to you like that, right? My fiancé." He suddenly let out a long laugh and disappeared. Gu Xingyin stood up and walked back to her bedroom. It was not until a long time after she had left that a servant walked into the living room, trembling with fear. Prince Mekavi did not hide his identity when he came to Brooks Nightingale Castle. These servants had already hidden far away. No one would dare to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two princes even if they were given 100 guts. The servant looked at the untouched blood in the cup with infatuation and licked his lips. This was the purest and freshest virgin blood. Other than high-ranking vampires who were counts and above, ordinary people would not be able to enjoy it. Chapter 149. Lancelot Lane had a very strange dream. A woman appeared in his dream. He could not see the woman's face clearly. Sometimes, he even felt that the woman looked different every time she appeared, but he knew that it was the same person. In his dream, he was madly in love with that woman. After waking up from the dream, the burning feeling in his heart did not fade for a long time. He felt that he had fallen in love with that woman. He wanted to find her. If his diehard followers knew about this, they would definitely mock him for a long time. So many beautiful and cute ladies were chasing after him, but he had fallen in love with a woman who did not even exist in his absurd dream. He got out of bed, changed his clothes, and started to walk outside with his sword. "Young master, where are you going?" the white-haired old butler asked curiously. "I'm going out for a while." He felt that the impulse in his heart came out of nowhere, but strangely, he did not reject it. Instead, he was secretly excited. It was as if someone was guiding him. The person he was looking for was far away in the north. At this moment, a girl came to the Dark Knight Castle in the McAvoy territory in the south. The target of the mission has appeared. Gu Xingyin sighed. If this story did not have Ekaterina Brooke, it would be a story of a handsome blood clan prince and an ordinary human girl. The beautiful human girl, Rita, caught the eye of the blood clan prince who was out looking for food. The blood clan prince, who had only intended to enjoy her once, brought her back to the castle because of the girl's unusually delicious blood. He planned to make her a long-term meal ticket. The girl did not resist. In fact, very few humans could resist the beauty and immortality of the blood clan. But the girl was not willing to be an unknown lover. She wanted to become the official wife of Oren McAvoy. But there was still a high and mighty woman, Ekaterina Brooke. Even without Ekaterina, the McAvoy family would not agree to the prince choosing a human girl to be his wife. If the girl's blood was not pure, the future heir would not be a noble pure blood. Actually, there was still a chance. As long as Oren insisted, no one would dare to go against the prince's power. Unfortunately, Rita, who had fallen into madness, did not think so much. In order to become a noble pure blood, she thought of a way: blood exchange. Whose blood should he exchange for? Naturally, it was the woman with the most noble bloodline in the entire blood race, Ekaterina Brooke. It was no doubt difficult to plot against a prince. Rita had been preparing for this for almost 1,000 years. She took advantage of Princess Brooke's weakness and sealed her away with a bunch of equally ambitious vampire allies. However, this matter could not be considered a success because before Rita could make a move, Prince Mekavi had rushed over. Almost at the instant he saw the female duchess lying in the coffin, he was so furious that he tore everyone present into pieces. However, he was still unable to wake up his fiancée from her deep slumber. Can the blood exchange really succeed? Gu Xingyin suddenly asked. The system replied, the blood breeds rely on blood to pass down their power. Theoretically speaking, Rita's idea can be realized. Furthermore, after obtaining all of your blood, she will also inherit the dark energy in your blood. Gu Xingyin. This world is not beautiful at all. Chapter 150. It was said that Prince Mekavi of the Dark Night Castle had a new favorite. Not only did he prepare a grand banquet for her, but he also announced that he would change her publicly at the banquet. This was a rare thing. Everyone knew that Prince Mekavi had always been flirtatious and he had countless lovers. However, there were very few who could receive this honor. If the prince personally carried out the embrace, as long as the lucky human was not too unlucky, she would at least become an earl. Many blood breeds were envious and jealous of this. Who asked them to not receive the prince's favor? Tonight, the Dark Night Castle was very lively. Everyone wanted to see what kind of human could catch the eye of His Highness McAvoy, who was so arrogant. Rita was nervous and excited at the same time. She had been in the Dark Night Castle for so long and already knew what kind of race the blood breeds were. She was not afraid at all. Instead, she was excited and looking forward to what was going to happen next. Becoming an immortal blood breed was such a good thing. Although she would lose sunlight, she could obtain almost everything else: beauty, strength, wealth, power, and immortality. She felt her blood boiling. Oh, Linwen turned his head as if he sensed something. He leaned over and looked at her. You can't wait anymore. Rita's face was slightly red and her eyes were bright. She was about to say something when the hall suddenly quieted down. Other than Oh Linwen, all the blood breeds in the hall lowered their noble heads at the same time. Rita, on the other hand, did not feel much because she was a human. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the woman who walked in slowly. She was so shocked that she could not speak. She knew that the blood breeds were exceptionally beautiful. However, in front of this woman, all the other blood breeds were reduced to accessories. Catherine, what brings you here? She heard the man beside her call out her name. His tone was different from the solemn one in the past. I heard that you are going to change into a blood descendant. I have nothing to do, so I came to take a look. The woman's voice seemed to have a unique rhythm. It was slightly low, but it was able to evoke the deepest desire in one's heart. Rita's body trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't out of fear, but excitement. The man beside her seemed to laugh briefly. In 3,000 years, this is the first time you have come to my Dark Night Castle. What an honor, my fiancé. Rita was shocked. Fiancé? This man actually had an engagement. She glanced at Gu Xingyin in confusion. The next second, she lowered her gaze as if she didn't dare to look straight at her. He actually had such a beautiful and noble fiancé, so why did he come to find her? Gu Xingyin glanced at Rita. She had long curly red hair, light brown eyes, and a fair complexion. She was considered a rare beauty among humans, but she was not very eye-catching among the blood clan. However, why did he feel that she looked a little familiar? Gu Xingyin thought for a while but did not come up with an answer. Of course, she had a purpose for coming here today. Her long red dress trailed on the ground as the high and mighty Duchess walked towards Rita step by step. Rita felt that her breathing was about to stop. That seductive and domineering face appeared in front of her. Then, a fair and flawless finger gently lifted her chin. This human girl is to my liking. Owen, why don't you give her to me? Chapter 151. All the blood clan members lowered their heads, but their ears were pricked up. So this was the reason why Princess Brooke had avoided men for so many years. The blood clan had never abstained from sex, and men and women were not a big deal. Some of the female blood clan members were even thinking about how to recommend themselves to Nightingale Castle. Oh Li Wen's expression turned ugly. He looked at Gu Xingyin and said coldly, Catherine, I was the one who took a liking to her first. Gu Xingyin looked at him strangely. Was Oh Linwen angry? That shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, Owen had only treated Rita as a tasty prey. Since she had asked for Rita, there was no reason for him to be angry. Could it be that she had miscalculated and Linwen had taken a liking to her now? However, she would not give up. Well, isn't it still up to this lovely lady to decide for herself? Gu Xingyin lowered her body and moved closer to Rita. Then, lovely lady, are you willing to accept my embrace and become the blood descendant of me, Catherine Brooke, and become a noble member of the Brooke family? Even the breaths of the blood clan members were slightly cold. However, this slight coldness caused Rita's ears to heat up. She mustered her courage and looked up at Gu Xingyin, but she was caught in a pair of deep, dark golden eyes. Those eyes seemed to contain magic, and Rita felt that her soul was about to fall into them. I'm willing. Before Rita could say the word willing, she felt herself falling into a familiar embrace. It was Owen. She heard the incomparably beautiful woman sigh softly. Rita almost broke free from Owen's embrace because of this sigh. She ran to her side and covered her mouth. Rita's heart was about to break when she heard this sigh. Enough, Catherine the Great. Linwen seemed to be a little irritated. Don't you think it's beneath you to use your seduction on an ordinary human? Gu Xingyin sighed. She had planned to turn Rita into a blood clan member before she could do so. This way, as her blood descendant, Rita would no longer have the opportunity to deal with her. This could be considered a permanent solution. Everything went smoothly, but he didn't expect Liwen to be so uncooperative. She straightened up and looked at Liwen. It's not like you to be so petty, Liwen. Owen regained his composure and let go of Rita. He smiled and said, I'm not being stingy. In front of so many vampires, what will happen to the McAvoy clan's reputation if you embrace my chosen bloodline? Gu Xingyin thought to herself, who are you trying to fool? Even if these people were gossiping to death in their hearts, they would never have the guts to spread the news that His Highness the Prince did not want others to know. Gu Xingyin rolled her eyes and knew that it was impossible to change Rita's mind. She could use force, but that wasn't Catherine's style. It would also arouse Livingston's suspicions and make him more interested in Rita. Then, how are you going to make it up to me? Liwen, I'm not in a good mood now. Gu Xingyin walked to a chair at the side and sat down lazily. Liwen looked at this woman. He had never realized that this woman who only knew how to fight had such a lazy and sexy side to her. Everyone in my castle of night, except Rita. You can pick anyone you like. How about that? Chapter 152. Liwen was in a good mood as he looked at Catherine with furrowed brows. His gaze swept across the vampires in the banquet hall. Many of them were looking at her eagerly, hoping to catch the eye of the princess. However, Princess Brooke closed her eyes as if she was sensing the people in the castle. Then, she opened her eyes and said to Liwen, the man who walked into the castle of darkness and was tied up by your people is him. Her tone was casual, as if she was taking away a cat or a dog. Liwen didn't mind and agreed readily. In an instant, he contacted the guards who were escorting the human who had broken into the castle of darkness and brought him over. However, he regretted it the moment he stepped into the banquet hall. This human. He actually had an appearance that was not inferior to any of the blood breeds. Most importantly, he gave off a feeling that was like the warmest sunlight. The more they couldn't have something, the more they would be obsessed with it. This was the common trait of all living creatures. The vampires who couldn't see the light from birth had the ambition to embrace the sunlight. It was no wonder that Catherine, who didn't like humans, chose him. Lancelot's gaze was fixed on one person the moment he stepped into the banquet hall. It was her. Although this woman looked different from the woman in his dreams, his strong feeling told him that she was the one he was looking for. Gu Xingyin was in a good mood as her lover stared at her with such passion. However, on the surface, she looked at Lancelot with a look of disdain. Your looks are all right, but your strength is a little too weak. Lancelot was taken away by Gu Xingyin under Liwen's gentle smile. Beautiful lady, let me introduce myself. I am Lancelot Ryan. Lancelot stared at Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin glanced at him lazily, do you know that you are now my possession? Who allowed you to speak to me in such a tone? That's right, she wanted to prank him. Thanks to the vampire's powerful sixth sense, she sensed the lotus fragrance on Lancelot's body the moment he appeared in the Dark Knight Castle's territory. She waited for the man's expression to change. Who would have thought that Lancelot's face would be filled with excitement and even a little shyness? Your belongings. Does my entire being belong to you? So, how should I address you? My master. Gu Xingyin. Why are the lovers in this world so shameless? If the people of the Ryan family heard this, it was estimated that they would spit out a mouthful of blood, and then immediately cultivate a new heir. It was too shameful. In the end, Gu Xingyin managed to maintain her image. She looked at the fearless Lancelot in surprise. Do you know who I am? Lancelot shook his head sincerely. Gu Xingyin's lips curled into an evil smile. Vampires feed on the blood of ordinary people. Have you heard of that? Lancelot's expression immediately turned ugly. Gu Xingyin thought that he was afraid, but the man suddenly said, I know about vampires. I heard that when you suck the blood of humans, that person will feel the pinnacle of pleasure. He stared at Gu Xingyin and asked, have you ever made others feel this way before? Before Gu Xingyin could say anything, he suddenly stood up and leaned over to look at Gu Xingyin. He said domineeringly, no matter what happened in the past, from now on, you can only suck my blood. No one else. Chapter 153. From now on, you will be my valet. After saying these words, Catherine left Lancelot to the butler of Nightingale Castle. The strict and old-fashioned butler would teach him well how to be a qualified valet. It's time for you to get up, my master. A gentle voice woke Gu Xingyin from his deep sleep. She opened her eyes and saw Lancelot's face. The young master of the Ryan family, being a small valet in my castle, don't you feel unreconciled? Lancelot shook his head honestly. How could he not be reconciled? As long as he could stay by her side and see her every day, it was already the most wonderful thing in the world for him. Young Master Ryan was not a reserved master. He looked at his master affectionately and said, it is my honor to be your personal servant. Who would have thought that Gu Xingyin's face would turn cold? She looked at Lancelot with an oppressive gaze. Why? Don't tell me you fell in love with me because of my face. Lancelot opened his mouth and said, I did fall in love with you at first sight. Before Gu Xingyin could become unhappy, he continued to say, but it wasn't the day before yesterday, it was in a dream. In the dream, there were many different shadows, but I was sure that they were the same person. And the moment I saw you, I knew that person was you. Gu Xingyin was sure that this man wasn't lying. Could it be that he still had memories of the previous world? She was somewhat happy. She hoped that one day, her lover could be like her, able to recognize her at a glance. After thinking for a moment, Gu Xingyin stretched out her hand and a long sword appeared in her hand. Unlike the swords in the hands of the knights of this world, this sword's appearance was clearly the appearance of the 3 feet long Qingfeng mountain in the world of immortal cultivation. This is it. Lancelot stared at the sword in Gu Xingyin's hand. The sword I saw in the dream had this strange appearance. Gu Xingyin thought of something and said to Lancelot, come here. She placed her hand on Lancelot's pulse and felt it inch by inch. Lancelot's face turned red. This was too fast. He wasn't ready yet. However, if she really wanted to, what are you thinking about? A cold voice interrupted his chaotic thoughts. Lancelot came back to his senses and found that Gu Xingyin had already let go of his hand. He suppressed the regret in his heart and smiled embarrassedly. Gu Xingyin was just feeling Lancelot's bones. Because she didn't have any tools in this world, she couldn't test the level of his sword heart. He could only use the method of feeling his bones to determine if he was suitable to become a sword cultivator. A high-level swordsman had a long lifespan. She did not want to change him, but she wanted to stay with him forever. Gu Xingyin sat in front of the long table, but didn't see the blood that usually appeared in front of her table. She heaved a sigh of relief. Now that she was cultivating the way of the sword, she had already reached the level where she didn't need to eat to maintain her bodily functions. Therefore, the weakness of bloodlings who didn't drink blood didn't affect her. Lancelot walked to her side and squatted down. I said before that I don't want you to consume other people's blood, even if you don't drink it yourself. I'm willing to provide you with the freshest blood. He raised his head, revealing his weak and defenseless neck. Chapter 154. Gu Xingyin had a very strange feeling. She hated blood. In the past, no matter how much fresh blood the housekeeper of Nightingale Castle brought her, she only felt the smell of blood and never felt any temptation. But today was different. She looked at the gently pulsating blood vessels under Lancelot's white skin. The world's most delicious blood was flowing inside. An uncontrollable desire spread from the bottom of her heart. She wanted to drink his blood and even transform him. This impulse was too strong. When Gu Xingyin was alerted by the system in her mind, she found that her fangs had already been exposed and were pressing against the man's neck. She closed her eyes, retracted her fangs, and gently licked with her tongue. The man's body shook and his breathing suddenly became heavy. Seeing the woman get up, Lancelot was somewhat puzzled. Why didn't you bite down? He clearly felt that there was something hard against his neck, but she stopped at the last moment. Gu Xingyin didn't speak. She took Lancelot to a room and let him attack her with all his strength. Lancelot was somewhat puzzled. Gu Xingyin only said one sentence to dismiss him. I just want to know if my valet has the ability to protect himself when I am attacked. She didn't say whether he could protect her, but whether he could protect himself. Lancelot had heard of the rumors of the vampires. These days, when he got along with Gu Xingyin, he could also feel the great power contained in her body. He didn't speak anymore. He pulled out the sword at his waist and rushed towards Gu Xingyin. However, even when he was gasping for breath, he couldn't even touch the corner of Gu Xingyin's clothes. Lancelot was frustrated. He had always been proud of his strength, but he didn't expect that he, who was already considered a strong human, would be so powerless in front of the vampires. Gu Xingyin's words made him even more uncomfortable. With your strength, you can only deal with some low-level vampires. Even if it's just a small count, you won't be a match for him. Of course, he knew what kind of person the woman he liked was. In the entire vampires, she was the highest existence. He didn't deserve her. Do you need me to convert you? Gu Xingyin slowly walked over and whispered in his ear. It was extremely tempting. As long as I transform you, you will immediately obtain great power. Lancelot was tempted for a moment. No. His eyes quickly became firm. He looked at Gu Xingyin and said, if I am transformed by you and become your blood descendant, I will never be worthy of you in this lifetime. Gu Xingyin was a little surprised, and then she laughed. Yes, this person had been so submissive to her these days that she almost forgot how prideful he was. How could he tolerate this? Well, you know. If you don't want to be transformed by me, a human's lifespan is only a mere 100 years, but I am immortal. Gu Xingyin looked at him coldly. She looked at the man's confused eyes and decided not to tease him anymore. Something was thrown in front of Lancelot. It was that strange-looking sword. Since you don't want to be transformed by me, then use this sword to prove it. Gu Xingyin looked at Lancelot and said, I will teach you how to become a swordsman. If you are talented enough, you might be able to surpass me one day. Because he was her lover, she could tell him without any reservations and didn't have to worry that he would be disloyal. Chapter 155. As Gu Xingyin had expected, Lancelot's talent was so good that it was simply astonishing. Li Wen had been coming to Nightingale Castle from time to time, which made Gu Xingyin a little annoyed. Li Wen, is your McAvoy family so free these days? Gu Xingyin said coldly. The fellow sitting in front of the chair did not seem to understand that his master did not welcome him and said leisurely, I'm here to see my fiancée. What, is there a problem? Gu Xingyin sneered. She also found a chair and sat down with an elegant posture. Li Wen, we both know about our engagement. What is going on? Just like in the past thousands of years, you play with your lover, I live my life. Everyone is at peace with each other. Otherwise, I will unilaterally announce the cancellation of the engagement with you. Catherine, we have known each other for so many years. How can you be so heartless? Oh, Li Wen played with the sparkling and translucent crystal cup in his hand and smiled gently, if one ignored the cold light that flashed in his eyes because of Gu Xingyin's words. A prince of the blood clan appearing in my castle has seriously affected the normal life of Nightingale Castle. Okay, I was wrong. If I miss you in the future, I will definitely inform you in advance. How about it? Oh, Li Wen said helplessly. Put away your affectionate appearance, Oh Li Wen. I am not one of your little lovers. I won't fall for it. Tell me, what has happened recently? Oh Li Wen glanced at her, seemingly surprised. Gu Xingyin glanced at him. If you, Oh Li Wen, are really the kind of fellow who only thinks about beauty, I doubt that the Brooke family will have any need to cooperate with the McAvoy family. Oh Li Wen laughed. You are still not polite with your words. As expected, it is your usual style, Catherine. His expression suddenly turned serious. I received news that the Vampire Hunter Association seems to be up to something big recently. Tell your Brooke tribesmen to be careful. Damn it, vampire, who was the one who came up with such an ungraceful name? Gu Xingyin's expression turned cold as well. The Vampire Hunter Association. We've been too lazy to deal with these little kittens all these years. I didn't expect them to be so bold. After Owen left, Lancelot walked in. Seeing Gu Xingyin frowning slightly, he spontaneously raised his hand to rub her brows. What are you worried about? He asked softly. Gu Xingyin closed her eyes and replied, isn't it because of you humans? We vampires have signed a contract with the human kingdom. The humans will provide us with fresh blood on a regular basis, while the vampires will be responsible for eliminating the threats from the werewolves and ferocious beasts in the northern mountains. I've always restrained my clansmen to abide by the contract, but your Human Vampire Hunter Association has always treated us as targets to be killed. Lancelot was at a loss for words. He had heard of the Vampire Hunter Association before. Not only had he heard of it, but he even knew that the association was very respected in his own country. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Gu Xingyin. She opened her eyes and laughed coldly. Don't find any excuses. I know very well what you humans are thinking. You are just guarding against the vampires. You are afraid that if we break the contract, with our powerful strength, the humans will not be a match for us. Chapter 156. She said sarcastically, what are you humans so afraid of? What might be a long life for you is just a short sleep in the eyes of us vampires. The things that you care about are nothing in our eyes. Even the so-called Vampire Hunter Association can be easily taken care of as long as I send an elder from the Brooke clan. If we vampires have any ideas one day, you humans won't be able to stop us. Gu Xingyin looked at him but didn't say anything else. However, the vampires wouldn't. Although they were powerful, they were too few in number. Although they could turn humans into vampires through the embrace, it wasn't as simple as humans thought. The vampires treated their descendants with great care. A transformed descendant was equivalent to a child of the vampires. Moreover, the embrace required a large amount of blood essence. Very few vampires would be willing to transform a human unless they were especially fond of the human. Even a blood breed like Owen and Rita only had 3 blood descendants. Most of the other high-ranking blood breeds like dukes and earls only had 1 blood descendant. Of course, the original Catherine didn't transform anyone due to her personality. Gu Xingyin seemed to feel that this topic was too heavy and didn't continue. She separated a part of her spiritual energy and probed Lancelot. She was surprised to find that he had successfully become a swordsman. How's your training going? Lancelot was shocked when he heard this. I've been practicing according to the method you taught me. It's surprisingly smooth. There's nothing that I don't understand. Gu Xingyin thought that if the inner disciples of the cultivation world heard this, they would probably vomit blood. You've been here for almost 2 months. Since you're not willing to be the embrace, you should go back. Gu Xingyin asked him. Lancelot suddenly raised his head and looked straight at Gu Xingyin. Are you tired of me? Gu Xingyin looked at him. My Nightingale Castle isn't suitable for a human to live in for a long time, especially a weak human. Do you know how many vampires are tempted by your existence? If it weren't for my restraint, you would have been sucked dry by now. Lancelot lowered his head and didn't say anything. His hand was tightly holding onto the hilt of his sword. Gu Xingyin pointed at Lancelot's forehead. Lancelot only felt that there was something extra in his mind. It was about the swordsman's training method and the stellar sword sex training method. Lancelot felt that she was different from others. In the past 2 months since he had arrived at Nightingale Castle, all the rumors he had heard about the Grand Duchess were that she was cold, elegant, and unapproachable. However, she taught him a strange but powerful sword technique. She allowed him to get close to her and she would even smile at him. He suddenly grabbed the hilt of his sword, took a step forward, and grabbed Gu Xingyin's hand with his right hand. Gu Xingyin was shocked, but he did not let go. Lancelot looked at her deeply and said, Catherine, I would like to call you that. Do you know how I feel about you? Then, you've made so many exceptions for me. Does that count as an answer? Gu Xingyin raised her head and looked at the man who was taller than her by a head. She indirectly answered his question. If you want to be my man, you have to prove yourself with your strength first. Chapter 157. Your Highness, may I know why you summoned me? A handsome man bowed to Gu Xingyin. Sala, I need you to go to the Rose Duchy and teach those vampire hunters a lesson, Gu Xingyin said coldly. Sala's face was full of excitement. Sala obeys. He had long since found those hateful vampire hunters an eyesore. Gu Xingyin glanced at him. Don't overdo it. Sala quickly lowered his head. Yes, Your Highness. Gu Xingyin went to the Night Castle. She wanted to change her strategy with Rita. He wondered if Rita would still feel resentment and jealousy toward Gu Xingyin if the person she fell in love with was not Olivin. Rita was picking white roses in the garden of the Night Castle. There was only one type of flower in the entire castle. Coincidentally, white roses were Catherine's favorite. The vampires in the Night Castle didn't dare to stop Gu Xingyin. They could only inform their master who wasn't in the castle. Your Highness. Rita turned around and saw Gu Xingyin standing behind her. She didn't know how long Rita had been standing there looking at her. Gu Xingyin walked towards Rita step by step. She was wearing a royal dress today. It was said that it was very popular among humans. Her long skirt floated on the ground, drawing beautiful arcs in the air. Rita was a little nervous. She didn't know why Her Highness suddenly visited. Gu Xingyin bent down and picked the brightest white rose. She gently put it in Rita's hair. Very beautiful. She glanced at Rita and a faint smile appeared on her face. Rita suddenly blushed. She suddenly felt that Her Highness' smile was better than all the white roses in the garden. Gu Xingyin did it on purpose. She only had one goal, but there was no limit to the process. This time, she suddenly had an idea. If she were to increase Rita's favorability with her now, as long as Rita had enough favorability with her, would the blood swap in the original plot disappear? Her Highness is the prettiest. Rita suddenly blurted out such a sentence. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized what she had said. Her face paled as she knelt down. Your Highness, please forgive my offense. She had heard that this prince of the Brooke clan was the noblest existence among the vampires, just like her own father, Owen. Although he had never heard of Her Highness disliking others praising her beauty, his words just now were obviously too frivolous. Gu Xingyin lowered her eyes. She realized that this was a good opportunity to increase her favorability. She reached out with one hand and gently pulled Rita up. Make yourself at home. In fact, I like you very much. If it wasn't for Owen's insistence, I would have brought you back to Nightingale Castle. She was slightly taller than Rita, and her posture almost hugged Rita. Rita only felt that her breath was filled with Her Highness' cold aura. However, Gu Xingyin didn't realize it at all. She continued to whisper affectionately into Rita's ear, "Such a cute little girl like you." When Oli Wen came in, he saw this scene. His fiancée was dressed to the nines. She outshone all the white roses in the garden. His new favorite, Rita, was nestled in Catherine's arms shyly. Both of them were whispering something intimately. For some reason, Oli Wen felt a little stifled. Chapter 158. What are the both of you doing? Gu Xingyin turned around and saw that Oli Wen seemed to be a little unhappy. She glanced at Rita, who was standing very close to her, and suddenly realized something. Could it be that Owen was jealous because she was too close to his lover? Gu Xingyin took a step back and looked at him. "I am here as a guest. Since you are not around, I can only admire the white roses in the garden with my cute little Rita." Rita looked at the distance between the both of them. She did not know why, but she felt a little regretful. Oli Wen looked at Catherine's expression and was sure that she did not have any improper thoughts about Rita. Only then did he feel relieved. His tone relaxed. "If you are coming to the Dark Knight Castle, you can tell me in advance. I will definitely make time for you." Gu Xingyin looked at him with disdain. "What is there to talk about with a man like you about?" "Oli Wen, Rita, I suddenly feel like laughing." It turned out that Her Highness Catherine was such an interesting person. In the following days, Gu Xingyin visited the Dark Knight Castle frequently. Every time she visited, she would have a good chat with Rita. It was not that she did not notice Oli Wen's expression, but she did not understand. She only wanted to chat with Rita. They were both women. What was there for Oli Wen to be worried about? The system complained in its mind. "Naive host, don't you know that the Blood clan has always been shameless? Even Oli Wen himself likes both men and women." Oli Wen looked at Catherine, who was getting along well with Rita. His eyes gradually darkened. On this day, after Gu Xingyin left, Oli Wen went to Rita's room. "Your Highness." "Ah!" Rita screamed. The next second, her neck was grabbed by O. Livingston. "Stay away from her, Rita." Oli Wen looked at her with bloodthirsty eyes. Rita's eyes flickered. "Your Highness, I don't understand what you mean." Oli Wen tightened his grip on her neck. "You don't understand?" "Catherine may not understand, but don't you understand?" He slowly leaned close to her ear. "Put away your shameful thoughts. She is not someone you can touch." After that, he released his grip on Rita and threw her to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. It took Rita a long time to catch her breath. She looked at the man who was sitting high above her. Suddenly, a surge of courage came out of nowhere as she blurted out the words in her heart. "Your Highness, since you like Catherine so much, why don't you tell her? Why do you have to change lovers one by one?" As soon as she said this, Oli Wen's aura suddenly turned violent. Rita spat out a mouthful of blood from the pressure. Oli Wen stared at her with bloodthirsty eyes. "If you weren't my blood, I would have sent you to see Cain just for what you just said." He didn't seem to want to see her again. His figure blurred and disappeared into the darkness. Rita was left sitting on the ground in a daze. After a long while, she let out a low chuckle. "Since you like her, don't do things that will hurt your lover. Since you keep changing lovers one by one, it proves that you are not worthy of her." She slowly stood up and walked into the darkness. Her shadow was elongated under the dim light. It was distorted and strange as it slowly disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 159. When Gu Xingyin arrived at the Dark Knight Castle again, Rita was nowhere to be seen. "I sent her to the Loki Kingdom," Oli Wen explained. Gu Xingyin looked at him in surprise, wondering why he was willing to let her go. She did not try to hide it, and Oli Wen immediately understood what she meant. He gritted his teeth and said, "Rita and I are not as close as you think." Oh, Gu Xingyin understood in a second. Scumbag. Oli Wen was helpless, but he did not know how to explain it to a person who was not enlightened, so he did not care. Gu Xingyin did not have anything to do. She could clearly feel the change in Rita's attitude towards her. It seemed that she had improved her relationship with Rita. Moreover, judging from the current situation, Rita and Li Wen did not have a deep relationship. Thinking about it, in the original plot, the incident where Rita attacked him in order to be with Li Wen would not happen. In that case, Gu Xingyin felt that he could take the time to visit a certain man. When Gu Xingyin arrived at the Ryan family mansion, it was late at night. She thought that she would have to go to his bedroom to see him, but she did not expect to see him at a training ground. He had been practicing his sword all night. She took a closer look at Lancelot's level and realized that he was already a swordsman. However, this could not calm Gu Xingyin's anger. It was true that a high-level swordsman could not sleep or rest, but for a low-level swordsman, sufficient rest was necessary. Otherwise, it would be a huge burden on the body. Lancelot, who was focused on practicing his sword, suddenly realized that he could not move. He then watched as the sword in his hand was forcefully taken away by a strong force. Just as he was about to activate the Ryan family's defense, he heard the voice that he had been thinking about day and night. You don't take your body seriously at all. Are you living too freely? Lancelot thought that he was dreaming. When he came back to his senses, he realized that the force that was restraining him had disappeared. She hurriedly turned around and looked at Gu Xingyin, who was wearing a cloak. You've come. Gu Xingyin heard the surprise in his voice, but put that aside for now. Didn't the memories I passed to you tell you that sword cultivation has very high requirements for the body? If you do this, you might be able to improve very quickly in a short period of time, but you're wasting your aptitude, do you know that? She said sternly. In fact, how could Lancelot not know? However, he couldn't wait any longer. When he thought of her conditions and the gap between them, he felt that he couldn't wait any longer. Since she came to see me, did it mean that she actually missed me too? When Lancelot thought of this possibility, he was overjoyed. He looked at Gu Xingyin, who was staring at him coldly. He was not affected by her cold face at all. He complained, I miss you every night. I can't sleep because I miss you. Gu Xingyin, she laughed angrily. Now it's my fault. So. Lancelot walked to her side. He hesitated for a moment, but still firmly held her hand. You can supervise me. Watch me every day and make sure that I rest on time. Then I won't let this affect my body. Gu Xingyin. Give him an inch, and he wants a mile. However, a certain man's shameless and superficial plan still succeeded. In his bedroom, a non-human successfully moved in. Chapter 160. Don't you need to sleep? Lancelot looked at Gu Xingyin innocently. Gu Xingyin stood aside coldly. No need. Didn't you want me to watch you sleep? You can sleep now. Lancelot didn't say much. He obediently started to take off his clothes. Jacket, inner shirt, until his firm upper body and smooth muscles were exposed. Then, Lancelot was dismayed to find that this woman did not even spare him a glance. The man didn't give up. He started to walk around the room again. He bent down to pick up something, then walked past Gu Xingyin and inadvertently showed the muscles on his arms. However, it was obvious that it didn't have any effect. When Gu Xingyin was done with his show, and he was done admiring it, he gave him a blow to the heart. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Lancelot, he could only lie back on the bed helplessly. He had thought that he wouldn't be able to sleep with his beloved beside him, but he hadn't expected his thoughts to be so calm. After a while, his breathing calmed down. Only when Gu Xingyin was sure that he had fallen asleep did the indifference on his face fade away like the tide. She slowly walked to Lancelot's side and looked at him quietly, as if she couldn't get enough of him. Lancelot woke up with a smile and looked in a certain direction out of habit. There was no one. He immediately woke up and looked around the room, but he didn't see anyone. What's going on? Could it be that everything that happened last night was just a beautiful dream? Lancelot was a bit disappointed. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. What are you looking for? He was surprised and overjoyed when he saw Gu Xingyin appear in the room. I didn't see you just now. I thought last night was a dream. Gu Xingyin was silent for a bit before saying, Don't think too much. Since I promised you, I'll naturally supervise your swordsmanship. Lancelot blinked. Then during the day. He knew that vampires couldn't see daylight. However, Gu Xingyin shook her head. It's fine. Sunlight doesn't affect me much now. I'll just wear this cloak. As a result, the people of the Ryan family saw a mysterious person wearing a black cloak beside their young master. When the two of them appeared in front of the dining table, Lancelot then realized that Gu Xingyin seemed to be unable to accept human food. Who is this? Brought, Lancelot's father and the head of the Ryan family, asked in surprise. Father, she is my swordsmanship teacher, Lancelot said with a smile. Brat's attitude suddenly became enthusiastic. He knew that his son had been practicing strange swordsmanship recently. At first, he did not approve of it, until he saw the power of the swordsmanship. It was simply too mysterious and couldn't be explained with common sense. He was quite curious and respectful towards his son's teacher. Gu Xingyin's attitude was as polite but cold as ever. Brat didn't mind. Most experts had their own quirks. As for the fact that Gu Xingyin was a woman, he was only surprised for a moment. He invited Gu Xingyin to eat breakfast together. The taste buds of vampires couldn't actually detect the taste of human food. Gu Xingyin only ate 2 mouthfuls and then stopped. Mrs. Ryan's attention was drawn to the hand that reached out for the cloak. White, slender, perfect hands. Could a woman with such a pair of hands really be the teacher that taught her son such powerful swordsmanship? Mrs. Ryan felt that her son might have been deceived. When she heard that the two of them were going to the training field, she had an idea. Chapter 161. Young Master Ryan, I heard that you have a new swordsmanship teacher. I specially came to ask for advice. A blond man said to Lancelot. After he finished speaking, he looked at Gu Xingyin, who was wrapped in a black cloak but still had a graceful figure. His tone was full of undisguised contempt. I heard that your new teacher is actually a woman. He sized up Gu Xingyin, such a weak woman should stay at home and be protected by a man. A weapon like a sword is not suitable for a woman. Anne. He looked at the sword in Lancelot's hand, his expression was full of disdain. It is indeed a woman's sword. It is so small, can it cut the enemy's throat when dealing with him? Lancelot was furious. This blond man was his previous swordsmanship teacher. His name was Hart. His swordsmanship was good, but he was arrogant and looked down on women. When Lancelot came back, he told his parents that he was learning a new swordsmanship and did not need a swordsmanship teacher. It seemed that this move made him unhappy. But how dare he humiliate her? Lancelot was about to speak, but Gu Xingyin stopped him. She looked at Hart with a faint smile. You want to compete with me? Hart looked proud, of course. Gu Xingyin nodded. Well, it seems that you don't like my swordsmanship. She stretched out her right hand and a sword appeared out of thin air. Hart was shocked by her move. He snorted and said, You're just pretending to be mysterious. Gu Xingyin ignored him. Instead, he turned to Lancelot and said, Take a good look. This is the prowess of sword arts. Lancelot was very curious. He had always known that Catherine was powerful, but he had never seen her use a sword. Then, his eyes widened. A bright sword light flashed. The huge sword in Hart's hand, which was said to be made of the strongest material, was cut into 2 pieces. The sword in Gu Xingyin's hand was pressed against his neck. A chill spread from Hart's neck to his entire body. He did not doubt that this sword could easily cut off his entire head, just like the broken sword on the ground. Tell me, with such a thin sword resting on your neck, do you think he can slit your throat? Gu Xingyin gently pushed the sword in his hand forward, and Hart immediately felt a sharp pain. Hart's expression did not change. He looked at Gu Xingyin. I apologize for my previous behavior. Your swordsmanship is very powerful. I am far behind. I, Hart, am convinced that I have lost to you. You can punish me as you wish. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, looking like he was ready to be killed. Gu Xingyin casually put away the sword in his hand and did not even look at him. Since you already know what you want to know, let's go. As she spoke, her gaze drifted in a certain direction. Mrs. Ryan, who was hiding in a small attic, felt a chill in her heart. She felt that her whereabouts had been discovered. Impossible. She comforted herself. This location was special. No matter how powerful that person was, it was impossible for him to discover her. Lancelot, who had been paying attention to Gu Xingyin, noticed her behavior. He quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Gu Xingyin replied noncommittally. After Mrs. Ryan went downstairs, she thought for a moment and told her husband what happened today. "What did you say?" Brat was shocked and angry. Chapter 162. You're so stupid. Mr. Brat walked around the study twice. According to what you said, Lance's teacher was strong enough to subdue Hart with a single sword strike. It's not strange that she found you. Mr. Brat was a little depressed. Strong people like her are all proud and arrogant. What if she gets angry and leaves? What will happen to Lance? Mrs. Ryan was also a little anxious. I just wanted to test her strength. How could I have known that Hart would be so straightforward? Mr. Brat suddenly asked, is that mysterious strong person really as powerful as you say? Speaking of this, Mrs. Ryan's eyes lit up. Oh my God, I've never seen such elegant swordsmanship. I saw that she just held the sword and gently waved it, and then there was a flash of light. Then the sword was placed on Hart's neck. Mr. Brat pondered for a moment and finally decided. In that case, you should go and apologize in person. Such a strong person was worth lowering oneself to make friends with. Mrs. Ryan was not stupid. She understood her husband's meaning and nodded. Okay, I'll go and prepare. Mrs. Ryan's arrival was within Gu Xingyin's expectations. Your Excellency, I'm sorry for offending you today. Please forgive me. Mrs. Ryan sincerely apologized. Gu Xingyin didn't intend to do anything. After all, she was the mother of her lover in this life. She nodded and accepted Mrs. Ryan's gift. In the evening, Lancelot came to the small courtyard the Ryan family had arranged for Gu Xingyin. I'm sorry. Gu Xingyin didn't say anything. Lancelot wasn't stupid. The other party was obvious enough. A dignified vampire princess came to the human world for him, accompanied him to practice swordsmanship, and paid attention to his health. What did he do to deserve her love? But she was wronged by him. He suddenly saw Gu Xingyin's figure move and disappear from the room. Lancelot was shocked. Did she leave in anger? He couldn't help but call out, Catherine, are you there? But no one answered. Lancelot sat on the ground dejectedly. She must be angry and didn't want to see him. Actually, Gu Xingyin did not think too much about it. She had suddenly disappeared because she had sensed Oliwen's aura. You really are here. Owen's voice was emotionless. Looking at Gu Xingyin's puzzled gaze, Oliwen suddenly didn't know how to vent his anger. What should he say? Should she say that she had not been in Nightingale Castle for a long time, and that she had been staying in the house of a human man? Should she say that he was jealous and came looking for her regardless? What position did he have to say that? In the end, he could only force out a sentence, I heard that you've been infatuated with a human recently, so I came to take a look. Gu Xingyin was not in a good mood. She retorted, I remember that this is not the McAvoy family's territory. Owen, aren't you overstepping your boundaries? Oliwen was just about to speak when he suddenly stopped. He could clearly hear the words Catherine in the wind. You actually allowed him to call you by your name? Oliwen could only feel the anger in his heart burning up inch by inch. Only when I, Catherine, have no obligation to report to anyone when I do things. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Gu Xingyin turned to leave. A hand reached out to block her path. Chapter 163. Gu Xingyin looked at Li Wen, who was blocking her, in confusion. Owen's melancholy blue eyes had already turned dark red, and his cultured and refined face had also become devilishly charming. Catherine, you are my fiancée. How can you have feelings for other men? He said in a low voice. What a joke. Catherine looked at him coldly. Li Wen, where did you get the confidence to say such things to me? Li Wen's eyes flashed with pain, but it was quickly covered by blood. I will not allow you to like other men. The only person who is worthy of you is me. Li Wen looked at Gu Xingyin steadily. Gu Xingyin was confused by this development. What was going on? Didn't Li Wen like Rita? Li Wen, your current situation is not normal. Look carefully. I am not Rita. Gu Xingyin looked at Li Wen's blood-red eyes and knew that this was a sign of the McAvoy family falling into madness. Rita? So you think I like her? Li Wen laughed in a low voice. I am very clear-headed, Catherine. Who is Rita? If she didn't look a little like you, I wouldn't even look at her. The one I love has always been you, he said with a sigh. Li Wen seemed to have revealed a secret that had been buried in his heart for many years. His eyes locked onto Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin was stunned by his words. System, you did not tell me that Li Wen's true love is actually Catherine. The system was also very innocent. I did not know either. This was not in the original plot. Gu Xingyin, this unreliable system. However, Li Wen still had to deal with it. You love me, but you keep changing lovers. Li Wen, I really can't accept your love. Gu Xingyin's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Li Wen's heart. He knew that a person like Catherine would not tolerate the fact that her other half was unfaithful. What if there's more to this matter than meets the eye? He refused to give up. Gu Xingyin looked at him steadily. I don't want to know anything. You just need to tell me, are your lovers real? Owen couldn't deny it. Gu Xingyin sneered, look, Li Wen, what are you using to prove your feelings for me? Are you going to use your endless supply of lovers? She stopped talking and turned to leave. Also, Owen, don't do anything to Lancelot, if you still want us to be friends. Her voice came from afar in the wind. Li Wen covered his face and laughed softly, deal with a human. Catherine, you are underestimating me, Owen McAvoy. Catherine was, after all, the highest leader of the Brooke family. It was impossible for her to spend all her time on Lancelot. She would only occasionally check on Lancelot's situation and leave some things behind. She would never meet with him. On the other hand, Rita's rate of improvement was shocking. Her strength was already close to that of a duke. The hierarchy of the blood race was very strict. High-ranking members of the blood race started from the count, followed by the marquis, the duke, and finally the prince. When she was transformed by Li Wen, she was only a count. Even though Li Wen's blood transformed her, her speed of improvement was still shocking. Chapter 164. Gu Xingyin took the time to visit the Loki kingdom. She did not tell anyone. She was surprised when she saw Rita. The woman in front of her was really Rita. Her lips were as red as blood, and she was drinking a cup of fresh blood. Rita, long time no see. Gu Xingyin greeted her. Rita's relaxed expression froze. She seemed to be in disbelief. Your Highness. It's me. Gu Xingyin walked over. Rita seemed to be in a panic. She stood up and bowed to Gu Xingyin. When she stood up, she saw her gorgeous dress and black fingernails. She paused for a moment. Your Highness, please take a seat. Rita personally poured a cup of fresh blood for Gu Xingyin and turned to leave. When she came out again, she had changed into the familiar look Gu Xingyin was familiar with. Gu Xingyin suddenly realized that she had gone to remove her thick makeup just now. You look more natural now. I almost didn't recognize you just now. Gu Xingyin said casually. Rita smiled shyly. Your Highness, how come you have time to come here? Gu Xingyin looked at her. I heard that you have been improving very quickly recently. I came to see the new Duke of the Vampires. With Rita's speed, it would not be a problem for her to become a duke. There were less than 10 dukes in the entire vampire race. Rita seemed a little embarrassed. In front of your Highness, a duke is nothing. Gu Xingyin looked at her. Don't belittle yourself, Rita. You are already very good. Gu Xingyin stayed in the Loki kingdom for a day. When it was time to leave, Rita was reluctant to leave. If you have time, you can come to the Nightingale Castle. You are always welcome. Gu Xingyin said. What a pity. Rita lowered her eyes. His Highness Owen felt that he would not allow a disloyal person like me to set foot in Nightingale Castle. After Gu Xingyin returned to the Nightingale Castle, she began to prepare for her hibernation. Every 500 years, the vampires would go through a period of weakness. Usually, they would enter a deep sleep during this period. This wasn't a small matter. The original Catherine had been sealed by Rita when she was in hibernation with a group of blood breeds. After confirming that the defensive measures of Nightingale Castle were all activated, Gu Xingyin also drew a huge defensive array in the basement where she chose to sleep. She left a message for Lancelot, saying that she had something to do and might not appear again for the next 100 years. The slumber of vampires ranged from a few decades to a few centuries. She had confidence in her lover. With his talent, she didn't know what he would become after 100 years. Gu Xingyin quietly fell into a deep sleep as she felt the energy in her body rapidly depleting. What she didn't know was that by the time she woke up, the world outside had already changed. When she woke up, the system heaved a sigh of relief. Host, you've finally woken up. The system's tone seemed to be very glad. How long have I been asleep? Did something happen? The system replied, the host has been in hibernation for 160 years. Rita led many members of the McAvoy family to betray Owen. What did you say? Gu Xingyin was shocked. Why? The system hesitated for a moment. It is said that Duke Rita coveted Prince McAvoy's fiancée and was driven out of the McAvoy family in anger. Gu Xingyin coveted Owen's fiancée. Doesn't she like Owen? Wait. Gu Xingyin's eyes widened. Owen's fiancée. Chapter 165. You mean to say, the person Rita likes is me? Gu Xingyin found it hard to believe. The system replied with silence. So, the reason Li Wen was jealous back then was because he could tell that Rita likes me and was jealous of Rita? The system fell silent once more. Gu Xingyin felt that she needed to calm down. How's Lance? She finally thought of her lover. Just as the system was about to speak, the restrictive barrier Gu Xingyin set up in the basement was broken. It was not brute force. Rather, it was the same method used to set up restrictive barriers. In this world, there was only one person who knew of this method. This time, there was no need for the system to answer. Sure enough, in the next second, Lancelot's face appeared before Gu Xingyin. Catherine the Great, he called out to her with a hoarse voice. Then, he bent down and carried her out from the coffin. Sword Sage, not bad. You have improved a lot. However, how did you get in? Gu Xingyin asked as she leaned into his embrace. The man placed her down on a chair in the main hall. Then, he crouched down and said, I fought my way in. Sure enough, in the next second, many of the castle's guards rushed in. When they saw Gu Xingyin who was seated on the main seat, they said, Your Highness, a very powerful human rushed in with a strange weapon. His words were suddenly cut short. That very powerful human was kneeling on the ground, helping their grand prince put on his shoes. Gu Xingyin cast a cold glance at them and said, Leave. The guards obeyed and left. The guard who spoke earlier had a look of admiration on his face as he said, "As expected of your highness the Grand Prince." To think that such a powerful human would succumb to your highness the Grand Prince's charm. The main hall fell into a state of silence. Lancelot suddenly stood up and said, "You once told me that in order to become your man, I must first use my sword to prove my strength." Then he bent down and looked at Gu Xingyin. The two of them could hear each other's breathing. "Now, do I have the qualifications?" Gu Xingyin raised his head, only to see his figure reflected in the other party's blue eyes. She chuckled softly, raised her hand, and wrapped it around his neck. Her breath smelled like orchids. "I allow you to call me Katyusha." Lancelot's expression suddenly became ecstatic. He couldn't wait any longer as he leaned over and pressed his lips on the woman's captivating red lips. Lancelot looked deeply at the person beneath him. He looked at her red lips that were especially moist because of the deep kiss just now. He looked at her eyes that were no longer cold and sparkling. "Can I?" He bent down and let her feel the changes in his body. Gu Xingyin didn't say anything. She just closed her eyes. At the height of his passion, Gu Xingyin could not help but extend his fangs and press them against Lancelot's neck. "My dear, Katyusha, bite down." Lancelot looked at her steadily. Gu Xingyin didn't hesitate any longer. Her fangs sank into his flesh. Lancelot felt as if fireworks were blooming in his mind. He groaned and fell onto Gu Xingyin's body. Gu Xingyin closed his eyes and indulged himself in sleep. When she woke up, she found herself lying on the bed. Her waist was held possessively by an arm. "Awake?" Lancelot's voice came from above her head. He was full of smiles. He wasn't asleep at all. Yesterday, he was overjoyed when he received his lover's approval. He didn't expect that there would be an even bigger surprise waiting for him. He stared at his lover's sleeping face and felt that he couldn't get enough of it. Chapter 166. After Gu Xingyin woke up, there were still a lot of things waiting for her to deal with. Not to mention the backlog of things in the Brooke family, there were still two troublesome matters. Owen and Rita. The two of them turned against each other because of Princess Brooke had caused an uproar among the vampires. Gu Xingyin's attitude towards this was to hold a banquet in Nightingale Castle. She was going to tell everyone that the Princess of Brooke already had someone she liked. Almost all the high-ranking blood breeds had received the invitation, including Owen and Rita. Many vampires were waiting to see how this would develop. However, they were disappointed. When Owen and Rita met, there were no sparks as expected. Both of them snorted coldly and went their separate ways. Actually, many vampires were curious. Rita was Owen's blood descendant. If Owen wanted her life, it would only take a thought. Why would he tolerate her until now? Gu Xingyin and Lancelot walked out together. The first thing she said made many blood breeds excited. "Let me introduce you to the man beside me, Lancelot Ryan. He is my partner." Her words shocked everyone. Not a new lover, not a lover, not a blood descendant, but a partner. Vampires were naturally flirtatious, but they treated their other half very seriously. To the vampires, a partner meant loyalty and never abandoning each other. Before the vampires found their other half, they would mostly play around. Once they found their partner, such a life would no longer exist. Many of the blood breeds secretly shifted their attention to Olivia and Rita, wanting to see their reactions. The result did not disappoint them. Both of their expressions changed. Rita even screamed, "Your Highness, why did you choose a human? Didn't you say you liked me a lot?" Gu Xingyin acutely sensed the cold gaze of the man beside her. She vaguely glared back. "Stop fooling around." Rita's words had attracted the attention of many vampires to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin looked a little helpless. She looked at Rita as if she was an elder looking at an unreasonable junior. "Rita, I did say that I like you. I have always treated you as a very likable junior, and not the kind of feelings you want. I don't like women." Rita seemed to be unable to accept it. She had dressed up rather formally today, but in her grief, she could not care less about her exquisite makeup. She covered her face and wept softly. It's not like this, it shouldn't be like this. What about me? Catherine, do you still remember our engagement? Oh, Livingston looked straight at her. The word engagement successfully made Lancelot tighten his grip on his sword. That's right, she still had a legitimate fiancé. Owen, Gu Xingyin said seriously, the entire vampires know about our engagement. I have never interfered with the things you have done in the past. Now that I have found my partner, let's end our engagement. Oh, Li Wen calmly listened to her words. Just when everyone thought that he would get angry, he slowly smiled. I don't agree, unless, he looked straight at the man standing beside Gu Xingyin who had not spoken. Let him and me have a fair fight. Chapter 167. Owen's words caused many of the vampires to rejoice in his misfortune. Between Owen and Lancelot, all of the vampires were biased towards Owen. A weak human dared to covet the most honorable Prince Brooke of the vampires. What a fool. Everyone was waiting to see Lancelot make a fool of himself. Owen was the prince of the Maccabi clan, a noble pure-blooded. Among the vampires, only Catherine the Great was a match for him. No one else was a match for him. Not to mention humans. Many of them thought that Gu Xingyin would step forward to stop him. Unexpectedly, she only took a step back and gave the human space. It seemed that the prince didn't like the human that much. Many of the vampires thought, otherwise, he wouldn't have watched him die. Lancelot only glanced at Gu Xingyin, his eyes full of affection. As for the other vampires, except for Catherine the Great, no one else was worthy of his attention. He pulled out the sword in his hand. The moment the sword was unsheathed, his entire aura changed. If Lancelot was described as a good-looking human nobleman just now, then at this moment, he was like a sharp sword that had already been sharpened. His entire body was covered in the cold light of a sharp blade. The whispers died down immediately. Many members of the Blood clan had realized that this human was not as weak as they had imagined. Owen also put away his indifferent expression. He looked at Lancelot and said, "You are stronger than I had imagined." Lancelot looked at him calmly and said, "You might say the same thing again in a while." Owen sneered, "Shameless boasting. The number of people who dare to say such things in front of me can be counted on one hand." He looked at Gu Xingyin and said, "The person you like is such an arrogant person?" Gu Xingyin's expression did not change. "You will find out soon." Owen's heart ached at the unreserved trust in her words. He smiled and said, "All right, then let me see how strong a human can be." Lancelot's sword was already slashing down mercilessly. The development of the situation was beyond the expectations of the vampires. Was that man really human? Not some ancient god clan. How could a human possess such power? Many members of the blood race found it hard to believe that Lancelot was locked in battle with Owen. Looking at the calm and composed Gu Xingyin, who seemed to have expected this, the moods of the vampires changed. She was indeed worthy of the prince's attention. She was definitely not a mediocre person. Gu Xingyin's expression suddenly froze. With a flash of her body, she entered between the two people who were fighting. His hands deftly pushed and clapped, successfully separating the two people. That's enough. If she hadn't stopped them earlier and allowed them to continue fighting, it would have been a situation where both sides would have suffered. Are you that afraid of your man getting hurt? Oh, Li Wen sneered. Gu Xingyin turned to look at him. Oh, Li Wen, don't let your emotions get the better of you. Lancelot's sword aura is not something that can be easily healed by ordinary self-healing. Oh, Li Wen's expression warmed up for a moment when he heard that she was thinking for him. But in the next moment, he saw that man holding Catherine's hands and complaining intimately, "Are you hurt? Why did you rush out like that?" His good mood instantly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 168. When Gu Xingyin looked over. Owen did not wait for her to speak. He suddenly said, "Since this man is strong enough to be worthy of you, I will fulfill my promise." I, Owen of the McAvoy clan, announce that from today onwards, my engagement with Yekaterina Brooke is annulled. He looked at Gu Xingyin and said each word clearly. For some reason, Gu Xingyin could feel a strong sense of sadness from him even though his expression was calm. Lancelot knew what he was sad about. His intuition told him that Owen's feelings for Gu Xingyin were the same as his own. However, he was not in the mood to sympathize with a love rival. Li Wen didn't stay any longer. After saying that, he left. As the prince of the McAvoy clan, he should be strong and omnipotent. Even if he let go, he should be confident. After Owen left, Rita did not stay any longer. The Blood clan also left one after another. Lancelot became famous after that battle. No one dared to look down on him anymore. Gu Xingyin and Lancelot lived a peaceful life in Nightingale Castle for a long time. How did you survive for the past 100 years? Gu Xingyin leaned on the soft couch and looked at her lover who was reading a book. Lancelot raised his head and thought for a moment. At first, I stayed at home. Because I stubbornly refused to get married and have children, I lost my status as the successor of the Ryan clan. This was a relief for me. But then, after 10 or 20 years, the clan realized that my appearance had not changed at all. They began to fear me. There was even one time when I heard my parents talking about me, saying that I was a monster. His tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something unrelated to him. Gu Xingyin felt her heart ache when she heard that. She had forgotten that this world was different from the world of swordsmen. Ordinary people would find it hard to accept that one's appearance did not change and had a long lifespan. Later, I moved to a forest not far from Nightingale Castle. At that time, I no longer needed to eat grains. I don't have to worry about meeting strangers, and I can be closer to you. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Xingyin suddenly stood up and hugged him. He gently kissed her long hair. Don't think too much. I don't feel sad about this kind of life. Because he always had a thought in his heart, he never felt that the days were difficult. Recently, the blood race had made several big news. Duke Rita had returned to Prince Maikavi's service. Princess Brooke had married that powerful and abnormal human in Nightingale Castle. At this time, the two were nowhere to be found. It was said that they were on their honeymoon. During the wedding, Prince McAvoy and Duke Rita attended as well. The few of them actually enjoyed the banquet as though they were not affected by the previous incident at all. Are you planning to take me on a tour of the entire continent? Gu Xingyin looked at the man. Lancelot hugged the person in his arms tightly. When I used to practice my swordsmanship, I always thought that one day, I would be able to leave our footprints in every part of the continent with you. He knew that Gu Xingyin had existed for countless years. Perhaps she had already seen the scenery of this continent countless times. But in the past, he was not there. He was so domineering. He hoped that when this woman recalled something, he would be in it. Chapter 169. Gu Xingyin raised her head and said to Lancelot, "You have to stay by my side. When I wake up, you'll be the first person I see." Lancelot dotingly looked at his lover's pale face because of her weakness. He leaned over and kissed her lips with heartache. "I promise I'll stay by your side until you wake up." Gu Xingyin laid down in the coffin with a peace of mind. Gu Xingyin was a little worried when the 500-year period of weakness came again. This time, it was the time when Rita wanted to swap blood with Catherine out of jealousy in the original plot. Although Rita and Li Wen did not have the chance to be together in this world, she did not think that Rita would be dissatisfied with her in this world. Gu Xingyin let her imagination run wild. She felt that she might be overthinking things. Coupled with the wave of weakness, she closed her eyes and fell into a trance. Lancelot did as he said. He personally guarded the basement where Gu Xingyin was sleeping and did not allow anyone to enter. He planned to accompany her through this deep slumber just like this. Until he received a letter from Li Wen. The letter was indeed written by Li Wen. The contents of the letter made him tremble. He turned around and looked at Gu Xingyin who was still sleeping peacefully. He waved his hand and set up a layer of restriction before leaving in a hurry. The place where Liwen had agreed to meet was very far away. Even though Lancelot was flying on his sword, it still took Lancelot almost half a day to arrive. Liwen was already waiting there. He was pacing back and forth, looking very uneasy. What happened? The two of them asked at the same time when they saw each other. Lancelot's expression turned cold. Weren't you the one who wrote the letter to ask me out? Liwen's expression changed. You were the one who asked me out. Oh no. Lancelot looked at his expression and thought of something. They did not speak anymore and hurried to Nightingale Castle. At this time, Nightingale Castle welcomed a group of uninvited guests. Where is Her Highness' sleeping place? Rita softly asked a vampire who was pressed to the ground. He was a guard of Nightingale Castle. The Blood Clan member looked at Rita with disdain. Shameless traitor, you will receive your retribution. A hand pierced through his chest and crushed his heart. Rita slowly pulled her hand out and took out a white handkerchief to wipe off the blood stains on it. Looks like they won't talk about it. Go and find them. The basement was quickly found. Rita suppressed the excitement in her heart. She could already see the magnificent coffin. You, go take a look and see if His Highness Brooke is inside. She pointed at a vampire beside her. The Blood Clan member was obviously excited. He thought that this was a chance for him to show his face. He slowly walked into the coffin, glanced at it, and then turned back. That's right, it's a grand prince. Countless snow-white sword lights appeared in the void and shredded him into pieces. Just as I thought, Rita snorted. Break the array here. Lancelot's expression suddenly darkened. Liwen was worried. What's wrong? Lancelot's expression was gloomy. The array I left at Katusha's sleeping place has been broken. Rita looked greedily at the sleeping Gu Xingyin. She could not help but reach out and touch her face. Her expression was full of obsession. Your Highness. Chapter 170. Gu Xingyin was forcefully awakened by the system. If a sleeping blood breed was forcefully awakened, the consequences would be dire. However, the system could not do anything about it. If the host was not awakened, the consequences would be even worse. Even the mission in this world might fail. Rita was shocked by Gu Xingyin, who suddenly opened her eyes. Your Highness. Rita panicked. Wasn't Her Highness in a deep sleep and could not wake up? Rita. Gu Xingyin's dark golden eyes looked at her emotionlessly. You brought so many blood breeds to my castle to congratulate me on waking up from my deep sleep? The aura of a prince instantly swept through the castle. The blood breeds who followed Rita could not help but kneel before Gu Xingyin. Even if Rita was unwilling, she could not resist the instinct of her bloodline. Let me guess. What are you trying to do? Taking advantage of my weakened state to replace me? Gu Xingyin sat in the coffin calmly, trying her best not to let any blood breeds see her weak state. She was forcefully awakened by the system and was still in a weakened state. Her combat power was less than 10%. If Rita really wanted to go all out, she might not be able to withstand it. The only thing she could do now was to pray that Lancelot would notice the problem with the restrictive spell and rush over. Rita trembled under her aura. I love Your Highness. So you brought so many advanced blood breeds, killed the guards of Nightingale Castle and forced your way in? Rita's heart was filled with despair. She did not bother to explain herself. She just lay on the ground and waited for Gu Xingyin's verdict. However, after a long time, she did not hear any movement from Gu Xingyin. Rita raised her head and saw Gu Xingyin looking at her with a complicated expression. There was regret, pity, and pain. Rita, who was about to accept her fate, was provoked by Gu Xingyin's gaze. She suddenly straightened up and looked at Gu Xingyin. Your Highness, why are you still showing me such an expression at a time like this? You don't know that it was you who made me hold some unrealistic hopes. Then, you personally shattered my hopes. Gu Xingyin, oh no, I think I overdid it. After Rita finished her sentence, she seemed to know that she had no chance at all. She was waiting for Gu Xingyin to deal with her. However, she still did not see Gu Xingyin take any action. Rita suddenly had an epiphany. She gritted her teeth and slowly stood up. Your Highness. She tried to approach Gu Xingyin. Let me guess. It's not that you don't want to make a move, but you can't, right? She looked at Gu Xingyin and revealed a strange smile. Your words just now were just to buy time. You didn't wake up naturally at all. You forcefully woke up from your deep sleep, right? Gu Xingyin secretly ridiculed her sister. Do you have to be so quick-witted? Rita suddenly raised her head and a dense dark energy burst out from her body. The Blood Clan members who were being suppressed by Gu Xingyin stood up one by one. As expected, even the level suppression is weak. Rita smiled and moved closer to Gu Xingyin. Your Highness, you should be an arrow at the end of its flight, right? Gu Xingyin's expression did not change. Even if I only have 10% of my strength left, Rita, with just you and this motley crew, you won't be able to get away with it. Rita sneered. Whether or not they can get away with it, we'll only know after we try. Chapter 171. Reality had proven that even though Gu Xingyin only had 1/10 of her strength left, she was still able to hold her ground under the siege of so many high-level blood breeds. However, she was only able to hold her ground. Rita was getting more and more excited. She said to the blood breeds behind her, she is very weak now. As long as she can hold on a little longer, we will succeed. Gu Xingyin was indeed unable to hold on any longer. Waves of weakness came from within her body. She even felt that her vision was becoming blurry. Lancelot, if you don't come over, I will really fall into an eternal slumber. She muttered. The system could not interfere with the normal development of the plot. The most it could do was to wake the host up and prevent her from falling into a deep slumber so quickly. As if he had really heard her words, she felt Lancelot's aura in the next moment. A sword light that was filled with rage and murderous intent slashed towards Rita with an unstoppable momentum. No matter how fast Rita was, she was not as fast as the sword light. She dodged quickly and avoided her vitals, but her entire left arm was chopped off. Lancelot had no time to care about her. His figure flashed and he appeared beside Gu Xingyin. However, he only caught his lover's falling body. The blood breeds knelt down once again. The bloodline suppression from Prince McAvoy at his peak was not something that Gu Xingyin could barely compare to. Rita, you are very good. You are very good. Owen gritted his teeth and looked at her. Rita knew that this operation had completely failed. She raised her head and smiled disdainfully at Owen. I am not a coward like you. If you like something, you have to fight for it yourself. If I had your strength, I would never let her fall into the hands of others. Owen lowered his head and looked at her. Even if you don't care about her wishes and make her hate you forever? Rita's expression changed. She sneered and said, that is still better than nothing. Owen looked at her from above. The bloodline and glory bestowed upon me by the McAvoy family makes me disdainful of such despicable and lowly actions. Your actions are unworthy of the bloodline of the McAvoy family. I will take back the bloodline I bestowed upon you. Just as he finished his sentence, an obvious change happened to Rita. Her delicate skin quickly shriveled up, and her moist red hair suddenly became white and dull. In just a few seconds, she had turned from a young woman in her prime into an old woman with one foot in the grave. This isn't me. This isn't me. Rita almost screamed. This is you. Without the bloodline I bestowed upon you, you are nothing. Oh, Li Wen no longer looked at her and turned to leave. Without the blood clan's ability to live forever, this woman wouldn't be able to live much longer. What's wrong with her? Owen came to Lancelot's side. He's asleep. The other party's answer was concise and comprehensive. Oh, Li Wen looked at Gu Xingyin carefully. She forcefully woke up during her weak period and fought with someone. This time, her slumber may be prolonged indefinitely until her strength is fully recovered. Lancelot picked her up. It's all right. I have enough time to wait for her to wake up. Owen watched him leave with her in his arms. After a while, he looked away and laughed self-deprecatingly. He accepted his fate and helped him clean up the mess behind him. Chapter 172. No one knew where Lancelot had taken her, except for Owen, who could occasionally find her whereabouts. The last time Owen saw him, he was building a house in a deserted valley and lived there for 20 years. Have you ever thought about what if she never wakes up? In fact, Owen had already sensed that the power in Gu Xingyin's body was slowly recovering. It might not take many years for her to wake up. He couldn't stand Lancelot's affectionate expression and deliberately wanted to provoke him. After so many years, the two of them had unexpectedly become good friends. Then I will accompany her. When I can no longer accompany her, I will put my ashes beside her. Lancelot was putting a bouquet of flowers with dew beside Gu Xingyin's pillow. Owen looked at him and suddenly felt very envious. Unfortunately, he would never have the chance to love someone like this again. Gu Xingyin woke up in the autumn when the leaves fell. When she woke up, Lancelot was sitting beside her. You're awake. Lancelot's smile was as gentle as ever, as if this was a routine greeting every morning. Gu Xingyin also smiled. Yes, I'm awake. In this world, Gu Xingyin didn't know how long she had been with Lancelot. She only remembered that she had experienced innumerable times of weakness and deep sleep, and every time she opened her eyes, Lancelot would look at her with a gentle smile. A swordsman's lifespan was not unlimited, and Lancelot had inevitably entered a period of weakness. Don't be sad. Lancelot still looked so young, and he still held her so gently. I am satisfied that I can accompany you for so many years. He looked at Gu Xingyin. During this period, I think I have had many intermittent dreams about the two of us. He smiled and said, we seem to be destined to be lovers. In every life, I will meet you, and then we will be very happy. Gu Xingyin wanted to cry. Katyusha, don't change me. He kissed her lips. Gu Xingyin nodded. She had lived long enough in this world. Lancelot left quietly. Gu Xingyin did not seem to be particularly sad. She placed his ashes in her bedroom. When the next period of weakness came, she stepped into the coffin with his ashes with a calm expression. Your Highness, that human is already dead. His Highness Prince Brook is now considered single. Other than you, no one else is worthy of her, a member of the blood clan said to Owen. Owen shook his head. No one else would have that chance. That person was dead and Catherine would never wake up again. His guess was right. Gu Xingyin fell asleep and never woke up again. The first thing Gu Xingyin did when she returned to the space was to summon the system. Actually, you know who he is, right? She was not stupid. Even if the system could not find out the identity of her lover, it was impossible that it could not find out after such a long time. This time, the system changed its answer. The host does not have enough authority to find out. Gu Xingyin, very good, you are ruthless. Then when will I have the authority? The system's white light flashed. There is no hard and fast rule. When that person is willing to let the host know, the host will know. Gu Xingyin. You win. Chapter 173. Owen Maikavi. He was a third-generation blood breed, the noblest pure blood. He was also the strongest existence in the entire blood breed. However, he was destined to be unable to love anyone. That was because he was born with a curse and the person who cursed him was his mother. As he was too powerful, he had absorbed almost all of his mother's energy when he was still in her womb. She was afraid of him and she cursed him to die prematurely. However, she did not succeed. When he was born, the woman who gave birth to him was at the end of her life. He was born with this knowledge, so he clearly heard the woman using the last bit of strength in her life to cast the most vicious curse on her own son. You monster! I curse you, never get close to the person you love. Otherwise, you will bring her bad luck. You will kill her. Ha 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 ha. He did not take it to heart in the past. The blood breed had such a long lifespan. What kind of relationship could withstand such a long period of training? Everyone was just playing around. As long as they did not fall in love, the curse would never come true. However, he did not know that feelings were one of the most uncontrollable things. He had fallen in love with his fiancée. What kind of man would not be moved by such a woman? How ironic. He was her fiancé. He should have been the one who could rightfully possess her. However, he could not get close to her. He could only wander between different types of men and women to earn himself a reputation of being a playboy. He used this as an excuse to escape from his true feelings. He watched as Catherine looked at him. At the beginning, her eyes were filled with anticipation, disappointment, and finally, calmness. He knew that she had given up on him. He saw the human girl named Rita. She had the same red curly hair and fair skin as Catherine. Even her brown eyes were similar to Catherine's dark golden eyes. Thus, he converted her. In the dead of the night, he would treat her as his fiancée and deceive himself. Rita was too smart. She could tell that he had feelings for Catherine. Even she was attracted to him. He chased everyone away angrily. He wanted everyone who had feelings for Catherine to disappear. However, he could secretly get rid of those who had feelings for her. But what about the people Catherine liked? No one told him what to do. He looked at her and the human named Lancelot and smiled at each other. Finally, he could not hold it in any longer and blurted out the feelings that he had hidden for thousands of years. What he got in return was her surprise and disbelief. That's right. He laughed at himself. Based on what he had done in the past, who would dare to believe that he was sincere? He was not willing to give up, so he proposed to compete with that human. In fact, he regretted it as soon as the words left his mouth. Such despicable behavior was unlike him. That man did not disappoint him. A human could actually possess such great power. He was worthy of her. Since he would never be able to give her happiness, then he would give her his blessings. He told himself to let go, but why did his heart, which had long been numb, hurt so much? That man was dying. He knew that no matter how strong he was, a human's lifespan was limited. However, he didn't understand why Catherine didn't change him. He had a premonition that if that man left, he would never be able to see Catherine again. Sure enough, she lay down and never woke up again. From then on, he alone guarded the entire blood race until the end of time. Chapter 174. Gu Xingyin looked at her current situation. System, I think you should explain. System, in this mission world, the host's original body, Shen Xiaoxiao, got into a car accident 2 years ago when she was on vacation. Her parents died on the spot, and Shen Xiaoxiao also lost the ability to stand up and walk. Gu Xingyin, System, the system recommends the host to choose the self-healing ability of the blood breeds from the previous world. Gu Xingyin laughed. Don't tell me, you already thought about it. Although she said that, she also knew that the system's suggestion was the most suitable for her at the moment. She couldn't really bear to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. Closing her eyes, Gu Xingyin began to receive the system's transmission of the world's storyline. Ever since the car accident, the original Shen Xiaoxiao's temperament had changed greatly. She became cold and didn't like to talk. Not to mention going out, even her former friends had all cut off contact. At the beginning of this year, the latest holographic MMORPG, Spirit Sword Fairy, seemed to have opened the door to a new world for her. In the game, she could freely walk and run like a normal person. No one would look at her with sympathy or pity. Because she was willing to spend money and time in the game, Shen Xiaoxiao's in-game ID was Luo Mu Xiao. She could be considered a famous expert in their server, Riverside Immortals. It was just that this expert was very cold. This was the impression the entire server had of her. She didn't have any friends in the game, until that woman appeared. That ID was Xiaolu Yanyu, and she was obviously a newbie. That day, Luo Muxiao passed by the novice village and saw Xiao Lu Yanyu running away pathetically from a group of low-level monsters. She remembered that she wanted to refine a weapon. Coincidentally, there was a material that could be dropped from these monsters, so she took care of those monsters. Little did she know that Xiao Lu Yanyu would pester her from then on, insisting on worshipping her as her master. Shen Xiaoxiao refused to look at her countless times, but she didn't give up. It wasn't until a month later that Luo Muxiao finally relented and accepted her as her disciple. Lu Yanyu was lively and liked to act like a spoiled child. Every time Shen Xiaoxiao saw her, she would think of her own ragdoll cat, Tuesday. Although she didn't like to talk and had an introverted personality, once she acknowledged someone, she would treat that person wholeheartedly. She brought Lu Yanyu to do quests, helped her to get equipment, helped her to forge weapons, everything a master could do, no one could do better than her. She felt that she had at least met a true friend in the game. Until one day, she heard a conversation between Lu Yanyu and another player. He didn't know if Lu Yanyu was careless or if she forgot to turn on private chat. I wasn't wrong, right? Luo Muxiao is someone who lacks love in real life. Give her a bit of warmth, a bit of sweetness, and she'll be like a dog that smells a bone, clinging onto you and not letting go. Lu Yanyu said proudly. Yanyu, you're amazing. Ha ha ha, I'm still missing a spirit rhino stone. Tomorrow, I'll go look for my good master and act like a spoiled child. Shen Xiaoxiao was practically running away. Luo Muxiao's heart wasn't very good to begin with, and the car accident before caused her body to suffer quite a bit of damage. In a fit of anger, she actually went into shock. Then, Gu Xingyin became Shen Xiaoxiao. In Gu Xingyin's eyes, this Shen Xiaoxiao was a bit too sensitive and fragile. If it was her, she probably would have killed that bitch with a single slash of her sword. But she had gone through a great change, so her delicate and sensitive personality was understandable. Xiao Lu Yanyu, right? Shen Xiaoxiao repeated the name twice, coldly laughing. Chapter 175. Gu Xingyin thought for a long time before she found a mirror in an inconspicuous corner. Ever since she left the hospital, Shen Xiaoxiao had asked the housekeeping company to remove all the mirrors in the house. Gu Xingyin had to search through her memories to find this side. He reckoned that the original owner of this body had forgotten about it. The girl in the mirror had the kind of delicate and beautiful facial features that were unique to southern girls, but her pale and dull complexion and lifeless eyes had shaved off half of her beauty. Gu Xingyin sighed to herself. Shen Xiaoxiao was also a person with a hard life. I will live through this life for you. System, confirm that I have inherited the blood breed's self-healing ability. Gu Xingyin ordered. The system's white light flashed, and a halo appeared in its body, slowly landing on Shen Xiaoxiao's body. In fact, it landed on Gu Xingyin's soul in Shen Xiaoxiao's body. Gu Xingyin felt a comfortable feeling spread throughout her body, as if the heavy and powerless feeling in her body had disappeared without a trace. However, a sour and numb feeling came from all parts of his body, especially his legs. She knew that this was the effect of the self-healing ability, but this feeling was indescribable. System, how long will it take to completely heal all the diseases in this body? Gu Xingyin asked. The system said, with Shen Xiaoxiao's body condition, half a month for the other parts of her body, but a month for her legs. Gu Xingyin said, please help me block all perception. She was not in a hurry to enter the game. She looked around the house. Shen Xiaoxiao's family was very well off, and after the car accident, she received a large sum of compensation. It could be said that even if she did not do anything for the rest of her life and only spent money, she could still live a carefree life. She was now living alone in a high-end duplex bungalow. This was where the family of 3 used to live. After Shen Xiaoxiao's parents passed away, many people tried to persuade her to move to another place so that she would not be sad, but Shen Xiaoxiao insisted on not moving. Gu Xingyin didn't have a problem with living here, but she had a problem with the decoration of the whole house. Was it really okay for a young lady in her 20s to make her room look like a 70-year-old auntie? As far as the eye could see, there was not a single bright object in the entire room. It was no wonder that Shin Xiaoxiao would become like that. Even a normal person would probably become reclusive after staying in such an environment for a long time. Gu Xingyin spent a whole week contacting housekeeping companies and shopping malls to renovate her room. Her legs were inconvenient, so she had been living on the first floor. The upper floors were still the same as before the accident, so there was no need to renovate them. The housekeeping company's auntie, who often came to Shin Xiaoxiao's house to do part-time work, smiled happily. "Miss Shen, how many times have I advised you that young people should be more energetic? You finally figured it out." Gu Xingyin was very grateful for the auntie's kindness. She smiled and said, "Auntie Liang, you're right. If I stay like this, my parents will be very sad if they know. I want to live happily so that they can rest assured." Auntie Liang looked at her and could not help but tear up. Her children were about the same age as Shin Xiaoxiao, and for more than a year, every time she looked at Shin Xiaoxiao's appearance, she felt very sad. Fortunately, the girl had finally walked out. Chapter 176. After settling everything, Gu Xingyin picked up the gaming helmet at the bedside. She was actually a little curious. Holographic online games did sound very magical. A white light flashed and Gu Xingyin found herself on a green grassland. She could even see a few butterflies flying among the flowers. She tried to walk 2 steps. It was very agile, almost no different from living in the real world. The technology of this world had already developed to a very powerful stage. At this time, she heard a constant beeping sound beside her. At the same time, a delicate voice was heard, "Master, where are you? Master, I am stuck at the one-line sky. Can you come over? Master, are you there? Master, are you offline? I am learning how to refine equipment. I am still missing a spiritual rhino stone. When you come online, can you help me get one?" Gu Xingyin glanced at it. They were all messages from the same ID, Lu Yanyu. Without saying anything, she cleared the screen. Following the route in her memory, Gu Xingyin came to a place. This was a hell difficulty instance. Previously, Luo Mu Xiaoxiao was stuck here for 2 days. Not only Luo Mu Xiaoxiao, no player in the server had been able to pass this level. Luo Mu Xiaoxiao's job was a swordsman. Her appearance was very ordinary. She had white hair and black hair. Behind her back was a 3-foot-long sword. Her appearance was also not outstanding. In this game, players could adjust their appearance by 100%. Most players adjusted their appearance. Only Shin Xiaoxiao, who did not take the normal route, chose to adjust her appearance by 100%. Thus, in general, Luo Mu Xiaoxiao's appearance did not look outstanding at all. She tried to slash monsters. The first time, after 2 rounds, Luo Mu Xiaoxiao, pounce. The second time, after 10 rounds, Luo Mu Xiaoxiao, pounce. On the third time, Gu Xingyin was more or less familiar with the game. Holographic online games had high requirements for the player's reaction speed, agility, strength and so on. Many of the experts in Linjiang Immortal server were born in the army. However, what could be more familiar with swordsmen than Gu Xingyin, who had lived in the world of swordsmen for thousands of years? Therefore, on the 4th try, after more than 10 minutes of fighting with the boss, Gu Xingyin managed to clear out the boss HP with a beautiful slash. Announcement: Player Luo Mu Xiaoxiao has killed the world boss Bull Demon King, completing the server's first kill and achieving a heaven-defying achievement. She is rewarded with a celestial weapon, Water Dragon Roar. The world channel instantly exploded. Playing Chopper again, what the fuck, I soloed Bull Demon King. I can't even last 3 rounds. Falling tree rustling is awesome. Cute, immortal equipment. There are immortal artifacts in this game. I'm still wearing my gold equipment, and the god is already using his celestial equipment. Piglet, I thought that the first kill would be Mountain River Sword Guru. Fleeting observation, when did Luo Mu Xiaoxiao become so awesome? I've had a PK with her before. She doesn't seem like someone who can kill Bull Demon King. I only look but don't speak, upstairs, Luo Mu Xiao Xiao must have been going easy on you. Mountain River and I were preparing to kill Bull Demon King in the dungeon. When we saw Luo Mu Xiao Xiao, we waited at the side. I was bored so I recorded it. Take the link. No need to thank me. I'm not talking anymore. I'm going to kneel and lick her for another minute. The world channel was silent for a few minutes. Then. Fleeting observation, fuck, 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 fuck. Thank you, Almighty, for your mercy. Chapter 177. Gu Xingyin looked at the chat log and searched nearby. Sure enough, she saw a few people standing nearby. I only looked and didn't speak. Seeing that Gu Xingyin had discovered them, he rushed over with a howl, "Great God, fallen tree deity, from today onwards, you are my idol." Gu Xingyin glanced at him and didn't say anything. She turned around and left. I only looked and didn't speak. Great God is indeed as cold as the legends say. Fallen tree deity. A cold voice called out to her, "Are you interested in a PK with me?" Gu Xingyin stopped in her tracks and saw the man who spoke. He had the same white clothes and black hair, but he was much more gorgeous than fallen tree deity's simple appearance. Gu Xingyin noticed that there were dark lines on his collar and sleeves. From time to time, there was a flash of dark light. He was so particular about playing a game. Presumably, this person was also someone who wouldn't compromise in real life. His appearance was very handsome. For Gu Xingyin to comment on him like this, his appearance was indeed very outstanding. However, due to the game's appearance adjustment, it was unknown how much of his handsomeness was exaggerated. Gu Xingyin noticed his ID. Mountain River Single Sword. The server's #1 player on the PK leaderboard? Gu Xingyin raised her eyebrows, sure. Coincidentally, she also wanted to see what kind of standard the normal players in this game were at. The two of them arrived at the arena. Almost at the same time, they drew their swords. I only looked and didn't speak. I was dazzled. Swordsman was the most popular class in Spirit Sword Fairy. Who didn't dream of traveling the world with a sword when they were young? Moreover, swordsman's style and moves were the most stylish in the entire game. Of course, the requirements for the players were also the highest. Mountain River Single Sword was recognized as the strongest swordsman in the server. Many players even thought that he was the #1 swordsman in the entire server. He was also the #1 player on the PK leaderboard. Although Fallen Tree Deity was strong in the past, she wasn't a match for Mountain River Single Sword. But now, you let me win. Gu Xingyin nodded at Mountain River Single Sword and turned to leave. The #1 Blade Master in the server was indeed very strong. This time, the Mountain River Sword did not stop her. Beep. Gu Xingyin opened the virtual page. Player, Mountain River Sword, has requested to add you as a friend. Gu Xingyin thought about Shen Xiaoxiao's character and refused without hesitation. But in the next second, beep. Player Mountain River Sword has requested to add you as a friend. Gu Xingyin refused again. Ding. Player Mountain River Sword has requested to add you as a friend. This time, Mountain River Sword added a sentence, I received a hidden mission. I need to add you as a friend before I can form a party. Gu Xingyin hesitated for a moment before agreeing. On the other side, Mountain River Sword smiled helplessly. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be despised by someone. He even had to find a reason to add someone as a friend. Not good, the players had already noticed the change in the PK leaderboard. One Sword of Mountains and Rivers, who was originally high and mighty, silently moved down a position. And the position of #1 was occupied by Fallen Tree Deity. Little moon like little millet, oh my god, the unchanging #1 on the PK leaderboard has been challenged. Who is this Fallen Tree Deity? Cursory observation, upstairs, you haven't been online for the past 2 days? Who is Fallen Tree Deity? Go to the forum and click on the hottest post. You'll know. Playing Chopper again, Fallen Tree Deity is too fierce. First, she killed the boss, Bull Demon King. Then, she challenged Mountain River Sword. If it wasn't for the fact that this game can't change gender, I wouldn't believe that she's a woman. Girl is me, Chopper, what do you mean? Are you looking down on women? Come to the arena and PK with me. Chapter 178. In front of Gu Xingyin stood a pink-clothed lowly. Above her head were the words, Xiao Lu Yanyu. She was Shen Xiaoxiao's cheap disciple. She was a dancer. Everyone knew about this class's attire. Xiao Lu Yanyu's appearance in the game was very good. Her figure was also very good. She pouted and acted cute. Most male players couldn't stand it. She looked at Gu Xingyin with admiration. Master, I didn't expect you to be so strong. You actually defeated the number 1 player on the PK leaderboard, Mountain River Single Sword. Gu Xingyin coldly called her, Xiao Lu Yanyu. Xiao Lu Yanyu felt cold. Although Luo Mu Xiaoxiao was usually cold, she always called her Xiao Lu. This was the first time she called her by her full name so seriously. She inexplicably felt uneasy. What's wrong, master? A message popped up. Gathering and parting will eventually happen. Don't force fate. Luo Mu Xiaoxiao has forcefully removed your master-disciple relationship. In Spirit Sword Fairy, there was a setting that Gu Xingyin was very satisfied with. That was, in the master-disciple relationship, the master had the dominant position. If the master wanted to remove the master-disciple relationship, even if the disciple didn't agree, as long as they spent 1,000 gold, they could forcefully remove it. But the disciple didn't have this authority. Master, why? Xiao Lu Yanyu seemed very sad. She looked at Gu Xingyin with tears in her eyes. Gu Xingyin only said one sentence, Luo Mu Xiaoxiao is someone who lacks love in real life. Give her a bit of warmth, a bit of sweetness, and she'll be like a dog that smells a meat bone, clinging onto you and not letting go. You said that right? Xiao Lu Yanyu's face was pale. Master, listen to me. Gu Xingyin's face was cold. Oh, you explain. I'm listening. Xiao Lu Yanyu. Gu Xingyin didn't guess wrong. She just habitually pretended to be pitiful. This matter couldn't be explained at all. Xiao Lu Yanyu saw that acting pitiful didn't work, so she stopped pretending. What's wrong? Am I wrong? I only gave you a little benefit, and you took the bait. If it wasn't for you, how could I have leveled up so quickly? Tell me, aren't you? Before she could finish her sentence, she was sent back to the novice village by Gu Xingyin. This matter was not over yet. Gu Xingyin tore a teleportation scroll and squatted at the respawn point. She camped the corpse and began a forced PK. For a person like Lu Yanyu, how could dying once be enough? She wanted to turn Xiao Lu Yanyu white. However, in Spirit Sword Immortal, players who were forced to PK could not take the initiative to go offline, unless there was an external factor that forced them to go offline, for example, a power outage or someone taking off their helmet. They simply could not refuse. Moreover, it was a forced PK. Every time a player died, they would lose a level, and they would lose a random piece of equipment. Even the items in their bags would not be spared. Gu Xingyin played a total of 60 PK matches, no more, no less. Every time you die, you lose a level. Lu Misty Rain happened to be level 60. Everything that Lu Yanyu had taken from Luo Mu Xiaoxiao, she wanted her to return them all. The current Luo Mu Xiaoxiao could be considered a famous person in Linjiang Immortal server. Her every move was watched by people. Now that they saw her killing a level 60 smurf at the respawn point, they all gathered around and gossiped. Seeing this, Lu Yanyu scolded in the world chat, Luo Mu Xiaoxiao, do you still have any shame? The dignified number 1 player on the PK leaderboard, a level 90 expert, actually forced a level 60 smurf to PK with me? I know you're jealous that I'm prettier than you, but you're going too far. Everyone, come and judge for yourself. Luo Mu Xiaoxiao forcefully removed my master-disciple relationship for no reason, and then she inexplicably forced me to PK. Gu Xingyin admired her ability to turn black into white. Fortunately, she had a backup plan. Chapter 179. Many of the onlookers actually believed him. A little yellow duck, I don't think so. Luo mu xiao xiao, you have the demeanor of an expert. Waves flying up, Luo mu xiao xiao, I didn't expect her to be this kind of person. The girl is so pitiful. A girl is me, why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? Playing chopper again, I have a feeling that the Almighty isn't that immoral. Lu Fengyu, bah. What great God. She's just a slut who can't bear to see others better than her. Our Yenyu treated her so well and always thought of her as her master, but in the end? Ha, Mountain River Sword, the clear one knows his innocence. I just smiled and didn't say anything. For Lu Yenyu, look at my ID playing chopper again. Was that Mountain River God? What do you mean by that? Help Luo mu xiao xiao. Luo mu xiao xiao, there's a link to the forum. Go take a look yourself. Playing chopper again, Guru Luo mu xiao xiao actually spoke on the World Channel. Requesting to combine. Luo mu xiao xiao's usual posts were pitifully few. Many people actually went to the forum to look at the links she posted. Gu Xingyin had a backup plan. She had set up a recording of their conversation. Lu Yenyu had never thought that Luo mu xiao xiao would play such a trick. Based on her understanding of Luo mu xiao xiao was definitely the type of person who disdained to explain. This time, she was in deep trouble. It was the Mountain and River Sword that surprised Gu Xingyin. He was actually speaking up for him. Playing chopper again, fuck little Lu Yenyu, you're actually this kind of person. I've finally seen what it means to be shameless and invincible. If it were me, I would have done the same to you. Little moon like little millet, wait, it's so lively. What did I miss? Quick observation, girl, you're so cute. You're always half a beat slower. Let's go to the forum. A little yellow duck, Guru, I was wrong. I apologize. For a woman like Lu Yenyu, it's not too much to turn her white. Waves flying up, Guru, I was wrong. I apologize. For a woman like Lu Yenyu, it's not too much to turn her white. A girl is me, Guru, I was wrong. Not all girls deserve to be treated well. Xiao Lu Yenyu is bad for life. Gu Xingyin sat there leisurely. As long as Lu Yenyu revived, she would insta-kill her. Sigh, this feeling is really good. Mountain River One Sword was currently running a dungeon with just looking at me don't speak and the others. I just smiled and didn't say anything. Taking pleasure in his misfortune, I said, I really didn't think that God Luo mu xiao xiao, who looks like a quiet and inarticulate person, would actually dig such a big hole for that woman Lu Yenyu. Serves him right. Mountain River One Sword thought of a certain woman who was expressionless but secretly turned on the recording function, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Being silent doesn't mean that you're brainless. A smile in the wind said, hey guys, I don't think Great God has joined a guild, right? How about we call the Almighty over? I've seen her play before. If it were a guild war, she would definitely be a killing machine. If you can do it, then that 5 poison thumb ring will be yours. Laughter in the wind was overjoyed. Boss, you're serious. You're not allowed to go back on your word. I'll go right now. Mountain River One Sword smiled indifferently. When have I ever gone back on my words? On the other side, Gu Xingyin successfully turned Lu Yenyu into a beginner outfit. Under everyone's admiring gazes and Lu Yenyu's resentful expression, she left. Offline, sleep. Chapter 180. The phone rang and Gu Xingyin picked it up. It was a close friend, Li Yu. Xiao Xiao, I'm in J City. Do you want me to visit you? Li Yu's voice was filled with caution. She couldn't be blamed for being so careful. She hadn't seen Shen Xiaoxiao since a year ago. Even if she came to Shen Xiaoxiao's house, she had never been able to enter. Okay, when are you coming? Gu Xingyin replied. Okay, Li Yu's words suddenly stopped. What did Xiao Xiao just say? My plane ticket is in the morning. I'll be there around 11 o'clock. She was a little excited. Okay. Xiao Xiao. Li Yu bent down and gave Gu Xingyin a big hug. She looked at her friend. And her complexion was good and the house was tidy. She didn't look like someone who was wallowing in self-pity. It seemed that Xiao Xiao had successfully walked out. The bigger surprise was yet to come. You haven't eaten yet, right? I can't entertain you here. Let's go out to eat. After eating, you can push me to the park for a walk. I haven't gone out for a long time. Okay, okay. Li Yu hurriedly agreed. She was afraid that Shin Xiaoxiao would refuse to go out. The two chose a famous restaurant in S City. Young Master Mo, what are you looking at? Mo Tingyuan retracted his gaze. Nothing. The person who spoke just now curiously looked in that direction and only saw the back of a wheelchair pushing the back. Xiao Xiao, look at that person. He's so handsome. Li Yu suddenly whispered to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin casually looked in the direction she was talking about. His facial features were elegant and his temperament was gentle and leisurely. He was indeed handsome. She felt that he was somewhat familiar. Gu Xingyin blinked. What a coincidence. She remembered. Wasn't this the Mountain River single sword? It seemed that he didn't adjust his appearance in the game. It was just that the ancient and modern clothes made Gu Xingyin unable to react for a while. Mo Tingyuan felt that someone was looking at him. He looked back and saw that it was the woman just now. Gu Xingyin did not feel embarrassed. She nodded at him generously and turned her gaze away from him. Mo Tingyuan was amused. It was rare to see a girl acting so matter-of-factly when facing him. His smile had successfully surprised Zhang Yang, who was eating. I say, young Master Mo. Did you see something interesting? Zhang Yang asked. This time, he saw Gu Xingyin's face and exclaimed, oh, so I saw a beauty. What a pity. He looked regretfully at the wheelchair under Gu Xingyin. Eat your food. Mo Tingyuan withdrew his smile and said indifferently. When the two people arrived at the elevator, Li Yu suddenly said to Gu Xingyin with a subtle expression, I'm going to the bathroom. Little Xiao, wait for me here. Gu Xingyin nodded. The moment Mo Tingyuan stepped out of the door, he saw the girl sitting alone in a wheelchair, waiting for the elevator. Her companion was nowhere to be seen. Do you need help? Out of curiosity, he walked over and asked. Gu Xingyin raised her head in surprise. When she saw that it was Mo Tingyuan, she smiled. No, thank you. My friend will be here soon. Just as she finished speaking, Li Yu walked over. Little Xiao, who are these two? Li Yu was surprised. Kind-hearted people. Gu Xingyin said concisely. Pft, Zhang Yang was amused by this adjective. Was this a line from a primary school textbook? Chapter 181. Li Yu came to S City this time for work, so she only accompanied Gu Xingyin for less than a day before leaving. The moment Gu Xingyin entered the game, she received a friend request from a stranger. She rejected him without even thinking about it. Laughter in the Wind waited for a day, and when Luo Mu Xiaoxiao finally came online, this was the result. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared. Since the great god didn't want to add him as a friend, he would say it in person. For the 5 poison thumb ring with heaven-defying attributes, he would go all out. Gu Xingyin was picking herbs in a valley, and when she looked up, she saw an aggressive beast tamer, rushing towards her. She thought that he was here to seek revenge, so she raised her hand and slashed out. Laughter in the Wind died. No way, great god, are you saying that no one can enter within 500 meters? Laughter in the Wind didn't revive immediately, but lay on the ground and wailed. The moment he opened his mouth, Gu Xingyin knew that she killed the wrong person. Sorry, someone asked me to settle a personal grudge here, and when I saw you, I thought it was. Gu Xingyin was a little embarrassed. After all, this was her responsibility. Laughter in the Wind then tore a scroll and revived on the spot. Great God, since it's a misunderstanding, then let him pass. Let me introduce myself, I'm Laughter in the Wind. Luo mu xiao xiao. Laughter in the Wind's introduction was cruelly interrupted. He looked over unhappily, so many people. Looking around, there were at least 20 people on the other side, and it was obvious that they didn't come with good intentions. The great god said that he had a personal grudge to settle, and this was it. Was the great god planning to fight 20 people on his own? Although the people on the other side all hid their IDs and equipment attributes, anyone who dared to block Luo mu xiao xiao would know that they weren't simple characters. I didn't expect that the great god, number 1 on the PK leaderboard, would actually ask for help. Obviously, the other side thought that Laughter in the Wind was a helper that Gu Xingyin found. Laughter in the Wind puffed out his chest, and just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Gu Xingyin. Step back. Gu Xingyin took a step forward and looked at those people. You're just a few sneaky fellows. Are you worthy of me asking for help? Laughing in the Wind, what the fuck, that's really arrogant. He likes it. Did Lu Yanyu ask you to come over? I originally planned to settle the score with her, but I didn't expect her to not give up. Cut the crap. Luo mu xiao xiao, so what if you're number 1 on the PK leaderboard? With so many of us, I don't believe that we can't take care of you. Gu Xingyin said slowly, even if there are 100 pieces of trash, they are still just 100 pieces of trash. Laughing in the Wind felt that the great god was simply too crazy. Why did so many people think that she was low-key in the past? At this time, Gu Xingyin turned to look at him and said slowly, remember to record it. Laughter in the Wind, then Gu Xingyin moved. She did not hesitate in the slightest as she rushed straight into the middle of the crowd. With this kind of fighting style, if one's skills were slightly inferior, it would be an act of seeking death. But would Gu Xingyin seek death? She let Laughing in the Wind experience what was called flirtatious movement, what was called heaven-defying reaction, and what was called number 1 on the PK leaderboard. What the fuck? Laughing in the Wind's eyes were sluggish as he watched Luo mu xiao xiao completely destroy the 20 people. Did the great god really not use cheats? Only when Luo mu xiao xiao kept her sword and was about to leave did he wake up from his dream. Great god, I want to worship you as my master. Gu Xingyin coldly and heartlessly rejected him. You're a beast tamer, I'm a blade master. Laughing in the Wind, I can make a smuff. Gu Xingyin, just tell me your purpose. Laughing in the Wind. Alright, he remembered that he was interrupted when he introduced himself. Chapter 182. So you want me to join your guild? A smile in the wind nodded. Okay. Great God, don't be in such a hurry to reject. Our chatting and laughing pugilistic world is the biggest guild in Linjiang Immortal. Almost half of the players on the PK leaderboard are here. A smile in the wind said as he reacted. Great God, what did you say? You agreed. A smile in the wind couldn't believe it. So simple. Gu Xingyin clicked on the request to join the guild. A smile in the wind immediately spammed the guild chat. Frowny face guild, a smile in the wind, great god Luo mu xiao has applied to join the guild. Guild, a smile in the wind, great god Luo mu xiao has applied to join the guild. Guild, a smile in the wind, great god Luo mu xiao has applied to join the guild. Guild, a smile in the wind, great god Luo mu xiao has applied to join the guild. Guild, I'll just look but don't speak, damn, who's spamming? Lunatic, what's wrong with you? Guild, I'll just look but don't speak, damn, great god is coming to our guild. Guild, a butterfly, Luo mu xiao. Isn't she always alone? Guild, Luo mu xiao, hello. Guild, a smile in the wind, hello great god, I'm beside great god. Guild, mountain river sword, welcome. Guild, a butterfly, welcome. Guild, a cloud made of rain, welcome. Guild, love to eat junk food, welcome. The entire chatting and laughing pugilistic world guild was queuing up to welcome the great god. Guild, a cloud made of rain, everyone look, there's a bounty on great god in the world channel. Everyone look at the World channel. World, announcement, brave men are bound to appear when there's a great reward. Bloody War offers a bounty of 10,000 gold for Luo Mu Zhao's head. Playing Chopper again, damn, is Bloody War crazy? A little yellow duck, I'm guessing it's related to that bitch Lu Yenyu. Not long ago, someone saw Lu Yenyu and Bloody War's guild leader, Bloody War the world being very intimate. A fleeting glance, now it's getting lively. Bloody War is going all out for a beauty. A little yellow duck, Great God Guild is at a disadvantage. After all, Bloody Battle is such a big guild. Mountain River Sword, Luo Mu Xiao has already joined chatting and laughing pugilistic world. Announcement, the wind is blowing and clouds are surging. Strength speaks for itself. Guild chat and laughter in pugilistic world has activated Guild War mode against Guild Blood Wars. 3 days later, Stormhouse will fight to the death. Playing Chopper again, fuck, the Mountain River Sword is indeed domineering. Fleeting observation, this is chatting and laughing world supporting Guru Luo Mu. Girls are me, why do I feel like I smell something fishy? Waves flying up, right now, I just want to know how big of a shadow Blood of the World has in his heart. Bloody Battle for the World felt a little stifled at this moment. His reason for placing a bounty on Luo Mu Xiao wasn't wrong. It was to support Lu Yenyu. Lu Yenyu was pretty and knew how to act cute, which greatly satisfied his male chauvinism. Furthermore, no matter how strong Luo Mu Xiao was, she was only one person. How could Bloodbath, the second largest guild in Riverside Immortals, not be able to deal with a lone ranger? However, no one had told him that Luo Mu Xiao was a person who chatted and laughed in the martial world. The reputation of the #1 guild in world of martial arts was not just for show. In the entire Riverside Immortals server, at least half of the experts on the PK leaderboard were in chatting and laughing world. As for the other half, they were separated by Da and Xiaoxia's guilds. In terms of battle power, chatting and laughing world had thrown Bloody War behind by who knows how many streets. The worst thing was that Lu Yenyu's reputation was too bad. There were already many people in the guild who didn't like her. This time, because she wanted to go against chatting and laughing world, there were even a few managers who were dissatisfied with this. Chapter 183. He forcefully suppressed the voices of opposition and only felt a bit tired. Bloody War. A delicate voice came over and a pair of arms wrapped around his arm. Lu Yenyu looked at him pitifully. Bloody War, did I cause trouble for you? Bloody War was originally a bit irritated, but seeing Lu Yenyu's considered appearance, he felt that Laughing World was making a big fuss over nothing. It's nothing. So what if Laughing World is the #1 guild? I, Bloody War, am not to be trifled with. Bloody War, you're so strong. Lu Yenyu's face was full of admiration as she snuggled into his embrace. Gu Xingyin was currently doing a hidden quest with Mountains and Rivers One Sword. This quest required 5 people. They were Mountains and Rivers One Sword, Falling Curtain Xiao, Smile in the Wind, Just Watching Don't Speak, and an ID called Unruly Wind. Gu Xingyin only took one look and understood that this was practically Laughing World's strongest lineup. The other 5 were all top 10 players on the PK leaderboard. Just Watching Don't Speak and Smile in the Wind didn't need to be said, they were just 2 chatterboxes plus jokers. Unruly Wind's personality was more silent. Other than doing quests, she almost never heard him speak. Falling Curtain Xiao and Mountains and Rivers One Sword were blade masters, Smile in the Wind was a beast tamer, Just Watching Don't Speak was an assassin, and Unruly Wind was a Taoist. In short, their team consisted of 4 strong attackers and a healer. They didn't even have a tank. Smile in the Wind had once asked this question, and Gu Xingyin and Mountains and Rivers One Sword's attitude was surprisingly consistent, just kill your way through. Mountains and Rivers One Sword, alright, you 2 gods. Only you 2 have the right to say that. Reality proved that their words weren't wrong at all. Basically, the small monsters weren't much of a threat. Once the boss appeared, of Mountains and Rivers Smile and Fallen would Sai immediately attacked it. After a round of strong attacks, the boss's health dropped by almost half. By the time I laughed without a word and Laughing in the Wind attacked it again, Gu Xingyin dealt another blow and it was over. Unruly Wind quietly stood in the background. He never felt that a healer was so unnecessary. Mountains and Rivers one sword sighed, this is the first time I killed a boss so happily. Of course, he did not forget to record the video. Only in the last round did they encounter some trouble. Not only were the final monsters strong, but they also had insane amounts of HP. For blade masters like Gu Xingyin and Mountain River Sword, they had low HP to begin with. Furthermore, the two of them mainly focused on attack and agility. Basically, they would be defeated after 2 hits from the monster. Smile in the Wind and I just smiled and didn't say anything. It was slightly better for us to hold on for one more round. Fortunately, Unruly Wind was more powerful. After being in the background for so long, he felt quite sullen. Now that he finally had a chance to shine, he almost used his peak strength. Just like that, they finally whittled the monster down to 20% of its HP, be careful, it's about to go berserk. Laughing in the Wind hurriedly shouted. As expected, the monster's body instantly flashed with a red light and entered berserk mode. Holy shit! Attack power and defense power are instantly increased by 30%. Do you need to be so perverted? Laughing in the Wind scolded. My pet can't even do anything to it. Laughing in the Wind was speechless. His pet only lost a few dozen HP when it bit the monster. Looking at the monster's 7-digit HP, he felt that his life was gloomy. Unruly, heal me. Get ready to heal me at any time. Gu Xingyin's eyes lit up. She looked at the monster eagerly. It just so happened that she hadn't used her newly learned chain kill yet. Chapter 184. The white-clothed female swordsman leaped up and unsheathed her sword. Slash, stab, slash. She attacked non-stop for 2 whole minutes. The white-clothed female swordsman was almost negligible compared to the monster. However, no one could ignore her, because every time she slashed down, a shocking red 5-digit number would appear. This attack is simply heaven-defying. The rest of the party members were dumbfounded. Only Unruly Wind barely remembered his quest, heal. Pooh! The monster finally collapsed and disappeared into a flash of light. When Gu Xingyin landed on the ground, he realized that he only had a sliver of HP left. Unruly Wind hurriedly cast a rejuvenation and recovered half of her HP. The others came back to their senses one after another. Laughter in the Wind said, I'm impressed. Great God, I'm impressed. Gu Xingyin was actually quite tired at this moment. There was a feeling index in holographic online games. At that time, she didn't hesitate to choose 100%. In other words, if she was injured or died in this game, the feeling was almost the same as in real life. When she was insta-killing the monster, she almost died a few times. Fortunately, Unruly Wind was there, but the pain was real. Mountain River Sword looked at this woman with a burning gaze. The set of chain attacks that she had just used was practically the most perverted set of skills in the online game Spirit Sword Immortal. However, it was also the most difficult set of skills to execute. At least, before Gu Xingyin used it, there were hundreds of servers in Spirit of Sword Fairy, and not a single player could use it completely. Including himself. He was suddenly very curious. What kind of woman would be on the other side of this game? Let's go and see what dropped. Gu Xingyin said. Great God, you go and open it. Laughter in the Wind said directly. If this monster wasn't fallen tree Xiao Xiao, they might not be able to clear it. Gu Xingyin naturally had priority. Gu Xingyin didn't hesitate and opened the treasure chest. Unexpectedly, besides a large amount of gold, there was only one weapon. The appearance of a divine weapon. Congratulations to players Falling Tree, One Sword of Mountains and Rivers, I Just Smile But Don't Speak, Smile in the Wind, and Unruly Wind for completing the hidden stage Shadow Water Prison quest. Obtain the immortal artifact, Crimson Phoenix Cry. Crimson Phoenix's Cry, Immortal Tier Swordsman Equipment. The user's attack is increased by 20%, agility is increased by 10%, and there is a certain probability that it will absorb 30% of the opponent's attack and use it in the next round. It can advance. Gu Xingyin was surprised. These attributes were almost exactly the same as her water dragon roar. Celestial equipment. I smiled and didn't say anything. I was dumbfounded. Even if nothing else was dropped, the value of this immortal artifact alone was far beyond their expectations. According to the rules, if a team killed a monster, the loot would be distributed according to the player's class. However, there were 2 swordsmen here. I don't need it. Gu Xingyin took out her water dragon roar. I already have an immortal weapon. At this moment, Laughing in the Wind came up and suddenly laughed mischievously. Water dragon's roar, Crimson Phoenix cry. These names sound like a pair. I smiled and didn't say anything. I also came up. Let me see, even the attributes are exactly the same. This can't really be a pair, right? Gu Xingyin, this hidden stage is about to close. Let's go out first. Chapter 185. When they exited the checkpoint, they were not surprised to see that the world channel was flooded with messages. Almost all of them were begging for guides. Laughter in the Wind didn't hide anything and directly uploaded a video. It was the entire process of them clearing the monsters. Oh right, I've also uploaded the video of you taking on 20 people by yourself yesterday. Smiling in the Wind said with ill intentions. Gu Xingyin gave him a good job gesture. What 1v20? Mountain River Sword suddenly asked. Laughter in the Wind was stunned. Did Mountain River have a change of heart today? Didn't he never care about these kinds of things? He still told him about what happened when he went to find Fallen Wood Xiao Xiao yesterday. It must be someone Lu Yanyu found. Moreover, among the people who surrounded God, I recognized a few of them. They were from Bloody Battle Guild. TSK. I've dealt with them for so long. Did they really think that I wouldn't recognize them just because they hid their ID? Laughter, what's the bet for tomorrow's guild war with Bloody Battle? Mountain River Sword suddenly asked. Laughter in the Wind was stunned by his sudden change of topic, but he still replied, 10% of the resources in the warehouse, 10% is too little. Change it to 50%. Mountain River Sword said faintly. Mountain River Sword was shocked, so ruthless. Bloody Battle wasn't a small guild with a few dozen people. As the second largest guild in Riverside Immortal, Bloody Battle had over 1,000 players. The items in the guild warehouse were shared by all players. 10% was not a small amount, but Bloody Battle could at least afford it. If it was 50%, Bloody Battle would probably suffer a great loss this time. We don't have any big grudges in the game. Let's leave some leeway. Laughter in the Wind hesitated. Do you think that if Bloody Battle loses 50% of their resources, those players will blame us for laughing pugilistic world, or blame Bloody Battle for offending us for a woman? Mountain River Sword asked him back. Laughter in the Wind thought for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. You mean to say? Good Mountain River, you can break up Bloody Battle without shedding a drop of blood. You really are sinister. It was clear that Bloody Battle's resources were shared by all guild members. If they lost 50%, it would definitely hurt the interests of the majority of the players. And the reason why Laughing World of Martial Arts started the guild war was because of Lu Yanyu. Those players didn't have a good impression of women to begin with. If Bloody Battlefront sided with her, it was estimated that Bloody Battlefront would lose a lot of players. The few people present were all core members of Jianghu. When they heard this, their eyes lit up and they were eager to give it a try. Gu Xingyin also glanced at Shanhe One's sword. She did not expect him to be such a black-hearted person. In this world, as long as Lu Yanyu was unhappy, she would be able to complete her mission. The suggestion of the Mountain River Sword was to her liking. You're talking about the righteousness of Jianghu? They were competitors in the first place. Chatting and laughing in the pugilistic world was an open and above-board scheme. Who could say otherwise? After a few words of discussion, Laughing in the Wind suddenly laughed out loud. What's wrong? Why are you so happy alone? I smiled and poked him. Laughing in the Wind pointed at the World Channel. Weren't those people shouting for me to show them the guide? Now that I've given it to them, they're unhappy again. I smiled and didn't say anything. I glanced at him and scolded jokingly, I was wondering why you were so generous today. So you've dug a hole for yourself. Chapter 186. The World Channel was indeed filled with cries. You said that Smile in the Wind was hiding something. He didn't hold back at all and recorded the entire process of the 5 people fighting the monster. Everyone saw it very clearly, understood very well, knew very well how they passed the checkpoint. But, what use was that? First, you had to have a team of 5 people. This team of 5 people had to be in the top 10 of the PK leaderboard. Okay, although this wasn't easy, as long as you put in some effort, it was barely achievable. But, at the end, everyone wanted to explode. Just the final scene of the monster going berserk and Luo Mu Xiaoxiao rushing up to kill it was something that no one in the entire Linjiang Immortal server could do. It wasn't just the Linjiang Immortal server. Players from other servers were also watching on the forum, but no one could do it. Many people on the forum even questioned the authenticity of this video, suspecting that Luo Mu Xiaoxiao used a cheat. How could a player complete such precise maneuvers? The World Channel was also filled with discussions. Frowny face passing horse view flower, God is indeed a god. Langda Fiki, seriously, this Luo Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't have used a cheat, right? I've seen her previous battle videos. She's powerful, but definitely not to this extent. Sister is me, God is so handsome, God is so awesome. God, you're my idol. Xiao Lu Yanyu, Luo Mu Xiaoxiao must have used a cheat. She carried me for 2 months before, but her maneuvers weren't that powerful. Xiao Lu Fengyu, yes, I want to complain about Luo Mu Xiaoxiao using a support and affecting the game's fairness. Someone really did report Luo Mu Xiaoxiao on the forum. Spiritual Sword Immortal Game Development Department. Using a cheat. A fair-skinned young man with black-rimmed glasses put down the cup in his hand. Are you questioning my skills? Luo Mu Xiaoxiao. He muttered, I want to see what kind of person can make people question her for using a cheat. What's wrong, Yangzi? A few programmers from the development department walked over. The person called Yangzi casually said, there's a player in the game who's said to have heaven-defying maneuvers. She's being suspected of using a cheat. Using a cheat? How's that possible? One of them sneered. With just the few of us, who can crack our stuff? At this moment, Yangzi had already clicked on the game video. The office was silent for a long time. To be honest, said a programmer. If I hadn't tested it myself, there would have been no way for a plug-in to exist. This kind of technology, Yangzi couldn't help but take another sip of water. He exclaimed, this is a holographic online game. The few of us know best that the player's ability is linked to reality. Could this Luo Mu Xiaoxiao be a special forces soldier or an S-level bodyguard? The discussion on the forum ended with an official statement from Spirit Sword Immortal. The officials of Spiritual Sword Immortal stated that after rigorous testing, the game did not use any external monsters to assist the player. The technical department had also been keeping a close eye on this area and would not allow any player to take advantage of the situation. In other words, Luo Mu Ruxiao was really awesome. This video also garnered Luo Mu Xiaoxiao countless fans. Was she not beautiful enough? Everyone was a gamer, so it was fine as long as their skills were sharp. Could a face tank or insta-kill a monster? The managers of Chatting and Laughing Pugilistic World were too busy just reviewing the applications to join the guild. Not only the players from their own server, but many players from other servers had also joined the guild. They opened their alternate accounts to be closer to their goddess. The guild war with blood battling the world had also begun. Chapter 187. Talking and Laughing Pugilistic World's players had already arrived at Stormhouse. Blood Battle's players hadn't arrived yet, but there were quite a few players who came to watch the show. Dream of 1,000 years, as expected of the number 1 guild. Look at their formation. All the players are in groups. As long as they think about the 2 groups of healers and dancers healing and buffing at the back, the attackers at the front have nothing to worry about. Passing Horse View Flower, Talking and Laughing Pugilistic World's formation is indeed strong, but Blood Battle shouldn't be too bad either. Zio Chopper, come on, Blood Battle is strong compared to us, but compared to Talking and Laughing Pugilistic World? They're not on the same level. Blood Battle looked at the comments in the World channel and his heart was pounding. Damn Talking and Laughing Pugilistic World. Xiaolu Yenyu looked at him worriedly. What's wrong, Blood Battle, is it very difficult? Blood Battle squeezed out a smile. Don't worry Yenyu, Blood Battle, have never been afraid of anything. Xiaolu Yenyu revealed a worshipful smile. I believe in you. Sister is me, look, Blood Battle's players are here. Easy little yellow duck, isn't that Xiaolu Yenyu? She actually dares to come. Isn't she afraid of being attacked by God Luo Muzhao's fans? Zio Chopper, I think it's better to worry about God Luo Muzhao's fans attacking her than worrying about God Luo Muzhao's fans attacking her. After all, Great God Luo Muzhao had personally said that the grudge between the 2 of them was temporarily written off. Xiaolu Yenyu had better not appear in front of her. Otherwise, she would kill her every time she saw her. Passing Horse View Flower, when a woman gets hard, she's really ruthless. Sister is me, what are you talking about? I think God Luo Muzhao's true personality. If it was someone else, would you be able to remain calm after your own disciple said those words? Anyways, if it was me, I would definitely make her unable to survive in this server. Don't show up in front of me, Holy Mother. Zio Chopper, I support sister. Although I'm not a girl, Xiaolu Yenyu is really too much. Gu Xingyin's mood as she looked at the World Channel's messages. Are you really going to attack Xiaolu Yenyu? Mountains River 1 Swords question. Gu Xingyin revealed a rare smile. Of course. She's courting death, so how can I let go of such an opportunity? Mountain River 1 Sword was dazzled by her smile. He clearly had an unremarkable face, but when he smiled, there was an indescribable flavor inside. He had known Luo Muzhao for so long, but he had never seen her smile. So, you know how to smile too? The Mountain River Sword narrowed his eyes. Since this would make you happy, then, he looked at Xiaolu Yenyu who was nestled next to Bloody Battle like a little bird. He lowered his eyes. I can only wrong you. The guild war soon began. Just as everyone had expected, even though Bloody Battle was strong, he stood no chance against Joking Vagabond. At most, he wouldn't lose too badly. However, many people's eyes were on Luo Muzhao. After all, most of them had only seen her figure on the forum. They wanted to see with their own eyes if this number 1 PK god was really as heaven-defying as the rumors said. Gu Xingyin didn't disappoint. With a flash, she directly rushed towards Bloody Battle's core camp. Was she going to take down the enemy's leader? The surrounding players were all excited. As expected of a god, her first move was so extraordinary. Chapter 188. Bloody Battle, players all came over to block her. What a joke. Under the eyes of so many people, all of Bloody Battle's top experts were here. If Luo Muzhao really broke through to Bloody Battle alone, then Bloody Battle wouldn't have the face to continue staying here. However, Gu Xingyin used reality to show them what it meant to have heaven-defying agility, what it meant to have amazing positioning. Although she lost a bit of health, Gu Xingyin really did walk in front of Bloody Battle and little Lu Yenyu, under the eyes of so many players. Laughter in the Wind's eyes were shining. Damn, Great God is too cool. I just smiled and didn't say anything, that's true, but as a man, you're actually not as cool as a woman. It doesn't sound good. Laughter in the Wind glanced at him. Is Great God Luo Muzhao a normal woman? In my eyes, her image has already broken through gender and race. Shut up. Mountain River Sword said indifferently. Look. Everyone thought that, bloody battle, was dead for sure. Nonsense. Anyone who had seen Luo Mu Xiaoxiao kill the Bull Demon King boss and the hidden stage would know how sharp this woman's attacks were. If Bloodlust went up against her, there was no way he could survive. Gu Xingyin didn't waste any words. Almost at the same time she arrived in front of the two, her sword fell. Bloody Battle subconsciously raised the sword in his hand, but the opponent's target wasn't him. Little Lu Yenyu fell to the ground. Gu Xingyin said, Little Lu Yenyu, I said before that as long as you appear in front of me, I'll cut you down. It seems like you didn't take my words to heart. Little Lu Yenyu fell to the ground with resentment, but she was so scared by Gu Xingyin's glare that she didn't dare to speak. She was really afraid of this woman Luo Mu Xiaoxiao. Bloody Battle glared at Gu Xingyin. Luo Mu Xiaoxiao, you're too much to make things difficult for a girl like this. Gu Xingyin's reply was to give him a direct stab. Don't worry, Lu Yenyu is just passing by. It will be your turn soon, Gu Xingyin said faintly. Whether it was the spectators or the people watching the live broadcast of the guild war on the forums, they all felt that Luo Mu Xiaoxiao's current appearance was simply too cool. Feng Hua Shuiyu, damn, when can I be so handsome? I'm willing to die in the next second. Bare Hand Zhizhi, it's morning. Wake up. Hurry up and train. At this time, Bloody War couldn't care less about his face. He directly said to the experts of Bloody War, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and kill her. Although it didn't sound good to have many people ganging up on one person, it was still better than Luo Mu Xiaoxiao barging into their headquarters and killing their leader. Gu Xingyin smiled and a burst of light shone from her body. Epic Rank Scroll, after use, the player is invincible for 30 seconds. Gu Xingyin didn't just charge over in a hot-blooded manner. 30 seconds. I'll make you lie down, Gu Xingyin said softly. Her sword flashed. Damn, it's a chain kill. Bloody War couldn't even survive one round of attacks. 25 seconds. Gu Xingyin sheathed her sword and allowed the attacks of the Bloody War players to land on her body. All of them missed. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. She smiled at Shanhe's sword who was in laughing and talking about Jianghu's camp. She completely ignored the angry gazes of the Bloody War players. There was only 1 second of invincibility left. Gu Xingyin looked at the Bloody War players who were waiting for her to use their ultimate skills to send her back to the resurrection point. Another flash of light shone from her body. Instant teleportation scroll, could teleport her to any location. Goodbye. Chapter 189. Thank you for your hard work. Mountains and Rivers One Sword smiled towards Gu Xingyin. Unruly Wind, who was beside her, healed her at the right time. She didn't charge into the Blood Battle's camp alone just to show off. Instead, it was the result of her discussion with the Mountain River Sword. After all, since they had decided to become enemies, there was no need to consider giving them face. The guild war had just begun and their guild leader had been insta-killed in front of everyone. One could only imagine how frustrated the Blood Wars players were. The more he lost, the more he would feel the backlash from the crowd's comments and ridicule. At that time, who knew how much damage Blood Wars of the world could take? Since the first step had been taken, then the next step would be to follow the plan. The morale of Laughing World was high while the opposite was true for Blood Wars. There was already a huge disparity in strength, and with this, the result could be imagined. Blood Wars was utterly defeated. No one knew if it was intentional or not, but in this guild war, the most miserable player was definitely little Lu Yenyu. No one else. Why? As long as Lu Yenyu appeared nearby, every player who was chatting happily would not care about the opponent they were piking and would always accidentally fail. Even if they had to risk being sent back to the respawn point, they would still drag Lu Yenyu down with them. In less than an hour of guild war, Lu Yenyu had lost over 100 times. Basically, she was sent back the moment she went up. It was a huge tragedy. The Blood Wars players thought that even if they lost, they wouldn't lose too badly. In the end, they overestimated themselves. Many of them felt embarrassed. However, Laughing World felt that it wasn't enough. Laughing in the Wind poked me and smiled without saying anything. After this guild war ends, when will the bets be given to us? Although he looked like he was just chatting with me, all the Bloody Battle players heard what he said. Many of them nearly spat out blood. Do you have to be so mean? If the system didn't say that the guild war would only end when the bets were given to the winner, would they still have to stand here and embarrass themselves? Coincidentally, the moment Laughter in the Wind said that, a notification appeared in the world, winner takes all. Guild Bloodbath was defeated by Guild Joking World. According to our agreement, Guild Bloodbath will unconditionally compensate Joking World with 50% of Guild's assets. What? Bloody Battle's players were in an uproar. Even Blood Conqueror was shocked by these words. He hurriedly opened the system record. That's right, the bet was 50% of the guild's assets. On the day of the letter of challenge, the stakes were still 10%. You're just joking around. You're cheating. Bloodlust glared at Mountain River Sword. Mountain River Sword's eyebrows didn't move. Indeed, we modified the bet later, but the system will send the modified content in the form of an email to the other party's guild master, which is you. Are you telling me that you didn't know about this? Blood Conquering the World remained silent. He had received at least a few dozen emails, if not 100. It just so happened that he had been on bad terms with a few of the guild's elders over the past few days due to the incident with Lu Yenyu, so he hadn't paid much attention to them. Who would have thought that Joking Vagrant would take advantage of this loophole? Bloody War, is this true? Asked one of the vice leaders in Bloody War. How could he not know? I think that he purposely didn't tell us. A player who was unhappy with Lu Yenyu said furiously. Chapter 190. Before Bloodlust could say anything, a message popped up in the guild chat. Player, Drunk, has been kicked out of the guild. Who did it? Bloodlust's manager immediately asked. Drunk was a veteran player of Bloodlust. He had been with Bloodlust since the beginning of the guild. Just because of one sentence, he was kicked out. The managers all shook their heads. At this time, Lu Yenyu stood up. I kicked him out. Drunk questioned the guild leader and shook the guild's morale. What's the point of keeping someone like him? Lu Yenyu, do you know that I've been tolerating you for a long time? Vice guild leader Yuanyang Dream couldn't help but explode. Who do you think you are? You think you're above the heavens just because you're a bit pretty and you've bewitched Bloodlust? Let me tell you, Bloodlust doesn't need you to speak. Lu Yenyu seemed to be scared and immediately hid behind Bloodlust. Bloodlust, I didn't do it on purpose. I just saw Drunk talk about you and I couldn't help it. Just at this time, Drunk began to curse in the world chat. Drunk, Bloodlust, you. Looking at the long list of words that had been censored by the system, one could see how agitated Drunk was right now. However, there were some people who didn't mind watching the show. Zio Qianshou, selling melon seeds and soda in the front row. Passing Horse Guanhua, you fake goods, you can be seen everywhere. Langda Fiki, the guild war hasn't even ended and Bloodlust is already fighting amongst themselves. Bloodlust originally thought that Lu Yenyu was acting on her own, but now he was furious. He directly said, Yenyu didn't do anything wrong. Drunk insulted the guild leader. According to the rules, it's not too much to kick her out of the guild. Yuanyang Dream looked at him with some disappointment. Bloodlust, is that what you really think? Lu Yenyu, you're just going to let this go? Bloodlust said irritably, Yuanyang, you're so annoying. So many of you are always targeting one girl, is there any meaning in it? Yuanyang Dream sneered, it's not that we're targeting her, but you should open your eyes and see what she's done. Ever since Lu Yenyu came to our guild, Bloodlust has become a joke in Riverside. Bloody Battle, I'll leave my words here. It's either her or me, and it's either me or her. At this moment, another announcement popped up in the system. Due to Guild Blood Battle not paying up for the bet, the system has automatically allocated 50% of the guild's assets to chatting and laughing pugilistic world. Shuizhan was already irritated to begin with, and when he heard this news, he immediately flared up. Are you threatening me? I, Bloodlust of the Heavens, will also say these words today. Lu Yanyu is someone I, Bloodlust of the Heavens, will protect. Who dares to touch her? Yuanyang Dream sneered, good, good, good. Everyone, let's meet again. Guild, player, Mandarin Duck Dream, has left the guild. Many guild members were dumbfounded by Mandarin Dream's words. Mandarin Dream was the vice-guild master of Blood Wars. As a woman, she was gentle and meticulous. She was also fair and upright when handling matters in the guild. She was a goddess in the hearts of many Blood Wars players. Bloody Battle for the World had never thought that Mandarin Duck Dream would leave so easily. However, what happened next caught him off guard. Player 1234 has left the guild. Player Feng Feng Hua Hua has left the guild. Player, Little Pig, has left the guild. Player, Unlimited Landscape, has left the guild. In less than an hour, almost half of Blood Wars was gone. Chapter 191. Mountain River. And God Luo Mu Xiao Xiao, look at the PK leaderboard. Smile in the Wind suddenly shouted. Gu Xingyin clicked on the leaderboard and took a look. Indeed, many of the guilds behind the players who were originally in Bloody War had become blank. As expected, let me see. Not to mention the low-level players, at least half of the mid to high-level players in Bloody Battle are gone. Smile in the Wind said excitedly. Gu Xingyin was in a good mood and said, their guild has lost half of their wealth and half of their members. Isn't that good? Smile in the Wind was stunned. After a long while, he said, I didn't expect that God Luo Mu would have such a mean time. Gu Xingyin kept silent. Luo Mu Xiaoxiao's image was too cold. Even if she wanted to change, she couldn't do it in one go. She could only do it slowly. Xiao Xiao. Mountain River Sword suddenly shouted. Gu Xingyin was shocked. When they met before, Mountain River Sword had never called her real name. Usually, the two of them would just call each other. Suddenly, it was a little weird. She glanced at Shanhe One Sword in surprise, but she didn't say anything. Seeing this, Mountain River Sword smiled and said, come with me to a place. Gu Xingyin nodded. According to her understanding, whenever Mountain River Sword wanted to take her to a place, he would never disappoint. Laughing in the Wind's gossipy gaze shifted between the two of them, but unfortunately, the two of them completely ignored him. When the two of them left, I, who had been in the background, smiled and didn't say anything. Only then did I sneakily walk to Smile in the Wind. The two of them gave each other a wretched smile. Smile in the Wind said, looking at Mountain River, he must be interested. I smiled and didn't say anything, do I need you to say that? Even an idiot can see that. But. Smile in the Wind held his chin, this God Luo Mu Xiao Xiao, his personality doesn't seem easy to get along with. His looks. I smiled and didn't say anything. I smacked his head, why are you so tacky? God Luo Mu Xiao Xiao has personality. Looks can make a living. Laughing in the Wind, food and sex are part of human nature, I'm just thinking like a normal man, okay. Gu Xingyin followed the Mountain River One Sword to a place. This place. She originally thought that the Mountain and River Sword had discovered another hidden checkpoint. She didn't expect that it was just bringing her to see the scenery. It was evening in the game. The afterglow of the sunset was like fire, and the sun shone on the surface of the lake, reflecting a stunning beauty. The Mountain River Sword saw that she was not as happy as he had imagined. He was a little confused. I found this place by chance and thought it was very beautiful. Don't you girls like this kind of beautiful scenery? What, you don't like it? Gu Xingyin regained her senses and looked at the Mountain River Single Sword. No, it's very beautiful. Both of them had fine black hair and white clothes. Their clothes fluttered in the wind as they tangled together. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, it seemed to be plated with a layer of light. Coincidentally, a player passed by and captured this beautiful scene. The next day, Gu Xingyin went online and received a message from the Mountain River One Sword. Go to the forums. She opened the forums and saw that the picture of her and the Mountain River One Sword together yesterday was pushed to the top. The first picture was of two swordsmen with fluttering white clothes standing side by side. Their fine black hair intertwined. I didn't know if it was because of the environment or the angle of the photographer, but it looked very ambiguous. Chapter 192. This OP seemed to be a fan of Luo Mu Xiaoxiao and Mountain River Single Sword. Moreover, she was a fan of the couple. She wrote 1,000 words of self-understanding for this picture. The two of them held hands and watched the sunset together, expressing their feelings to each other. Her language was so vivid and flowery. If he wasn't the main character, Gu Xingyin would have given her a thumbs up. Luo Mu Xiaoxiao and Mountain River One Sword were both famous players in the Riverside Immortal server, and Luo Mu Xiaoxiao was a famous player in the entire Spirit Sword Immortal online game. In short, this post was popular. Not only was it pushed to the top, but the number of replies was also increasing at a terrifying speed. There were mixed reactions. Other than a small number of rational players who questioned the relationship between the two, the rest believed that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. Among the latter, most of the people were either supportive or had nothing to do with them. Only a small number of people began to curse. Although Luo Mu Xiaoxiao is powerful, she doesn't even look at herself. How could she be worthy of Mountain River Single Sword? It had to be said that Mountain River Single Sword's face was really good looking. Many female players were his fans. That's right. Being powerful in the game can make a living. What is Mountain River Single Sword thinking? I say, you guys really think that Mountain River Single Sword is as shallow as you guys? I say, the person above is really a salted radish. What does this have to do with us? Gu Xingyin quickly read a few pages. She felt that it was not interesting and did not care about him anymore. I saw it. What's wrong? Gu Xingyin sent a message to Mountain River Single Sword. The Sword of Mountains and Rivers came very quickly. He glanced at Gu Xingyin and found that she was no different from usual. He suppressed the disappointment in his heart and asked, "What do you think after reading the post?" Gu Xingyin said faintly, "A group of boring people. I don't have any thoughts." Mountain River Single Sword was silent. Sure enough, this answer was very similar to Luo Mu Xiaoxiao's style. This also proved that Luo Mu Xiaoxiao did not have any other thoughts towards him. For the first time, Mountain River Single Sword doubted his own charm. What's wrong? Gu Xingyin looked at him and asked. Mountain River Sword came back to his senses. It's nothing. Then I'll be going offline. I have something to do later. Gu Xingyin nodded at her, and his body turned into a white light and disappeared. She did have something to do. System, logically speaking, my leg should be fine by now. The system replied, the host can try to stand up. Gu Xingyin held on to the armrest of the wheelchair and slowly stood up. His condition was very good. Other than his legs being a little sore and weak due to sitting in a wheelchair for a long time, there were no other major problems. She lifted her trousers and found that some of the previous atrophy on her legs had disappeared. Now, Shen Xiaoxiao's legs were no different from a normal person's. Gu Xingyin stood up and took 2 steps. It felt good to be able to step on solid ground. Although it could be done in the game, it was still incomparable to reality. Then, the next step is to train well. Gu Xingyin was in a good mood. At the other side. What did you say? Young Master Mo? Zhang Yang was so shocked that he almost spat out the drink in his hand. What did he hear? Mo Tingyuan was actually asking him how to woo a woman. Don't tell me that you really like Luo Mu Xiaoxiao. Mo Tingyuan raised the cup in his hand and took a sip. So what if I do? Chapter 193. So what? Zhang Yang blinked his eyes and laughed. Who told you to be so arrogant? This time, you've fallen into my hands. He coughed. Sigh, about that, however, before he could put on airs, the man opposite him said, a few days ago, when I was clearing a dungeon, I happened to get a 5-poison dagger. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in surprise. 5-poison dagger. The name sounded the same as the 5-poison ring that he had extorted from Mo Tingyuan not long ago. As a monster tamer, how could he miss such an item? He immediately changed his expression and smiled amiably. Young Master Mo, I say, you found the right person. Chasing a girl, Mo Tingyuan sat there quietly and listened to Zhang Yang imparting his experience. Gu Xingyin received an email from the system. Server player PK competition. The top 50 players will be invited to participate in the player exchange conference held by Spirit Sword God. Gu Xingyin frowned. She was not interested in the player exchange conference. However, she could participate in this server PK competition. Beep. Another email was sent out. Player appearance competition, both male and female. The top 50 players will be invited to the player exchange conference. Gu Xingyin finished reading this paragraph. She suddenly remembered what the game company wanted to do. If you ask me, just find the top player on the PK leaderboard to be the spokesperson. It's so troublesome. Someone in Spirit Sword God's game development department complained. Yang Zi frowned. I can understand the company's request. In this day and age, who doesn't look at appearance? It's already very rare that our company can find players in the game to be the spokesperson instead of those celebrities. Although that was what they said, for programmers like them, what they hoped for the most was to have players who were truly strong and could represent the entire game. He looked at his computer desktop. On the screen, a white-clothed female swordsman stood there, her cold expression full of murderous intent. Although her face was not very beautiful, she had her own aura. What a pity. He sighed. With Luo Mu Xiaoxiao's situation, even if she could become the #1 PK player in the entire server, the company would probably not consider her. Little Xiao, have you seen the system mail? Mountain River Sword asked Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin nodded. I'm going to participate in the PK competition. Mountain River Sword seemed a little excited. With your strength, entering the top 50 of the server is not a problem at all. At that time, I will be able to see you. What he did not know was that Gu Xingyin had no intention of participating in that exchange. The whole server PK competition was held in the game, but the player appearance competition was held on the forum by the officials. Gu Xingyin also saw Lu Yenyu's true face for the first time. It had to be said that Lu Yenyu was indeed quite pretty. Players who had the confidence to post pictures of themselves on the forums were generally those who were confident in their own looks. Even among this group of players, Lu Yenyu was considered outstanding. Grudges in the game never lasted long. Players were all forgetful of things that did not happen to them. Very quickly, Lu Yenyu relied on this appearance competition to find many flower protectors. Many people tried to clear her name. There were even some idiots who ignored the ironclad evidence on the forum and cursed Luo Mu Xiaoxiao for slandering others. They said that Yenyu was such a cute girl, how could she say such vicious words? Chapter 194. All in all, the forum was in a state of chaos. Gu Xingyin was too lazy to argue. After all, there was a type of person who, as long as she believed in something, even if she saw it with her own eyes, she would turn a blind eye to it. She was preparing for the server PK competition. The server PK competition's rules were that there was no server to determine the top 10 players. After that, the order would be messed up, and the remaining 50 players would be the top 50 players. Of course, although the top 50 players could participate in the player exchange conference, the rankings still had to be determined. Riverside Immortals' top 5 players were quickly selected. Out of the 5 players, 3 of them were chatting happily. They were Fallen Tree Xiaoxiao, Mountain and River Single Sword, and I Just Smile But Don't Speak. The other 2 were also experts who had been in the server for a long time. Fallen tree Xiao Xiao, mountain and river single sword god, I don't have much hope. Our Riverside Immortals is the first server of Spirit Sword Celestial, the champion will depend on the two of you. The player with the ID Shallow Smile said. The server PK competition was in full swing, and the voting on the forum was also in full swing. I didn't think that Lu Yenyu's votes would be so high. Gu Xingyin was surprised. Lu Yenyu was in the top 10. She was not bad looking, and she was good at interacting with people. She acted coquettishly, and many male players liked her. If we don't do something, Lu Yenyu can really use this competition to climb back up. Gu Xingyin thought. Originally, Lu Yenyu's reputation in Riverside Immortals was terrible, and she didn't have a good reputation in the entire forum. However, when the voting came out, Gu Xingyin had already received a few emails, and the general idea was that Fallen Tree Xiao Xiao should be lenient whenever possible, and that everyone should settle things peacefully. It really is a world that looks at faces. Gu Xingyin silently complained. The system said, you are known as the most perfect creation. Just let me hear it, don't let others know. Be careful of getting beaten up. Gu Xingyin. Other than you, who else has seen what I look like? The system said, actually, there are so many people on the forum who are speaking up for Lu Yenyu. According to human logic, it's because she's pretty but weak. You, Luo Mu Xiao Xiao, are number 1 on the PK leaderboard. You're so strong that no one can beat you. Humans like to sympathize with the weak. Gu Xingyin smiled. In the end, it all depends on the face. Sigh, looks like I'll have to attend the player conference. Otherwise, I'll really become a vicious person. Gu Xingyin sighed. Since Lu Yenyu wanted to use her looks to gain the support of the majority of male players, she would make her lose even her final advantage. It's really depressing. I've always relied on my strength to speak. I didn't expect that one day, I would have to rely on looks. Gu Xingyin seemed to be worried. The system said. Host, please don't violate your character settings. It felt like the host had contracted some strange illness. Gu Xingyin sighed. It seemed like she had been suppressed for too long as Shen Xiaoxiao's expressionless face. Her words and actions had become somewhat abnormal. These two events lasted for an entire month. When the voting on the forum finally ended, the PK competition's final result was also decided. It was almost within everyone's expectations. Luo Mu Xiao Xiao was the champion of the entire server PK competition. Mountain and River One Sword lost to her, and was relegated to second place. The first and second place were both in Riverside Immortals, which fully proved the strength of Riverside Immortals. Chapter 195. Not only did Xiao Lu Yenyu enter the top 50 of the beauty contest, her ranking was also quite high, 9th place. Yenyu, you'll be going to the player exchange in a few days. If you meet that Luo Mu Xiao Xiao, you must remember to teach her a lesson. A female player who had a good relationship with Xiao Lu Yenyu said to her. Xiao Lu Yenyu's expression was proud, of course. Real life isn't the game, so what if she's the number 1 PK god? With her appearance, probably not many people will care about her. Xiao Xiao. Gu Xingyin turned around. The only person who would call her that in the game was Mountain River One Sword. The player exchange is in a few days, when will you come? Mountain River One Sword asked. I live in J City, it's very convenient. Gu Xingyin replied. Mountain River One Sword was clearly surprised. You're actually in J City, what a coincidence, I'm also in J City. What a coincidence, I've seen you before. Gu Xingyin silently said in her heart. Then when will you come? Mountain River One Sword asked, we can go together. In this period of time, Mountain River One Sword had been looking for all kinds of reasons to find Gu Xingyin. Even the slowest person would know what Mountain River One Sword was thinking. Although from the previous worlds, Mountain River One Sword's identity and appearance was very likely to be her lover, before Gu Xingyin was sure, she wouldn't easily get close to people. I won't necessarily go. She said. Actually, she had already made her decision, but she didn't know why, but she decided to say this on the spur of the moment. Sure enough, Mountain River One Sword's expression changed when he heard this. What? Is there something? Gu Xingyin vaguely said, yeah, there's something. Mountain River One Sword didn't seem to be in a good mood, so the two of them said a few words and then went offline. Soon, the day of the player exchange arrived. The game company of Spirit Sword Immortal specially booked a 5-star hotel as the venue. Many players had rushed over from other places 2 days ago, so when Mountain River One Sword arrived, there were already many people inside. At the entrance, there was a staff member holding a sign with the player's ID on it. Everyone could just use their own ID. Actually, it was quite easy to identify the people. The 50 good-looking players were all very popular on the forums, so they could all recognize their faces. On the other hand, the PK players weren't so easy to recognize. After all, the players' appearances in the game change, and these players' appearances weren't as good as the other side. Even so, when the Mountain and River Sword entered the arena, there were still people who recognized him. After all, he had never adjusted his appearance before, so the players were still very familiar with this expert's face. Mountain River One Sword, Sword a lesson, was a good name. Name is a name. Name is a good? Who said that the players in our PK group only have skills and no good looks? Look at our great god Shanha. He defeated all the other male players on his side by himself. Great God Shanha is simply the representative of our PK group in terms of looks. Many female players looked at him with sparkling eyes. They did not expect that the Mountain River Sword was not only powerful in terms of maneuvering, but also in terms of looks. Yenyu, Mountain River One Sword is so handsome. The female player standing next to Lu Yenyu excitedly said. Lu Yenyu unhappily said, he's just a little better looking, what's the big deal? She didn't forget the grudge between her and Laughing Wanderer. Chapter 196. Do you think that Luo Mu Xiao who has a grudge with you will come? The girl next to her asked. Lu Yenyu was annoyed when she heard Luo Mu Xiao's name. I don't know either. She will probably come to this kind of event. Mo Tingyuan's eyes kept scanning the crowd, hoping to see Luo Mu Xiao. Actually, he didn't know what Luo Mu Xiao looked like. Gu Xingyin came a little late. Actually, she wasn't that late. When she came, the event hadn't started yet. It was just that the others had arrived earlier, so she seemed to be especially late. The receptionist at the door was also a staff member of the game company. When she saw Gu Xingyin, her eyes lit up. Who was this person? She didn't appear in the appearance contest. This girl was much prettier than the winner of the appearance contest. Could she be from the player PK group? Then, Gu Xingyin smiled faintly at her. I am Luo Mu Xiao. The receptionist was stunned for a moment. She also played Spirit Sword Celestial. Of course, she had heard of Luo Mu Xiao's name. But wasn't Luo Mu Xiao ugly? She was actually so pretty. Although she was surprised, she didn't suspect Gu Xingyin's identity. Because she took out the ID card given by Spirit Sword Celestial. Every player was limited to one ID card. It was also an ID card that was bound to their real name. Mo Tingyuan's eyes immediately fell on the girl who walked in. It wasn't just him. The moment Gu Xingyin walked into the hall, everyone's eyes fell on her. She was wearing a snow-white waist-length dress. Her figure was slim and her hair was slightly tied up. She was incomparably beautiful. Who is this? She's definitely not from the appearance contest. I've seen all the beauties in the appearance contest. There's no one like her. Could it be another player from our PK group? Sure enough, experts are hidden deeply. Lu Yenyu also looked at the girl who easily took everyone's attention. Her heart was filled with unwillingness. But no matter how unwilling she was, she couldn't help but admit that she was too far away from her. Gu Xingyin's eyes swept across the crowd. She helplessly found that she only recognized Mountain River One Sword. She walked towards Mountain River One Sword. Mo Tingyuan watched as the girl walked through the crowd toward him. It's her. She was clearly the girl he had met in the restaurant before. Hello, Mountain River Single Sword. I am Luo Mu Xiao Xiao. The white-dressed girl spoke softly. However, the words she spoke shocked everyone present. Luo Mu Xiao Xiao. Was it the PK leaderboard's number 1, Luo Mu Xiao Xiao? Many players looked at Gu Xingyin, and then looked up at the expressionless swordswoman in white on the huge LED screen poster. How low profile did he have to be in order to change his appearance to that of his in-game appearance? Mo Tingyuan was also surprised, but he quickly stabilized his thoughts and stretched out a hand. Little Xiao. What a coincidence. Only Gu Xingyin understood what he meant. Gu Xingyin shook his hand gently. Mo Tingyuan only felt that the touch was warm and soft, and he did not want to let go at all. After knowing that Gu Xingyin's identity was actually Luo Mu Xiao Xiao, the atmosphere in the hall became lively. Many people rushed forward to greet her. God Luo Mu Xiao Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so beautiful in real life. God Luo Mu Xiao Xiao, I'm your fan. Your consecutive kills were so cool. Luo Mu Xiao Xiao, Lu Yenyu stood outside the crowd. She looked at Luo Mu Xiao Xiao, who was surrounded by everyone, and almost ground her teeth to pieces. Chapter 197. She was Luo Mu Xiao Xiao. She was actually Luo Mu Xiao Xiao. How could she be Luo Mu Xiao Xiao? However, no matter how unwilling and conflicted Lu Yenyu was, no one cared about her thoughts. Mo Tingyuan and Gu Xingyin sat together. He was silent for a moment before saying, "What happened to your leg?" He didn't forget the first time he saw Gu Xingyin. She was in a wheelchair. Gu Xingyin smiled faintly. I got into a car accident and couldn't stand up for a while. Mo Tingyuan turned his head to look at the side of the girl's face. The soft light shone on her smooth and flawless skin, making her look even more lustrous. After interacting with Luo Mu Xiao Xiao, one would realize that she wasn't as cold as she was in the game. Mo Tingyuan. He suddenly said, "That's my name." Gu Xingyin blinked. Shen Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao from Luo Mu Xiao Xiao. At this moment, a coquettish voice was heard, "Are you really Luo Mu Xiao Xiao?" Gu Xingyin raised her head and looked at the girl with a faint smile. Lu Yenyu? Lu Yenyu only felt that Gu Xingyin's voice was indescribably mocking. She hated it in her heart but said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be so beautiful in real life. Why haven't I heard you talk about it before? You made people think that your appearance is the same as in the game." Gu Xingyin smiled faintly. "After all, I'm different from you. I like to speak with my strength." She was implying that Lu Yenyu didn't have the ability and could only rely on her face. A few players around them snickered. Mo Tingyuan watched as Gu Xingyin calmly uttered such vicious words. A hint of a smile flashed across his eyes. Lu Yenyu's face turned green, but she suppressed it and forced a smile. "Luo Mu Xiao Xiao, I have some grudges with you in the game, but it's just a game after all. There's no need to be so serious. Why don't we both take a step back and make peace?" She sneered in her heart. "Luo Mu Xiao Xiao, I've already displayed my stance. Could it be that you, Luo Mu Xiao Xiao, still want to be overbearing in front of everyone?" If Luo Mu Xiao Xiao agreed, then he would have to suffer in silence. In the future, he would not be able to target her in the game. Otherwise, it would be like slapping his own face. If she didn't agree, that would be even better. She could let everyone see just how petty a woman Luo Mu Xiao Xiao was. Gu Xingyin sighed in his heart. This woman really wouldn't give up until all hope was gone. However, such a small trick was not enough to stump her. She glanced at Lu Yenyu and was about to speak when Mo Tingyuan stopped her. He coldly glanced at Lu Yenyu. Only when both sides are evenly matched can they negotiate. "Little Lu Yenyu, what do you have to make peace with little Xiao?" He didn't show the slightest bit of courtesy just because the other party was a girl. Lu Yenyu's face alternated between red and white. She didn't think that Mountain River Sword would be so ungentlemanly. Wasn't he afraid that his reputation would be affected if word got out? Seeing Lu Yenyu leave in a sorry state, Gu Xingyin suddenly whispered to the person beside her, "Aren't you afraid that if word got out, people would say that you're ungentlemanly and bully a girl?" Mo Tingyuan smiled indifferently, "I'm a man. I won't lose a piece of meat if people say that." He suddenly looked at Gu Xingyin seriously, "But little Xiao, I don't want you to suffer because of anyone." Chapter 198. After listening to Spirit Sword Immortal's official spokesperson's speech in the morning, it was basically free time for the players. A few of the more active players suggested that everyone go out to play, but Gu Xingyin was not interested and refused. "I'll send you back." Mo Tingyuan got up and left with Gu Xingyin without any explanation. "Sigh, it's so boring. The two most handsome and beautiful guys didn't even come to support us." The player who gave the suggestion complained. "Look at Mountain River God, he has a beautiful girl by his side." A player revealed a, "You know what I mean," smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the few of them revealed a tacit smile at the same time. Mo Tingyuan opened the car door for Gu Xingyin and leaned over to help her fasten her seatbelt. When the familiar smell enveloped her, Gu Xingyin still felt a sense of relief even though she already knew what was going to happen. Mo Tingyuan looked at the woman who was close to him. The two of them were very close to each other. He only needed to lean over slightly and he could touch her skin. Her skin was white and smooth. He did not need to touch it to know that it must be very good. Mo Tingyuan only felt that his throat was a little dry. He took a deep breath without batting an eyelid. He sat back in the driver's seat. The car was moving at a moderate speed. Mo Tingyuan recalled the chasing skills that Zhang Yang had taught him. Then, one by one, they flashed through his mind. He realized that none of them seemed to be suitable for Xiao Xiao. "I'm here." Gu Xingyin spoke. Her eyes were filled with a smile that Mo Tingyuan could not see. She knew this man very well. He did not speak along the way and his thoughts were somewhat unfocused. He was probably thinking about how to talk to her. Mo Tingyuan unwillingly stopped the car. For the first time, he cursed the smooth traffic in J City. Seeing that Gu Xingyin unfastened her seatbelt and was about to leave, his mind heated up. He reached out his hand to stop her from opening the car door. When he met the other party's puzzled eyes, Mo Tingyuan realized that he was too impatient. However, since he had already made a move, there was no reason to take it back. He adjusted his expression. "Xiao Xiao, do you have a boyfriend? If not, please allow me to pursue you." To the point. Gu Xingyin seemed to be very surprised. She glanced at Mo Tingyuan and saw that he was looking at her attentively. His ink-black eyes were filled with deep affection. She didn't say anything. Mo Tingyuan only felt that his heart was hanging high up in the air, and he was extremely hesitant. "Xiao Xiao." He opened his mouth and called out to her when he saw that she was going to remain silent until the end of time. Gu Xingyin seemed to have come back to her senses when he called her. Her face was still calm, but Mo Tingyuan saw that her ears were slightly red. "First question, no." "The second question." She paused for a moment. "The second question is your business." She looked at Mo Tingyuan calmly. "Can I get out of the car now?" Mo Tingyuan saw that the tips of her ears had turned red, and her eyes were filled with joy. He considerately opened the car door for her. After watching Gu Xingyin go upstairs, Mo Tingyuan drove home in a good mood. Judging from Xiao Xiao's appearance, it was clear that she had feelings for him, wasn't it? Gu Xingyin was also in a good mood. When she went online the next day, as expected, a certain man was already waiting there. "Xiao Xiao." He looked at her with a smile. "Do you have time?" It seemed that after yesterday, this man had let go of his last layer of scruples and openly told everyone that his Mountain River sword was pursuing Luo Mu Xiao Xiao. Chapter 199. Luo Mu Xiao Xiao was on fire. She used to be very popular too. With her powerful skills, she was able to kill a lot of players and was ranked first on the PK leaderboard. This time, she was popular because of her looks. A player from the PK group who went to the player exchange conference posted the photos of that day on the forum. Then, everyone knew that Luo Muxiao, who was ranked first on the PK leaderboard, was not as ugly as she was in the game. On the contrary, she was a delicate and beautiful beauty. Speaking of which, those people were also strange. Before Luo Muxiao's photos were exposed, Lu Yenyu's fans did not seem to treat her as a girl like Lu Yenyu. They wantonly insulted and attacked her. But this time, when the photos were released, these voices were basically silenced. It was as if they instantly realized that Luo Muxiao, who defied the heavens in the game, was just a slender and weak girl who needed to be protected in real life. Regarding this situation, Gu Xingyin only wanted to say, "I'm convinced of this superficial world." She was currently doing a quest with Mountain and River's sword. Mountain and River's sword never hid the fact that he was pursuing Luo Muxiao. Due to the fact that both of them did not hide their actions and were too well known. Within a few days, everyone knew that both of them were moving towards the real world. Many male players who were interested in Luo Muxiao beat their chests and stomped their feet. They were jealous of Mountain and River's sword for being the first to get close to her. On one hand, they were not careful when choosing the server and lost the opportunity to get close to their goddess. On the other hand, their skills were not good enough and could not participate in the player exchange conference. Who knows, when they meet in real life, their goddess might take a fancy to them. Of course, they did not know that from a long time ago, other than that man, no one else would have this opportunity. "Xiao, do you have time to eat with me in the afternoon?" The man on the phone spoke gently. Gu Xingyin did not decline. Mo Tingyuan chose the restaurant where they met for the first time. "The first time I saw you, it was here." Mo Tingyuan seemed to be a little emotional. How did he feel when he saw Gu Xingyin at that time? It was very strange. He had never seen this person before, but somehow he felt a special sense of familiarity. Of course, he did not try to strike up a conversation with Zhang Yang. If he did, Zhang Yang would have looked at him with disdain. "What era is it now? Why are you still using such old-fashioned methods?" Later on, he was gradually attracted to Luo Muxiao in the game. In the past, he had scoffed at the so-called online romance. Thousands of miles away, just based on chatting on the internet, could he like someone? However, when he fell in love with her, he realized that he didn't need any special conditions to be moved. He was fascinated by Luo Muxiao's every move and the way she handled things. Until the players' conference. When he saw that Luo Muxiao was the girl that he was strangely familiar with, no one knew how happy he was in his heart. "Am I considered to have passed the test now?" he asked half-jokingly as he placed the peeled shrimp on the person's plate. Gu Xingyin enjoyed the man's attentive service with peace of mind. Hearing this sentence, she glanced at him. So. The man laughed. "Then I'll have to work harder." Gu Xingyin nodded seriously. "That's true. It's my first time being pursued." "It's your honor." Mr. Mo, who was pursuing someone for the first time, smiled faintly. "Yes, it's my honor." Chapter 200. Luo Muxiao and Mountain and River One Sword got married. Originally, Mountain and River One Sword didn't intend to be so high-profile. However, after he blocked the 29th person who came to ask Luo Muxiao for advice and gave a particularly enthusiastic advice, a certain man finally couldn't bear it anymore. 100 gold for a world announcement gift box, Mountain and River One Sword, this nouveau riche, spammed the screen for 2 whole hours. He wanted to let everyone know that Luo Muxiao was now one of Mountain and River One Sword's people. Fleeting observation: God is really rich, this will probably cost me a few months of living expenses. Gu Xingyin smiled at the man's childish behavior. Xiao, have you received the news from Spirit Sword Immortal? Mountain and River One Sword asked. Gu Xingyin knew what he was talking about the endorsement. Mountain and River One Sword nodded. He and Gu Xingyin were finally chosen by Spirit Sword Immortal to be the game's spokesperson. Regarding this, the game company was quite satisfied. Their appearance didn't lose to any star, and their PK was even more outstanding. This kind of player was definitely the first choice for the spokesperson. The two people thought about it and decided to accept this endorsement. After the two sides finalized all the matters, Spirit Sword Immortal officially released this news and posted a huge poster with the two people as the prototype. Of course, the white-clothed female swordsman in the picture used Gu Xingyin's face. Once the poster came out, it caused a violent response. Many people expressed that they were looking forward to the game company's promotional video. There were also some people who were not reconciled, such as Lu Yenyu. Soon, a debunking post appeared on the forum. The content revolved around Spirit Sword Immortal's #1 PK player, Luo Mu Xiaoxiao. It said that her character was not only bad, her face was also plastic surgery. The OP said that Luo Mu Xiaoxiao's face in the game was too different from her appearance in real life. Would there really be a girl who would be so weird as to make herself ugly to that extent? That's right, she questioned Luo Mu Xiaoxiao's plastic surgery. The whole post was the OP's subjective speculation without any real evidence. However, there was really a wave of people who followed the trend and started to criticize Luo Mu Xiaoxiao. Of course, Luo Mu Xiaoxiao still had a lot of supporters. Both sides argued in the forum. This matter ended with Luo Mu Xiaoxiao's reply. The replies were as follows. Firstly, she had released a few photos of herself since she was a child. It was easy to see that Xin Xiaoxiao was a beautiful girl since she was a child. The rumors of plastic surgery were purely rumors. Secondly, he stripped the OP's layers of identities and exposed the IP address as well as the OP's personal information. It was little Lu Yenyu. In the end, Luo Mu Xiaoxiao made a domineering statement. She didn't care about the other servers, but in Riverside Immortal and Xiao Lu Yenyu, there was either her or her. Apart from that, another anonymous post appeared on the forum. The post was a picture of Lu Yenyu growing up. Normal people could tell at a glance that if Lu Yenyu had grown up naturally, there was no way she could have grown up to look like this. It was obvious who had undergone plastic surgery. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that the post at the back was definitely related to Luo Mu Xiaoxiao, but no one was able to dig it out. Mountain River Sword had not been in the game for the past 2 days. At first, he did not know what was going on the forums until he heard the news from Laughing in the Wind. His expression turned completely cold. That night, Lu Yenyu received a lawyer's letter. This lawyer's letter was also posted on the forums, pointing out that Lu Yenyu was suspected of maliciously slandering others. Mountain River Sword did not hide himself. He wanted to tell everyone that he was supporting Luo Mu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 201. Luo Mu Xiaoxiao was a woman of her words. As long as she heard that Lu Yenyu was online, she would force a PK. Bloody Battle was no longer as strong as before. Bloody Battle didn't have much energy to care about Lu Yenyu. Lu Yenyu had completely disappeared from the game. Of course, she might have just changed her face, changed her identity, or even changed her server to continue playing the game. No matter what, Lu Yenyu's ID, this face, definitely wouldn't dare to appear in this game. Actually, to Gu Xingyin and Mo Tingyuan, Lu Yenyu was just an insignificant character. It wasn't worth their effort. During this time, the two of them were preparing for the game company's promotional video. Very good. The person in charge of filming them was a famous photographer. In order to create an effect, Spirit Sword Immortal's officials had spent a lot of money and invited a famous photography team in the industry. Even though the photographer was used to seeing all kinds of celebrities, when he saw Mo Tingyuan and Gu Xingyin, he was still amazed by their looks. When they started filming, Mo Tingyuan was still okay. However, Gu Xingyin completely amazed him. He even asked Gu Xingyin if she had any experience as a model. The answer he got was of course no. Xin Xiaoxiao used to be in school. After the car accident, she had closed herself off. She definitely didn't have any experience in this area. The photographer couldn't help but admit that some talents were innate. In the camera, Gu Xingyin's every movement and glance was just right. Even many celebrities in the entertainment industry couldn't compare to her. Knowing the photographer's thoughts, Gu Xingyin just laughed secretly. Shen Xiaoxiao didn't have any experience, but she had experienced the life of the movie queen Wang Ke. The game company was very satisfied with the finished product. On the day of Chinese Valentine's Day, they released the latest promotional video. The effect was more popular than expected. The official website was simply flooded with enthusiastic players. Many people were shouting that the video was too beautiful. Any screenshot could be used as a desktop. Of course, there were more fans who were purely attracted by the looks of the male and female leads. There were also many people who said that on Chinese Valentine's Day, the game's public display of affection was good. After that, according to the statistics of the game's back-end, after this promotional video was released on various major platforms, the number of players in the game increased by 30%. Even if they hired a popular A-lister, they might not be able to achieve such a heaven-defying effect. At this moment, Gu Xingyin was with Mo Tingyuan, enjoying a candlelight dinner that couples loved the most. The big screen beside them was playing the promotional video for their endorsement. This video was about a beautiful love story. In the end, of course, the two of them lived happily together. The swordsman in white used the sword in his hand as a betrothal gift and asked the swordswoman if she was willing to marry him. That incomparably cold and exquisite woman did not answer directly. Instead, she reached out and took off the jade pendant that had never left her waist and handed it to him. Little Xiao. The man sitting opposite her suddenly put down the tableware in his hand and looked at her with burning eyes. Gu Xingyin had a premonition in her heart. She stared at the man quietly. Mo Tingyuan's movements were very slow but firm. He took out the exquisite small box that he had prepared long ago. I don't have a sword as a betrothal gift. I only want to use this ring to tie you down for life. Chapter 202. The man looked at Gu Xingyin nervously. Gu Xingyin suddenly smiled. She pretended to be troubled and said, "But I don't have a jade pendant to give you. What should I do?" Mo Tingyuan was stunned for a few seconds before he realized what she meant. He looked at Gu Xingyin, who was smiling at him. He could not suppress the joy in his heart. He stood up and pulled her into his arms. After a while, he calmed down and relaxed the person in his arms. He leaned his forehead against hers and said, "Xiao Xiao, I'm very happy." Gu Xingyin raised her hand and touched his face. She said softly, "Yes, I'm very happy too." It was not known who started it first. Their breaths were intertwined and they were inseparable. When the kiss ended, Gu Xingyin's face was already red. Mo Tingyuan pecked her lips reluctantly and put her down. Neither of them was in the mood to continue eating. Mo Tingyuan drove her home. Mo Tingyuan hugged her tightly in his arms and let her feel his passion. He whispered in her ear, "I really want to eat you up." Mo Tingyuan said softly in her ear, "I really want to eat you up." Gu Xingyin suddenly had a naughty thought. He saw her clear eyes sweep up from the corner of her eyes, which were instantly filled with seduction. She tiptoed and whispered in Mo Tingyuan's ear, "Then, you can try." Mo Tingyuan only felt a wave of heat spreading from his ear to his lower abdomen. It was almost burning him. He tried his best to control himself. He clenched his teeth and looked at the naughty girl. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. "Just you wait. When the time comes, I'll let you have a good try." The man's actions were indeed fast. His parents were overjoyed when they heard that their son had a girl he liked. They wanted to have grandchildren. Both parties met. Gu Xingyin was familiar with dealing with the elders. Mo Tingyuan's parents thought that this girl was good-looking, had an outstanding temperament, and was well-educated. They were instantly satisfied. Especially Mo Yichen's mother. When she heard that Shen Xiaoxiao's parents had passed away in a car accident 2 years ago, she pitied her even more. The two of them quickly decided on a wedding date. However, Zhang Yang had gone abroad for a month due to some urgent matters. When he came back, he found out that his best friend was about to get married. "No way. Master Mo, aren't you a little too fast?" Zhang Yang was stunned. Yes, I feel uneasy if I don't make her mine, Mo Tingyuan replied seriously. Zhang Yang felt as if his heart had been broken by 10,000 points. Young Master Mo, can you let me meet God Fallen Tree someday? Zhang Yang said, I'm her loyal fan. Mo Tingyuan nodded. There's no need to reschedule. Little Xiao will come over to have dinner with me later. The two of them were in a cafe that they frequented. Zhang Yang was bored to death as he looked out of the cafe. At the same time, he was secretly wondering how God Fallen Tree rustling looked like. He suddenly straightened his body and looked outside the glass door. Young Master Mo, look. Isn't this the beauty we saw at that restaurant? I didn't know that she could walk. Zhang Yang looked at the beauty who stopped walking. Then, she pushed the door open and walked into the cafe that he was in. Then, after looking around, he walked over to Wang Zhong's side. He was a little excited. Young Master Mo, look. The beauty is walking towards us. Do you think that she has taken a fancy to me? Do I look handsome today? He did not hear Mo Tingyuan's reply. He looked over and found that Mo Tingyuan was looking at him with a smile. Chapter 203. Before Zhang Yang could figure out the meaning of the smile, the beauty had already walked to their table. Then, he saw his friends stand up and call out, Little Xiao. Zhang Yang felt his brain short-circuiting for a moment. Little Xiao. Could it be the Little Xiao that he knew? What did he say just now? Did this beauty take a fancy to him? Zhang Yang did not dare to look at his friend's face. Little Xiao, let me introduce you. This is, a smile in the wind. Gu Xingyin blurted out the answer immediately. Zhang Yang was instantly energized, sister-in-law, you know me? Gu Xingyin smiled and said, after all, it's rare to see people like you who don't change their appearance when playing the game. Zhang Yang looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and said in his heart, it's rare to see people who ugly themselves to that extent when playing the game. Since everyone was familiar with each other in the game world, there was not much restraint in the real world. Zhang Yang was also an extroverted person. So, it did not take long for him to get along with Gu Xingyin. After dinner, Mo Tingyuan sent her home. Zhang Yang sighed and said, Young Master Mo, you're really lucky. You just casually fell in love with someone in the game, and you got such a beautiful woman. I'm really jealous of you. Zhang Yang sighed. Mo Tingyuan did not answer him. Instead, he drove to a place. Zhang Yang sensed that the route was not right. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Young Master Mo, where are you going? Mo Tingyuan's face was calm, but the words that came out of his mouth made him shiver. I haven't exercised for a long time. Accompany me to practice boxing later. Zhang Yang felt hopeless. He knew that Mo Tingyuan, this narrow-minded man, would not let him go just because of his cheap mouth. The next day, Gu Xingyin saw that Win Smile's resentment was about to break through the network, so she asked. Win Smile drifted past her like a ghost, it's nothing. I asked for it. Even if I have to kneel, I still have to stand. Gu Xingyin was speechless. Mountain River Sword walked to her side, don't worry about him. This guy will go crazy twice a month. The two got married in a low-key manner. Of course, this low profile was only in the game. The wedding in real life was still very grand. After all, the Mo family was not a small family. If they kept a low profile, others would only look down on Gu Xingyin, the bride. Mo Tingyuan finally had the right to use the ring to bind his bride for the rest of her life. And Gu Xingyin also tasted the consequences of her mouth. On their wedding night, Mo Tingyuan used his actions to show his determination to eat her up. This crazy man tormented her for almost an entire night, leaving her weak the next day. She had no doubt that if it weren't for the fact that the two of them were currently living in the Mo family's mansion and had to wake up in the morning to have breakfast with her parents, he wouldn't have let her off. Shen Xiaoxiao's life was very happy. When she was young, she suffered a great tribulation. But after that, her luck changed and she met the right person in her life. From then on, he lived a prosperous and healthy life, with a harmonious family and a complete family of children. Everyone who knew her was praising her for her good fortune. That day, her granddaughter woke her grandparents up, but she found that there was no response. She pushed the door open and found the two elders lying there quietly, holding hands. They were no longer breathing. Chapter 204. In a chaotic space, the man who had been sitting quietly opened his eyes. There was no object blocking his view, but his face always seemed to be covered in layers of chaos, making people unable to see clearly. His eyes were like the chaos that was everywhere around him. At a glance, it seemed as if everything in the world was in his eyes, but when you looked again, you would find that there was actually nothing in his eyes. Xingyin. He whispered in a low voice, a trace of a smile in his eyes. The whole world was suddenly filled with spring wind, and thousands of flowers bloomed. Immediately, he closed his eyes again, and everything returned to silence. Gu Xingyin opened her eyes in a pure white room. If it weren't for the furniture here, she would almost think that this was the space where the system was. White ceiling, white curtains, white furniture, white bed. Looking around, the whole room was a dazzling white. She sorted out the memories in her mind, got up from the bed and looked in the mirror. The girl in the mirror had an exceptionally beautiful face, skin whiter than snow, and eyebrows picturesque. But there was no expression on her face, and there was no fluctuation in her dark eyes. This wasn't a cold personality, but this girl named Ning Zhao was born to be autistic. In her world, she only saw what she wanted. The protagonist of this world was Ning Zhao. Although she was autistic, she was born in a family that loved their daughter as much as their life. Her parents didn't give up on their daughter because of her congenital defect, but spent countless time and energy to patiently guide her, trying to let her live like a normal person. Hard work paid off. Under the guidance of a well-known doctor and the care from her family, Ning Zhao's autism didn't worsen like many patients, such as mania. She was especially quiet, and didn't respond to many things around her. When she sat there, she was as beautiful as an oil painting. No one would think that such a girl would be autistic. When Ning Zhao was 5 years old, she was discovered to have an excellent talent in piano, and a rare interest. Her parents were ecstatic, because if she could be interested in something, then the chances of her recovery in the future would be greatly increased. They hired the best tutor for Ning Zhao, the most professional doctor, and gave her the warmest care. If things continued like this, Ning Zhao might slowly be able to live like a normal person. However, when she was 16, something happened to her parents. Her close family friend took her over to raise her, but Ning Zhao was very uncooperative after learning of her parents' death. She rejected everyone and her illness became more and more serious. She could only calm down when she was playing the zither. In this world, the supporting female lead was a part-time piano tutor hired by the Tang family, who had brought Ning Zhao over. That girl, Yang Huiying, was an ordinary college student. She originally came to the Tang family to be a tutor, but she fell in love with the Tang family's second young master, Tang Zhongyi. However, the difference in status between the two of them was too great. She didn't have the ability to attract her. Until she saw Ning Zhao. Ning Zhao's piano talent was unparalleled. Her world was too simple. She used to have parents, but now she only had the piano. However, Yang Huiying turned her attention to her only hope. Chapter 205. She approached Ning Zhao, stole her work, took it to a world-class competition, and successfully won the championship. She succeeded in becoming a piano genius in everyone's eyes. Because Ning Zhao never contacted the outside world, the Tang family did not know about it. And Ning Zhao herself would not expose her. But Yang Huiying was afraid. She always felt that as long as Ning Zhao was alive, what she did might be found out. So, she used a crazy trick to break Ning Zhao's hands, so that she could never play the piano again. Ning Zhao went crazy. The only thing left in her world was the piano, but even that last bit of comfort was about to be snuffed out by someone. Finally, when the servants of the Tang family did not notice, Ning Zhao broke the mirror in the bedroom and ended her life. Yang Huiying, the culprit, became a hot new star in the music festival with her composition. She lived a glorious life. Gu Xingyin came to this world when the Tang family came to inform Ning Zhao of the death of her parents. Unsurprisingly, the young master of the Tang family would come to pick her up soon. Tang Zhongyi drove to a quiet villa on the mountain. Today he came to pick up the daughter of a family friend. His brother was supposed to come today, but his eldest brother had something to do, so he gave the task to him. That girl. Tang Zhongyi had a headache about what to say later. It was said that the only daughter of Uncle Ning and his wife was a natural pianist. When his parents asked him to come over, they told him to explain the situation as tactfully as possible and not to irritate her. He parked the car and rang the doorbell. The nanny who was responsible for taking care of Ning Zhao had already heard the news. Her eyes were still red, and she opened the door for Tang Zhongyi. Master Tang, you are here. The nanny's eyes were still red. Tang Zhongyi and Mrs. Lin had met several times. He nodded and said, "Does your daughter know?" Mrs. Lin shook her head and could not help wiping her tears. How could she do that? Miss was such a person. When Tang Zhongyi walked into the garden, he was attracted by the girl sitting on the swing. She was wearing a white dress, and her waist-length black hair was gently draped behind her back, swaying gently with the swing. She wasn't wearing any shoes, revealing two delicate, jade-like feet. Her head gently leaned against the side of the swing. Her eyes were peaceful, and her entire person was like a still painting. He suddenly understood why Uncle Ning and his wife doted on their daughter so much. They even asked their best friends to take care of her at the last moment of their lives. Such a girl simply doesn't seem like someone from this mortal world, Tang Zhongyi thought. A person like her should be well protected and placed in a well-built crystal castle. She should not be allowed to see the slightest bit of filth in this world. He couldn't control his footsteps as he walked forward. But it seemed to disturb her. The girl suddenly raised her head. The moment she saw the strange visitor, she panicked. Her dark eyes were filled with vigilance. Tang Zhongyi had no choice but to stop when he saw that the other party was about to tremble in fear. He tried his best to show a kind smile. Your name is Ning Zhao, right? My name is Tang Zhongyi. Uncle Ning, your father, Ning Dexin, asked me to pick you up. Hearing her father's name, Ning Zhao finally reacted a little. Her expression changed, but she still looked at him defensively. Chapter 206. At this time, Mrs. Lin also came over. She saw Ning Zhao and smiled lovingly. Miss, this is Mr. Tang. He's sent to pick you up. Don't worry, he's not a bad person. Mrs. Lin had taken care of Ning Zhao since she was young, so Ning Zhao trusted her from the bottom of her heart. Dad? She hesitated and looked at Mrs. Lin. Where is Dad? Mrs. Lin's eyes turned red when she heard this. She quickly wiped her eyes and said with a smile, Mr. and Mrs. Ning are abroad on a business trip. They won't be back for a long time, so they want you to stay with the Tang family for a while. Ning Zhao was silent. Obviously, she didn't want to. Mrs. Lin saw this and said, Miss, I'm going home. I can't take care of you in the future. Let the Tang family take care of you. Don't let Mr. and Mrs. Ning worry, okay? Tang Zhongyi also knew that it was good to hide it from her for the time being. The two of them persuaded Ning Zhao together and finally brought the reluctant Ning Zhao back to the Tang family. In addition to the eldest brother of the Tang family, Mr. and Mrs. Tang, and the 5-year-old young master of the Tang family, Tang Qian, were all there. This is Ning Zhao, right? Mrs. Tang didn't have a daughter. She fell in love with Ning Zhao at first sight. Ning Zhao was scared by Mrs. Tang's enthusiasm and hid behind Tang Zhongyi. Of all the people here, only Tang Zhongyi was slightly familiar to her, so she subconsciously chose to trust this man. Mrs. Tang was stunned for a moment before she realized that Ning Zhao was autistic. Previously, when she saw her quietly following her son, she didn't think of her in this aspect at all. Thinking of this and thinking of her good friend's couple who died a few days ago, Mrs. Tang looked at Ning Zhao with softer eyes. Come, I've already asked someone to prepare dinner. You haven't eaten yet, right? She said with a smile. The Tang family members all discovered an interesting phenomenon. Wherever Tang Zhongyi went, Ning Zhao would follow him. It seemed that in the entire Tang family, Tang Zhongyi was the only one she could see. Moreover, this big house made her feel very insecure. Afraid that her son would be annoyed, Mrs. Tang told her son in private to take good care of Ning Zhao. Tang Zhongyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, don't worry. I'll take good care of her. He didn't even have enough time to feel sorry for her. While they were eating, Tang Qian's black eyes stared at Ning Zhao as if he had discovered something interesting. Eat. His father, Tang Zhongqing, warned in a low voice. Tang Qian said in a low voice, this sister's eating is so interesting. Dad, look, she only eats the dish in front of her. She eats a mouthful of rice and then another mouthful of food. She hasn't changed at all. Gu Xingyin complained silently. She also wanted to eat something else, but autistic people had some compulsive habits and couldn't break down. For the sake of her persona, she was going all out. The Tang family had obviously noticed this long ago. When Mother Tang saw Ning Zhao like this, she felt her heart ache. She was about to reach out her chopsticks to pick up some food for Ning Zhao when someone beat her to it. Mrs. Tang looked at her second son in surprise. Did her son change his personality? She actually knew how to take care of people. Tang Zhongyi glanced at his little nephew and said, eat well. Also, she's not your sister. You should call her auntie. Tang Qian stuck out his tongue and obediently ate. Unfortunately, Ning Zhao didn't appreciate second young Master Tang's kindness. She still followed her previous steps and ate one mouthful of rice and one mouthful of food. She didn't even look at the extra food in her bowl. When she finished the bowl of rice, she put down her chopsticks. Chapter 207. After dinner, Tang Zhongyi wanted to take Ning Zhao for a walk. She didn't resist and obediently followed him out. The Tang family stayed in the room to watch them. Mother Tang sighed, how can such a good little girl get such a disease? Father Tang said, I think her situation is okay. It's much better than some of the same situation I've seen before. It's just that her parents. Alas, let's hide it first. Ning Zhao, my name is Tang Zhongyi. Call me by my name. Ning Zhao looked up at him. Tang Zhongyi looked at her expectantly. Who knew that Ning Zhao just glanced at him and continued to lower her head. Tang Zhongyi was a little disappointed, but he also knew that it was extremely rare for her to be close to him now, so he didn't force it. Zhao Zhao, can I call you that? Tang Zhongyi looked at the side of the girl's face. Of course, Gu Xingyin wouldn't answer him. Then I'll take it that you agree, Zhao Zhao. Tang Zhongyi's eyes were full of smiles. After the walk, Tang Zhongyi took her home and took Gu Xingyin to the room that the Tang family had prepared for her. This room was exactly the same as Ning Zhao's room in the Ning family. The same color, the same furniture, and even the angle of placement were exactly the same. Obviously, the Tang family also spent a lot of effort on Ning Zhao. Tang Zhongyi actually didn't like this monotonous and boring color, but when he tried to change the color of the furniture, he was resisted by Ning Zhao. She wouldn't make a scene, but she was particularly stubborn in front of that thing. Her big peach blossom eyes stared at Tang Zhongyi, and she even clearly said her wish, which was rare. No change. Tang Zhongyi only felt that this kind of Ning Zhao was especially lively. Although she was quiet before, she always felt like she was in a different world from him. But now, she was like a real person with flesh and blood. He contacted the doctor who had been in charge of Ning Zhao's condition, and the results could be said to be very good. The expert said that Ning Zhao had actually recovered very well. She could almost take care of herself now, but she didn't like to talk and didn't like to communicate with strangers. When Father Ning and Mother Ning were at home, she would smile and act coquettishly with them, almost no different from normal people. In the case of the Tang family, it should be an instinctive reaction to suddenly being in an unfamiliar environment. He was surprised to learn that Ning Zhao was dependent on Tang Zhongyi. After all, autistic people usually only relied on people close to them. Usually, it was their family members who were always with them. It was strange that Ning Zhao felt dependent on Tang Zhongyi, someone she had only met once. Tang Zhongyi thought about the expert's words in his mind. He looked at Ning Zhao, whose cheeks were a little red because of her emotions. He looked forward to the day when Ning Zhao would smile at him, act coquettishly with him, and call his name. Gu Xingyin saw that the man had no intention of leaving. She sighed inwardly and began to stand up. She went to her closet, opened the door, took out her clothes, and closed the door. She went into the bathroom and turned on the water. After standing there for about 3 minutes, she turned off the water, closed the bathroom door, and began to take off her clothes. Tang Zhongyi stared at her series of actions with his mouth agape. He finally realized that she was going to take a shower. He coughed dryly and got up to leave Ning Zhao's room. Lying comfortably in the bathtub, she was finally alone. Ning Zhao's expression suddenly became lively, and she narrowed her eyes in enjoyment. Chapter 208. System, Ning Zhao is really tired. Gu Xingyin sighed. The system said, Host, moi, I'm always with you. Gu Xingyin said. System, where did you learn these words? The system answered seriously, in the last world, when the host was playing games, I hacked into the network and found that those people like to talk like this. Don't you like it? Gu Xingyin said. No, you can do whatever you want. The system said, okay. Host, love you moi. Gu Xingyin thought, it was really weird to say such cute words with a calm voice. When she came out of the shower, her face was expressionless again. Not long after Gu Xingyin came out, Tang Zhongyi came in. He saw that her hair was still dripping wet, but Ning Zhao didn't care about it and sat in front of the mirror in a daze. He smiled helplessly, walked up and took out a dry towel to help her dry her hair. As soon as he touched her body, the familiar lotus scent immediately surrounded Gu Xingyin. Her lover was actually him. Gu Xingyin was surprised. She didn't expect that the person Yang Huiying liked was her lover. Should she say that she had good taste or bad luck? Gu Xingyin fell into deep thought. What Tang Zhongyi saw was the girl sitting there obediently, allowing him to wipe her long hair. Occasionally, she would blink her eyes. Her exposed skin was a little red because she had just taken a bath, and she looked more lively than she was in the day. The two of them were silent, but they didn't feel awkward at all. When her hair was almost dry, Tang Zhongyi was a little reluctant to let her go. He put the towel away and thought about the news he got from Mrs. Lin. He knew that Ning Zhao should be resting now. Before he could speak, the person beside him automatically stood up, walked to the bed, put on her slippers, lay down, covered herself with the blanket, closed her eyes, and remained motionless as if she had fallen asleep in an instant. He couldn't help but laugh. He knew that this was a habit that Ning Zhao had developed over the years. He walked to the bedside and looked at her for a while. After saying good night softly, he turned off the light, closed the door, and walked out. The next day, when Tang Zhongyi knocked on the door and came in, Ning Zhao had already tidied up and was sitting by the bed. He glanced at the quilt. It was folded neatly without a single crease. He knew that people like Ning Zhao had terrible obsessive-compulsive disorder in some aspects. As long as it didn't affect her normal life, he wouldn't ask her to change. After dinner, Gu Xingyin went to the piano room. Every day after breakfast, Ning Zhao would play the piano for an hour. Yang Huiying came to the Tang mansion at this time. Today, she came to apply for the position of tutor for the young master of the Tang family. The Tang family was a well-known rich family in the city. The salary of a tutor for the young master of the Tang family was several times higher than outside. This was a rare opportunity for Yang Huiying, who didn't have a very good family background. Miss Yang, the young master is on the second floor of the house on the left. He is in the first study on the left. The housekeeper of the Tang family pointed the way for Yang Huiying. Thank you. Yang Huiying looked around and couldn't help but feel nervous. She followed the housekeeper's directions and unexpectedly heard the sound of the piano. Yang Huiying, who had graduated from a music school, knew that the person playing the piano was far better than her at piano. Chapter 209. Could there be someone else applying? Yang Huiying thought of this possibility and her heart skipped a beat. The person playing the piano was clearly much stronger than her. If she wanted to compete with her, she had no chance of winning. She couldn't help but walk in that direction. Then she saw Gu Xingyin sitting in the piano room. Gu Xingyin's piano room was very elegantly decorated. The Tang family had specially built a special glass piano room for her next to the garden. As long as Gu Xingyin raised her head, she could see the sunlight and flowers outside. The dazzling hot sun outside did not affect her. Yang Huiying stopped and saw the girl playing the piano in the piano room. She wore a white dress and quietly lowered her head. Her white and slender fingers flew over the piano keys. A string of smooth and beautiful notes flowed out from her fingertips. She was fascinated by the music until Gu Xingyin finished playing. She noticed the piano under her hands. It was a Steinway trihorn. It was a treasure that every piano student dreamed of. However, very few people actually used it. Yang Huiying's heart relaxed. When she saw Gu Xingyin, she knew that this girl would not be her competition. Host, Yang Huiying has appeared. I know. Gu Xingyin lazily replied. She paused for a few minutes and prepared to play another song. Yang Huiying came back to her senses. She had just walked to this place because she was looking for the person playing the piano. She looked around and found that she couldn't find her previous path. Looking at the time, she and the Tang family agreed to meet at 9 o'clock. There was still half an hour until now. Thinking about it, she walked to the door of the piano room and opened it. The girl in the room had already started playing another song. Yang Huiying walked in front of Gu Xingyin. Excuse me, do you know how to get to the Tang family's eldest young master's study? Gu Xingyin acted as if she didn't hear her at all. She didn't even raise her head and continued playing the piano. Yang Huiying was a little annoyed. Although it was impolite to disturb someone when they were playing the zither, this person's attitude was too arrogant. However, since she was the one asking for help, Yang Huiying patiently waited for Gu Xingyin to finish playing the song. She was prepared to ask her again when the time came. As she listened, Yang Huiying could not help but feel jealous of her talent. She looked even younger than herself, but the music she played seemed to have a soul. She tilted her head and looked at Gu Xingyin's beautiful side profile. She thought to herself, God is indeed unfair. Some people not only have an excellent family background, but also have extraordinary beauty. Even their talent is beyond the reach of ordinary people. If he had such talent, he was afraid that all the teachers in the academy would fight to take him in as a disciple. After Gu Xingyin finished her song, she heard Yang Huiying ask, "Hello, may I ask, how do I get to the Tang family's eldest young master's study?" Of course, Ning Zhao couldn't care less about her. Seeing the girl in front of her ignore her as if she didn't exist, Yang Huiying was a little angry. Are rich people amazing? Looking down on people? Seeing that Gu Xingyin was about to start playing the piano again, she angrily reached out and pressed down on the piano keys. The girl in front of her seemed to be frightened and finally shifted her gaze to her. Meeting those dark and guarded eyes, Yang Huiying inexplicably felt a little uneasy. Chapter 210. Can't you hear me when I'm talking to you? Is it so difficult to tell me where the Tang family's eldest young master's study is? Yang Huiying's tone was not pleasant. Gu Xingyin seemed to be frightened. She stared straight at Yang Huiying. When she saw that Yang Huiying's hand was still on her piano, a trace of disgust flashed across her eyes. She reached out to push her away. Yang Huiying naturally saw her undisguised disgust. She was furious. What did she mean? The girl looked at her hand on the piano as if she had seen something dirty. Gu Xingyin wanted to push her away, but she didn't want to. When Tang Zhongyi came here, he happened to see Ning Zhao pushing and shoving with an unfamiliar woman. He was shocked and almost ran over. Zhao Zhao. Yang Huiying only felt a strong force pulling her away, and she almost fell to the ground because of this. She angrily turned her head to see who was so ungentlemanly, but the moment she saw Tang Zhongyi, she lost her voice. She had never seen such a good-looking man. His facial features were handsome, his phoenix eyes seemed to be raised, and his thin lips seemed to be smiling. His eyes could easily arouse people's hearts. However, Tang Zhongyi's attention was all on Gu Xingyin. He asked worriedly, Zhao Zhao. Are you okay? Gu Xingyin lowered her head and ignored him. Tang Zhongyi found that Ning Zhao would unconsciously dodge back when he walked closer. This knowledge made him irritable for no reason. He didn't want Ning Zhao to be afraid of him and reject him. It was all because of this culprit. He turned around and looked at Yang Huiying coldly. Who are you? Yang Huiying only felt that the man's eyes were almost frostbitten. She felt a little wronged. It was obvious that the girl was rude first, but he put all the blame on her. But Tang Zhongyi's eyes were too aggressive. She tried to calm down and said, I was invited by young Master Tang to interview for the piano tutor of the Tang family's youngest young master. Tang Zhongyi glanced at her. Go back. You don't have to come to the Tang family. Yang Huiying was dumbfounded. What did that mean? Was he driving her away? She refused to accept it. Why? You don't even know how good I am and you want to chase me away. Because I'm the second young master of the Tang family. Tang Zhongyi looked at her indifferently, then turned to Gu Xingyin and said carefully, Zhao Zhao, shall we go back to the room? Yang Huiying looked at the man who was as cold as ice to her a second ago, and the next moment, he was so gentle and careful to the girl in white. She only felt that she had been greatly insulted. What's wrong with the Tang family's second young master? Just because he was the second young master of the Tang clan, he could drive people away without distinguishing right from wrong? Do you really know what happened just now? Why do you think it's my fault? Yang Huiying shouted unwillingly. Tang Zhongyi stopped. Yang Huiying thought that her words had worked, so she said proudly, I just asked for directions. Your female companion has been ignoring me. Is it so difficult to answer me? I just put my hand on her piano and she came over to push me. Enough. Tang Zhongyi looked at Yang Huiying with disgust. You disturbed Zhao Zhao when she was playing the piano, and you even touched her things. Uncle Yuan, get someone to drive this woman out. The old housekeeper, who had appeared at some point, responded in a low voice. After Tang Zhongyi and Gu Xingyin walked away, two strong bodyguards came over and invited Yang Huiying out.